out what tools that we have in the federal authority to deal with the occupation, because by that time it had become an occupation. So we tasked officials to do this. They did a lot of work looking. They couldn't find any legislation or regulation because the jurisdiction was local law enforcement. It either was the responsibility of the local police or the provincial authorities. So then what we did, and what I tasked our department, is to put together a toolkit to be proactive, out of a sense of being proactive and collaborative and constructive, to put together a toolkit based on the rules and the regulations that the department has found to be utilized to help enforce the law and to help mitigate or manage the escalation of the situation. So that's where eventually the strategic enforcement strategy became to be.
And we heard from your deputy about the development of what I think was originally called the maximum enforcement strategy, ended up evolving into the strategic enforcement strategy, about seeing what laws from various jurisdictions could be brought to bear on the situation. And we don't need to rerun the evidence that he gave us, because he gave us quite a thorough account of it. But the point I remember him mentioning, and I'll ask you to comment on from the ministerial perspective, is that just the way the Department of Transport works, because it has to take its federal responsibility and coordinate that with all of the provinces and territories, there's already a very strong network within the Department of Transport with all of the partner agencies or equivalent agencies, including law enforcement and regulation in each of the provinces and territories. And would that level of connectivity and intergovernmental relations also apply at the ministerial level?
Indeed. I would say I have very constructive, positive relationship with my provincial counterparts. We meet at least once a year in Council of Ministers. Transportation is one of those areas that has a lot of shared responsibilities between the federal and provincial governments. So we either meet as a council or one-on-one. This is quite a common practice throughout my year and a half as a Minister of Transport.
And at the ministerial level, did you, for the purposes of implementing, or I suppose I should say originally developing and then hopefully getting the cooperation of the provinces and territories to implement the strategic enforcement strategy, were you reaching out to your ministerial colleagues at the provincial and territorial level on the plan?
Yes. You know, after the first week, it's become clear that the situation, as I said, has become a lot more complex and a lot more volatile. And it seemed that there was a bit of confusion about whose responsibility it is to deal with enforcing the law, or is there capacity enough locally to enforce the law? So I was proactive in reaching out to my provincial counterpart, particularly in Alberta, in Ontario, in BC as well, and in Manitoba.
Let's start with your efforts to engage with Ontario. The time frame I'm going to concentrate on, just to get the matter focused quickly, is the sort of February 7th, 8th, 9th time frame. So we are at the point where the convoy has put down roots, so to speak, in Ottawa. There are other events at Coutts and Emerson. And if I could ask the clerk to call up SSM CAN 405289. And Minister Alghabra, this will be a text, a series of texts between you and Minister Mulroney, Carolyn Mulroney of the province of Ontario. And would you describe her as your counterpart in the Ontario government?
Correct.
Yes. And if you can just look at the text there, see if that reminds you of the exchange you had. It might not be necessary for us to go to the ones on the 8th and 9th, though if that would help you remember, we can. Can you tell us what you were attempting to do with Minister Mulroney of the Ontario government with respect to the effort you've just been describing?
Sure. I talked about the how the idea of a strategic enforcement strategies come to being. I just want to add another context to this, is that we were looking for tools that will help end the blockades and the occupation with as minimum confrontation as possible too. So that's where the idea of utilizing some of the provincial powers that they have in regulating commercial vehicles became obvious, because it really will create I don't want to call it an incentive, but certainly dissuade people who are using commercial vehicles from using them illegally, and hopefully discourage people who are thinking of joining the occupation to realize that there's significant consequences. So that's where the idea has come about. And I wanted to, when we finalized or developed this, it wasn't completely finalized, but when we have the outline of what we were thinking, I reached out to Minister Mulroney to share with her what we have put in place or what we are proposing. So I texted her on Monday. By the way, also that day I had participated in a press conference with my colleagues, Minister LeBlanc and Minister Mendicino. We felt it was, up until that moment, the federal government had not spoken out publicly about our role or in dealing with the blockades and the occupation. So I reached out to her, and I asked if she would have time to speak with me so I can share with her what I thought was constructive ideas.
And how did that go?
Well, as you can see from the response, she said that she's heard my comments through the media, because in my comments at the press conference, I did outline some ideas that the provincial governments can use. And she responded saying that our deputies are in communication and she would get back to me later.
And Clerk, if I could ask that you call up WPS 506, maybe 966. Now, this is a bit of a longer document, Mr. Clerk, and you can either word search potato or scroll down until you come to it. It's a fair way. It's a cluttered document, and it's hard to find. It's a fair ways in. And you'll come to a heading, Protests a Political Hot Potato. There we go. Thank you. And can you tell me what this, as I say, it's a bit of a cluttered document and there's a lot happening in it, but do you recognize this?
No, is this an article?
Yes, an account, a readout of multiple events. But if we look at the paragraphs under Protests a Political Hot Potato, the first paragraph reads, and I'll quote, "There are growing calls for Ford to get more involved in bringing the protest to an end. After all, Ottawa and Windsor are in Ontario." And then this is a quotation from you. "I call on the government of Ontario to join us in securing an end to these illegal blockades in several Ontario cities and to apply the law," Transport Minister Omar Alghabra told a news conference on Wednesday. Now, was this part of your effort to get Ontario engaged in the enforcement plan?
Yes.
And were you briefed by your deputy or your other staff on the reasons that Ontario was giving for not being fully enthusiastic about the enforcement plan?
There's a lot of speculation, but it's not my really. I can't give you a reason that I feel I can speak on behalf of the Ontario government, but there was a lot of speculation about the apparent hesitation.
Right, but one thing I was wondering if your deputy or your staff briefed you on was the concern certainly that the lawyers observing the situation could have had, which is that if you start using enforcement mechanisms for what might be called an ulterior purpose or for some objective other than those mechanisms were designed for, you run into legal issues, including the procedural fairness that has to be applied before the enforcement can be effective, before it can take effect. So you recognized that there were genuine issues that Ontario was concerned about before it could become fully invested in the enforcement plan?
I mean, I think it was clear, even through my direct conversations with Minister Mulroney, that we have a difference of opinion. We had a difference of opinion. In my understanding, in my opinion, we were asking for the laws to be applied. We were not asking for an extra interpretation of the law. We thought the laws are what the laws are, and they can be applied to help mitigate or deal with the illegal blockades and occupation.
Okay, well, that's helpful. And as I understand it from our interview on February 9th, you met with Minister Mulroney to pursue this issue further. And can you tell us about that meeting?
Yes. In between the text and the meeting, her deputy had sent my deputy an official response to our outreach, and in that response, they outlined why that our request was not doable.
And that's on the record. So thank you for pinpointing that in this chronology. Yes.
And she texted me a copy of that letter, but I still asked if it's possible to have a conversation with her, and that's when we ended up virtually meeting. And we, as I said, it was clear that we had a different opinion on how to deal with it. She thought that this was a federal jurisdiction, and I was saying that the roads that the blockaders and the occupiers were on were under municipal or provincial jurisdiction, and we hoped that the province would take the lead and utilize their existing laws and enforcement to apply the law. And so we had a difference of opinion on who should take the lead on this.
Right. Maybe you could flesh that out a little bit. I mean, it's a federal problem in the sense that there's serious problems in Ottawa by this stage, at Coutts, at some of the other ports of entry. But I understand that the message you were trying to get across to Minister Mulroney is that it was primarily the provincial enforcement tools that would be able to solve the problem. Is that the gist of it?
That is correct.
Yeah. Clerk, could you call up, please, SSM NSC CAN 50256? Can you tell us who Mike Macca is?
He's my chief of staff.
Thank you. This is an email. If it'll come up in a second, it'll be an email chain. And if we can just scroll down to page 2 and there we go, a readout. of your meeting with a member of Parliament, and I'm sorry, you might be better at that name than I am.
Kuzmerchek.
Kuzmerchek, thank you. Who, as I understand it, is a Liberal MP from Windsor, Ontario.
Correct.
Thanks. And can you tell us about that? I mean, the clerk can help you scroll down through the notes if you'd like to remind yourself, but it might be that by looking at the points there, you can be reminded of what it was you talked about and what it was of concern to you and your colleague.
Well, I was doing a lot of outreach at the time, and my colleague and friend, Eric Kuzmerchek, has also wanted to convey to me the facts on the ground as he sees them in Windsor and the impact that the bridge blockade has had on the community. From automotive sector to retailers to law enforcement, to trade. So he reached out to share with me what he's seeing, his community's sentiments, and to inquire about what else can we do as a federal government, what else can I do as a member of Parliament to help deal with the reality and the pain that the people of Windsor are dealing with.
Right. And then by now, I think most of us know what happened very shortly after that meeting on February 10th, when Ontario adopted its emergency measures order. And can you tell me how that had an impact on your perspective of things going forward once Ontario was, if I can put it this way, more on side with the approach that you'd been trying to encourage them to take?
I was relieved that the Ontario government is taking that measure. They certainly, what I feel, built on the advice or the suggestions that we proposed to them. And I was relieved to see that the government of Ontario had taken that step.
And I'd like to take you to your international effort, because I suppose not exclusively, but perhaps primarily with respect to the Ambassador Bridge, but presumably with all of the border points, you also, in terms of your ministry's multi-jurisdictional efforts to coordinate your transportation function with those of the other jurisdictions in which the vehicles have to travel. You also have a relationship with officials in the United States, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with Mr. Buttigieg in particular?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you engage with him when Ambassador Bridge was becoming problematic?
Yes. In fact, he had reached out to me and we scheduled the call. He wanted to express the concerns that the U.S. government and what he's hearing from industry that is being caused by the blockades at the Ambassador Bridge.
So do you have many interactions with Mr. Buttigieg that begin with him reaching out to you?
No. Usually I'm the one who's trying to reach out to him to advocate for Canada's interest.
Right. And here he's probably not indifferent to Canada's concerns because it's a symbiotic relationship, but he's calling you because he's feeling his constituency is feeling the impact of the Ambassador Bridge on nearby ports of entry blockages. Is that right?
Indeed, the Ambassador Bridge is the most important port of entry that connects our two countries. It's an average $400 million a day of trade that crosses that bridge, and when it's shut down, and also given the just-in-time business model that many in the auto sector and other sectors use, that blockade caused a significant disruption to supply chains, to businesses on both sides of the border.
Right. Mr. Clerk, if you could call up WTS 6075 and go to page 6. This, by the way, this meeting with Mr. Buttigieg was on February 10th. This is the summary of your interview, and you discussed this at page 6, where the clerk has put you there. Call with Secretary of State Pete Buttigieg. Now, if we look after the introductory paragraph to the introduction to a quote from you, and I'll read the introduction and a quotation. It says, Minister Alghabra was asked about the following statement he had made in the course of his call with Secretary Buttigieg. So for the context of the readers, that's me or one of my colleagues asking you to elaborate on this statement. In the course of our interview with you, we've asked you to elaborate. This is a statement you made during your call with Secretary Buttigieg. But I can tell you, and I just spoke to the Prime Minister, that we are running out of patience. If things aren't addressed in the very near term, we as the federal government will step in. And at that point, this is February 10th, as is noted at the top of the page there, was it your understanding that you and your colleagues in cabinet were contemplating the options that would include federal intervention to find solutions to the blockades and the convoys?
I can't recall specifically if the conversation in cabinet about the second track of the Emergency Act had happened before this call or after. But I could tell you that my intention, and this, maybe I should explain the conversation first, because in the conversation I explained the secretary certainly was anxious and wanted to know when, if I could give an estimate, when will this end and how quickly can port of entry be reopened. And I was explaining to him the complexity of enforcement and whose responsibility, and that our federal government is not able to direct police to how to operate their law enforcement. So I gave him a context of how the complexity of the situation, but at the same time, I wanted to reassure him that this was an important matter, and that yes, despite the complexity, that we're going to do everything we can at the federal level to fix this issue. So it was, for me, it was intended not, I could say, even if we had started the conversation, I wasn't sure where we're going to go at the federal level, but I wanted to give him a sense of confidence that this is a priority for us, and that we will do what we can to deal with it as quickly as possible.
Now, right about then, in the course of your discussions with Secretary Buttigieg, Ontario invoked its emergency order, and would it be fair to say that that went some way to address the concerns and take the pressure off you, at least temporarily, and in particular, Secretary Buttigieg would be able to see that things were happening and enforcement might be not far in the future?
As I said, while it offered me relief to see the provincial government up its participation or its role in dealing with the illegal blockades and occupation, the outcome was still that the point of entry was closed. So that was the eventual concern for Secretary Buttigieg, and for me, to be precise. And yes, we could see that now new tools are provided to law enforcement, but we still couldn't see the end, of the blockades. There was a lot of fluidity and volatility in what was happening at Windsor or across the country, to be honest, because At different blockades, even the one in the Windsor, we would hear reduction in size, growth in size, a clearance on one side, but maybe still a tenuous situation where the law. So while yes, it offered some comfort, but we still had the roads closed.
Okay, let's move ahead a few days. And Mr. Clerk, if you can call up SSM NSC CAN 400214. These would be the IRG meeting minutes for February 12th. And if we go through to page 7, and if you scroll down to about almost halfway, there we go. The Minister of Transport confirmed, etc. So that's you, Minister Alghabra, reporting, as I'm inferring here, you're reporting to the IRG about developments. And if we go down to just above the redaction, where again the words the minister is underlined, and I'll read that out. The minister confirmed that he is working with provinces on securing tow trucks, and that Alberta is looking to purchase at least 2 large tow trucks. Other provinces have been offered support to facilitate purchase agreements or services relating to tow trucks, but have shown interest to date.
I think it means maybe have shown no interest.
I was going to say that sentence only makes sense if the typist intended to say, but have shown no interest to date. But let me ask you to confirm that. Was that the fact that Alberta was buying some, but the others, even though you'd offered them financial support to facilitate the purchase, they hadn't shown interest to date?
That is correct. Right. And if I may, can I talk about the first part of the paragraph?
Yes, please.
So to explain what I was briefing to my colleagues, again, taking everyone back in time to that moment, there were a lot of threats emerging across the country to various ports of entries and institutions. We had heard threats to the Port of Halifax, slow rolls in airport in Ottawa, Pearson Airport in Toronto, the Port of Vancouver. So what we did proactively, reach out to all or as many as we can to those ports of entry, to different institutions, including rail companies, to just encourage them to be alert, to perhaps increase their security, and to have plans in case any of these blockaders or slow rollers start appearing outside their institution.
And with respect to your effort to encourage the provinces to obtain heavy lift tow truck capacity, did Ontario express any interest in participating in a program like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay, thanks. Now, at the end of that paragraph, we see a report on the situation at Manitoba, which I'll just summarize by saying Manitoba said, we're doing okay on our own, thanks. Your sense was that Manitoba wasn't interested it wasn't sensing that it had a problem serious enough to become involved in the assistance you were offering, is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't describe why, but they certainly, the minister and I think it was officials actually at the time, they were not indicating any interest in any support from the federal government.
Okay, moving ahead chronologically, Mr. Clerk, if we can turn up the same prefix, but with the last 4 digits being 0401. We're now moving ahead to the IRG minutes of the 16th, so we're now post-invocation. before we jump over that, is there anything that you think is important to this chronology that involves your particular involvement in the decision of Cabinet to invoke the Emergencies Act?
Sure. I mean, that is I guess, the question that I had to deal with, and so did my colleagues. And I kind of alluded to it in my previous response, is that again, that moment in time, there was a lot of concern about ongoing escalation and inspiration that these blockades and occupations had been causing. And it felt, as I said, that it wasn't just Ottawa, it wasn't just Windsor, it was Sarnia, it was Cornwall, it was Emerson, it was Coutts, it was Surrey, it was the Port of Vancouver, it was the Port of Halifax. All that to say is that there have been reports of either threats or some form of slow roll, some form of protest, and it felt that there was a stalemate, and that stalemate is raising the temperature. Occupiers and blockaders were becoming more entrenched. Those who opposed them were also becoming more entrenched in opposing them. So there was a sense of a stalemate and a risk to many people, including those who were participating in the blockades, that this could get out of hand, that we could be reaching a tipping point where it could escalate and we would look back and regret not doing something sooner. And not to mention, by the way, the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Canadians who have been personally impacted, either through their livelihood or their quality of life, businesses that I heard from. So there's been this situation across the country was getting into a really period of a lot of, I would say, concern about where this is going to head if we don't end up doing something. And I know I grappled with that decision. I didn't take that decision lightly. And I would say I was reluctant to do that decision, but it was the right thing to do to protect Canada's national interest, to protect Canada's security, to protect Canadians. And at a time like that, yes, the Emergencies Act is for emergencies, and it felt like an emergency.
Now, let me back up a little bit to, we mentioned your involvement and your department's involvement in the enforcement strategy, the strategic enforcement strategy. Your deputy described a companion strategy that your department was working on, the tow truck strategy. And as you were meeting with the IRG, is it fair to say that you weren't the only one around the table who realized that the ability to tow these vehicles was problematic in the situations both at the border points and in Ottawa?
I don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues or breach cabinet confidentiality.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply that. Just it's your brief, so you tell
So
tell
yeah,
us what
I certainly felt that having access to tow trucks was an issue. We for weeks been asking, or we've been told that it was near impossible, if not impossible, to find tow truck operators who are willing to take the risk to participate in a law enforcement action. So that was a common feedback that I heard from the department, from others. So it was clear to me that availability of tow trucks, and not just any tow trucks, by the way, we're talking about specialized tow trucks, the availability was an issue.
And so again, recognizing that I have to be more careful about the questions I ask you than I asked your deputy, but what we know is that part of what came out of the emergency measures order was an authority to compel tow truck service providers to provide towing services. And so is it safe to say that that was an element of the emergency legislation that you considered an important part of the overall solution?
Indeed. Look, I think it was really important that the Emergencies Act is precise, is targeted, and is measured. And the tool to compel tow truck operators was very specific and narrow and necessary to help law enforcement deal with the blockades.
Okay, and we have, thank you, Clerk, the document for the February 16th IRG meeting minutes. And if we can go down to page 7, about just a quarter of the way from the top, immediately after the redaction, right? So here you are reporting, and because this is unredacted, you're allowed to talk about this. Somebody has decided that it's fair game. And it says, the Minister of Transport confirmed that tow truck capacity challenges appear to be resolved, with Alberta and Ontario confirming that they have appropriate towing capacity. And that speaks for itself, because I don't want to ask you to expand on that in case it would involve a confidence of cabinet. But we can get some insight from your, on this point, from your witness statement. And in can you call that up, Mr. Clerk? I think I introduced it at the beginning as
75.
Thank you. And if we go to page 8 of that, this is, again, so the reader puts it in context, this is the summary of your interview with a Commission counsel a few months ago. And you note roughly the same here as you did to Cabinet. Minister Alghabra noted that a key proposal for emergency measures was the power to compel tow truck drivers to comply with an order to assist in removing vehicles, which was inspired by Transport Canada's tow truck strategy. And then it goes on to stipulate, in fact, that this measure ensured adequate resources and equipment were available to clear the blockades. Do you remember that part of your interview?
Yes.
Now, an issue that you might have heard talked about, it depends how closely you've been following the proceedings. I think there's, what I think is not contentious is that not long after the enactment of or the invocation of the Emergencies Act, trucks did get towed, and that some documentation indicates, mostly documentation where the tow truck drivers are seeking to get paid for their services, that at least the mechanism for compensating tow truck drivers who were asked to provide services or compelled to provide services under the Act, that part of the system worked. But I wonder if you followed the evidence closely enough to have observed the observations made by some of the police, and in particular Ottawa and OPP witnesses who've spoken about the fact that they already had tow trucks lined up and available, willing to provide service, and that in fact those arrangements pre-existed the Emergencies Act and could have been used without the enactment of the Emergencies Act. Have you followed that evidence and that point of issue?
I haven't been able to follow all of the proceedings, but I got reports on what is being said, and I'll share with you my perspective. Throughout these weeks of outreach and discussions and debates, no one has said that the tow truck issue was resolved. In fact, in all of my conversations prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, availability of tow trucks was always highlighted as an issue, and that tow truck operators were worried about their safety, were worried about their business. Those trucks, particularly the ones in Ottawa, needed specialized tow truck and tow truck drivers, and that it was an issue. Having access to tow trucks that could do this was an issue. And again, the tow trucks did not appear until after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So I can't speak to what the others have been testifying, but I could tell you that that's what I had heard. That was my understanding. And again, the facts is that the tow trucks did not appear until after the Emergencies Act was invoked.
Thank you for that. Now, those are all of the specific questions I have for you, but I'd like to finish up by asking you if you have anything you'd like to add, just general observations or things you think it's important for the Commissioner to hear. And in that category, if you have recommendations about things that could have been done differently if different protocols or legislation or whatever had been in place when you were trying to develop your enforcement strategy and trying to develop your tow truck strategy, those types of points would be helpful to the Commission.
Retweet.
I just want to go back to the picture that I tried to draw for you about the situation and how heightened the sense of anxiety and concern for public safety, for economic well-being of our country was. How, at the time, cities and municipalities were asking us to do something. Provincial governments were saying this is a federal issue. Opposition parties were asking us questions. Why aren't you doing something? Canadians were asking us. Businesses were asking. We didn't talk about several interaction that I had with associations that represented different industries, including the trucking industry. They were all, and I looked them in the eye and I heard it in their voice, the panic, the fear, the concern that they have, the shifts that were shut down, the businesses that were closed down, the people who couldn't go to hospitals. That was the moment that we were living. And it felt like we had to do something. We were, again, it was not something that we took lightly. It was not something that I took lightly. But it was the context that we're in, the fear of escalation, the fear of getting to a tipping point where it could get out of hand. That was, I strongly believe that was invoking the Emergencies Act. Again, it was very precise and limited, was necessary. As to your second question, I think it's clear that this incident has exposed some gaps, whether it is, the issue of jurisdictions, whether it is, do we need additional tools to protect critical infrastructure? I think those are important questions. And in fact, I've tasked my department to do some work on what can be done to strengthen federal legislation or tools to add additional maybe set of tools to protect critical infrastructure.
Along those lines, let me just follow up with a question that takes us right back to the very beginning of your evidence, Minister Alghabra. You talked about the fact that you have at least an annual meeting of a council of ministers of transportation at the federal and provincial and territorial level. Do you think that if at the next one of your meetings you put your heads together to see if you could come up with plans, procedures, and protocols so that you're not trying to invent this thing from the start the next time a problem like this arises, that the officials themselves, perhaps even without new legislation or perhaps with a view to fashioning appropriate legislation, could advance the situation?
I think absolutely. By the way, we did have a council of ministers after that incident. Typically, we have them in February. And I think it's really important to collaborate with provincial governments on clarifying these what appear to be misconceptions or miscommunication or misunderstanding, but also identifying tools. I'll just note, for example, the Alberta government has its own critical infrastructure legislation. So perhaps we can also learn from the government of Alberta and other provincial governments on what else we could do at the federal level and how we can collaborate on closing these gaps.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Okay. So if I could first call on the Democracy Fund, JCCF, please.
Retweet, retweet, retweet.
Yeah, guys, if you guys retweet the room, including the first
evening,
tweet in the
Minister.
comment
Good evening.
section.
I'm Hatem Kure, Counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. So right from the start of the pandemic, while people like you and I had the opportunity to work from home, truckers still had to go out and keep the goods moving, right?
Right.
And that's why they were originally designated as essential service providers, and they were exempted from the vaccine mandate, right?
So first of all, let me just say that truckers over the last 2 years have done an amazing job. Like you said, when many of us had the option of working from home, they kept the movement of goods going. Most of us never thought for a moment about how these products got to the shelves, but we certainly were reminded of the importance of the industry when everything else was shut down, yet the products kept on arriving. So I don't think we could say thank you enough to truckers for their professionalism and for their job. And to answer your question about how policies were developed throughout the pandemic, these were done given the based on the advice that we received from public health, and also taking into account considerations of the realities on the ground. And there have been several professions and several categories that were granted exemptions at the beginning of the pandemic.
And truckers were one of them?
Truckers were one of them.
Okay, and you note in your witness statement that the protests arose in response to the elimination of that designation, correct?
My understanding is that the protests rose to oppose all mandates, not just truckers' mandate.
But you state in your interview summary, which you adopted, it states that your understanding was that the protest arose in response to the elimination of that designation, right?
I think it was a trigger, but again, I am not here to speak on behalf of the protesters, but my understanding is that in every communication they issued, they opposed all vaccine mandates.
Okay, can we please pull up JCF 50191? And while that's being pulled up, just for the benefit of my friends, this is a compilation of documents that are listed individually in the database. I'll mention their IDs as we go through. I'm just using this to save a bit of time as we pull up documents. Minister, you can recognize that this is this appears to be a news release from the province of Alberta, correct?
This is the first time I'm seeing this document, and that's what the headline says.
Okay, and again, for the record, this is individually in the database as JCF 50192. Now, you see the title where it says Alberta takes steps to safely return to normal, correct?
Yes.
With the date of February 8th just above that?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and if we go down to page 2, Mr. Clerk, Minister, do you see at the second paragraph, it says Alberta will remove all the restriction exemption program and capacity limits under 500, right?
Okay, that's what it says.
And then if we go to page 3, it sets out a schedule for other restrictions being lifted, right?
I mean, again, I have not seen this document before, and I'm only seeing what is being in front of me on the screen. So it says step 2, step 3. So I'm assuming that what you're saying is correct.
And you, I take it you were aware that this was happening at the time in February, at least in the broad strokes?
Yeah, I mean, again, as I said, all governments, not just in Canada, provincial, municipal, around the world, had different public health measures, including mandates, and all governments had their own plan of how to adjust these measures.
Okay, and then if we go to page 7 in this document, which for the record is in the database as JCF 50193, this is a Manitoba news release dated February 11th, right?
It appears that way.
And the title says that Manitoba accelerating plan to reduce public health restrictions based on improving COVID-19 situation.
That's what the headline says.
And again, were you aware of Manitoba's action at the time?
Again, I was aware that different governments had their own plan of adjusting their public health measures. So did we.
Well, you might start to notice a pattern I'm getting at, but perhaps we can go to page 9 in this document, Mr. Clerk, which for the record is JCF 50190. We see an Ontario announcement dated February 14th, right?
Yeah.
And it announces that Ontario is moving to its next phase of reopening on the 17th.
Okay.
And just for the sake of completion, lastly, if we just go to page 14, which for the record is JCF 50194, this is a Saskatchewan news release titled Living with COVID, Proof of Vaccination No Longer Required, Business Verifier app discontinued, correct?
That's what the headline says.
Okay, so you said you were aware that different jurisdictions were taking their own responses. What I'd suggest to you is that given the timing of these measures all being taken by the different provinces, that they were being taken as a step by the provinces to respond to the concerns of protesters. Would you agree with that?
No? Is that what you think?
I'm suggesting that to you.
No, well, I don't think so. But at the end of the day, it's up to the government. The government, none of these governments have shared with me their rationale. I'm assuming that just like they impose these measures based on their advice that they received, I'm assuming they're adjusting their measures based on the advice that they receive and their own considerations.
Well, we heard yesterday that at the first ministers' meeting relating to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, that Premier Kenney asked the federal government to lift the vaccine mandate as it applied to truckers crossing the border. And he mentioned that he had raised that previously. I don't believe you were at that meeting, but were you aware of his opinion?
I was not at that meeting. I think he had made it public. I just can't remember when he made it public, his opposition to border truckers crossing the borders mandate.
Well, we also saw a text from Premier Kenney, which was forwarded to you by Minister LeBlanc, where Premier Kenney called the trucker vaccine mandate, quote, dumb political theater, end quote. Do you remember receiving that?
I do.
So again, given these comments from Premier Kenney and the timing of the provinces, you still maintain that none of this was in response to the protests?
Again, you'll have to ask the provinces that question. I'm not in a position to offer justification for a provincial government's decision.
Well, given the motivation of the protesters, did the government consider resuming the exemption for truckers?
And by the way, let me just clarify, and again, it's not up to me to talk about provincial governments' decisions, but they did not. Most governments, provincial governments, did not lift all mandates. So just for the record. Second, we don't make public policy based on the number of protesters or emails that we get. We make public policy, particularly during the pandemic, and let me be the first to acknowledge Governments around the world, including the federal government, did extraordinary measures in what we believed was the right thing to protect the health and safety of Canadians. I never imagined provinces shutting down businesses. I never imagined provinces invoking curfews. I never imagined the federal government putting limitation on travel. But we all did that. Governments across Canada did these measures because we believed we are saving lives. And yes, they were extraordinary, but I could tell you, no one, at least us, I'm not making any apology for doing what we believed the best thing for protecting lives. Now, of course, it caused inconvenience. Of course, it caused disruption, and our government did whatever we can to mitigate those disruptions. And Canadians understood that. Canadians understood that. So back to your question, our policies were based on the advice and facts and the science that we receive, not based on polls or number of protesters or even the illegal activities that should never drive public policy.
So the government should never change its policies in response to outcry from protesters?
I'm saying governments, especially during pandemic, made tough decisions based on what we believed was the best for the protection of the health and safety of Canadians. Now, if you're asking me, should government change its policy because people break the law in expressing their opposition, I'd say no. Should the government listen to public and consider the sentiment of public? Of course. But we are guided by the interest of Canadian, protecting the interest of Canadians. So being aware of the sentiment of Canadian is different than advancing the interest of Canadians. Sometimes they're connected, sometimes the sentiment might be different depending on the groups and the information that they have or the priorities that they have.
I'm going to suggest to you that the government couldn't reconsider its removal of that exemption because it had already labeled the truckers and the protesters as white supremacists and now had to maintain its opposition to anything associated with the protest.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with you. First of all, truckers themselves, if you followed the press releases by the Canadian Trucking Association, by Teamsters, the unions that represent many truck drivers, have distanced themselves from these illegal blockades and occupations. They said they're giving the industry a bad name. They do not represent the industry. So I've had several meetings with representatives of trucking associations, of trucking companies, and they all felt that they're giving the trucking industry a bad name. Second, let me just highlight a second point, by the way. We actually eased our international travel measures, and I can't remember exact date, but sometime in February, where there was a requirement for upon arrival testing. Those tests were eliminated. And that wasn't because of the illegal occupation. It was because we entered a different phase of the pandemic, and we felt, based on the advice that we got, we could adjust and ease our measures. So we did that.
And one of the other things that the government did was invoke the Emergencies Act to deal with the protest, right?
Say that again?
One of the other things done in February was, of course, the invocation of the Emergencies Act while we're here.
That is correct.
And I understand that the invocation of the Emergencies Act was not intended to infringe upon anyone's charter rights, correct?
It was specifically stated in the provisions of the Act.
And so first of all, I understand that the cabinet then would have turned its collective mind to that when discussing the invocation.
We considered
Sorry,
all...
as far as you're asking what cabinet deliberated, that's protected by cabinet confidence.
Okay, fair enough. Suffice it to say, cabinet's intention was to protect the charter rights of Canadians.
That's our Constitution, and we're all sworn to uphold our Constitution.
Do you believe cabinet protected the charter rights of tow truck drivers?
we protected, we kept in mind the charter rights of all Canadians, including truck drivers.
You'd agree that tow truck drivers weren't protesters themselves, aside from perhaps individual cases?
I don't understand the question.
Well, so you said in your interview summary that some tow truck drivers refused to tow trucks out of sympathy with the protest, right?
I said that, yes, there was a reluctance for a variety of reasons. One of the reasons may be because they might be sympathetic, but the bigger reasons that we heard is that they were afraid for their livelihood and their safety.
Well, I want to focus on the group that was objecting out of sympathy with the protest. You'd agree that they may have done so out of political or moral reasons?
I can't really speak on their behalf.
You'd agree that the emergency measures regulation compelled tow truck drivers to serve a cause that was potentially contrary to their beliefs if they were refusing out of sympathy with the protest?
You know, again, the Emergencies Act was necessary given the circumstances. The tools within the Emergencies Act were necessary to end illegal activities, including blockades and occupation. And in order for us to de-escalate the situation and to end these illegal activities, we needed access to tow trucks, making sure that tow truck drivers were compensated and made whole. And I'm pretty sure that, I can't speak about the selection of tow truck drivers and tow truck companies, how the law enforcement agencies in choosing them. So I'm sure they found those who were willing as long as they felt they were compensated and protected.
Minister, I'm out of time, but I'm just gonna push back on that one answer you gave me, because I asked you if tow truck drivers who would have refused out of sympathy with the protest, as you highlighted in your interview statement, would have been compelled by the emergency measure regulations to serve a cause that they did not agree with, and you responded by talking about the necessity of it. But I'm asking you, were those people compelled to serve a cause that they felt went against their conscience and their choice of association?
So I answered the question by saying I was not involved in how tow truck drivers or tow truck companies were selected. I would like to think that there were options to select tow truck drivers who were willing to participate.
You'd like to think that, but certainly the power created that opportunity, right?
I was not involved in the selection of tow truck drivers.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, if I could call on the City of Windsor, please.
Hi.
My name is Jennifer King. I am legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Hi, Councillor.
I only have hopefully a few questions for you to clarify a few points. So first, I have some questions about the strategic enforcement strategy. Both you and your deputy minister have testified about this strategy. I'll ask the clerk to bring it up just in case we need to look at it. It is PBCAN 50860. And I understand that there was never a final version, and my understanding is that Deputy Minister Keenan agreed that this was the final version. So this strategy, as it's coming up, I think you'll agree with me that the strategy recognizes that given the complexity of the occupations and blockades, safe resolution requires 3 levels of government to collaborate, right?
Yes,
And do you agree with that?
I do.
And the strategy calls on all levels of government to deliver key messages, including that the blockades were breaking municipal bylaws.
I agree.
And the strategy lists examples of municipal bylaws, including Windsor bylaws, right?
Correct.
Deputy Minister Keenan confirmed last week that Transport Canada did not consult with Windsor on this strategy, nor did Transport Canada consult with Windsor Police. He said that we left both of those to our provincial colleagues. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of the level of consultation that took place. I was just aware that there's significant consultation that had taken place in putting this document together.
Okay, but if Deputy Minister Keenan said that he didn't consult with the municipality of Windsor, you would defer to him?
I would defer to him.
And you didn't consult with the municipality on the strategy?
I had a meeting, by the way, with Mayor Dilkins. I think February 11th. I think so. I certainly reached out. I know my colleague Minister Mendicino has also reached out. I put an effort into making sure that I heard directly from the mayor. You saw that I also had spoken with my colleague Eric Kuzmerchek, Member of Parliament from Windsor. So it was really important for me to hear directly from those who are representing Windsor about the experience that they're going through and ideas that they may have.
Right, and we'll talk about that call that you had with Mayor Dilkins in a few moments, but I take it that you didn't specifically ask for input on the tools that you were putting into this strategy. Again,
the strategy was developed, put together by officials based on my request, and I know, and the idea was to consult our stakeholders, our key partners. But I'm not able to answer your question about the level of engagement and who exactly was involved in this development.
Thank you. Okay, so let me put it to you this way. When you're in a situation, and you've already talked about your call with Minister Mulrooney on February the 9th, and in your witness statement, you state that in that call, Minister Mulrooney advised you that Transport Canada's enforcement proposals were simply unworkable. That's what she told you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that was the exact word, but maybe it was, but saying that what we were proposing was not doable.
Okay, so if you're in this kind of situation where your provincial colleagues are maybe not on board at the moment, and you're in a situation where safe resolution requires 3 levels of government to collaborate, wouldn't you agree that you should reach out directly to consult with the impacted municipalities on this kind of strategy?
Again, I reached out to Mayor Dilkins and I had a conversation with him to hear from him about what's going on, to get a briefing from him, and then I offered him what else can we do to help. So I had direct conversation with the mayor, as I said, my other colleagues as well.
Right, and so it is important to reach out directly to the municipality then, you agree?
I think so.
Yeah. Deputy Minister Keenan also confirmed that Transport Canada would not have shared the strategy with Windsor after it was finalized, and again relied on Transport Canada's provincial partners to share it as they saw fit. And he didn't know if it had been shared. I take it you did not share the strategy with Windsor.
I didn't, but again, the document was about provincial and federal tools, and mostly provincial tools. So it made, I guess, sense. And again, I shouldn't be talking about what exactly happened because I wasn't involved in it, but maybe I'm attempting at understanding what happened.
Right, and so we did get some clarity on that from the Deputy Minister. I can tell you that I'm not aware of any evidence that Windsor received it. I just wanted to confirm with you that if the purpose of the strategy was to coordinate with 3 levels of government, wouldn't it have been important then to ensure that all levels of government had a copy?
Councillor, at the risk of repeating myself, my colleague, Mr. Kuzmerchek, my colleague, Minister Mendicino, perhaps others have reached out to the mayor to ensure that we are still in touch and in contact. We offered, we solicited input, we offered help. So I guess what I'm trying to demonstrate is that we've actually done that.
No, and I can see, and we'll talk, perhaps Mr. Clerk, you can pull up SSM CAN 50981. And I can see that there was a reach out to Mayor Dilkins, and this is referenced in the institutional report from Windsor, absolutely. And Mayor Dilkins said that there was excellent communication with the different levels of government. I was just trying to confirm with this strategy that was an important strategy that Transport Canada had worked on, why it didn't get to the local authorities that were on the ground.
Yeah, I can't answer that question because I wasn't involved in the day-to-day put together of this strategy.
Thank you. And so I just wanted to perhaps refresh your memory. This is a memo. Who's Samara Khan?
Oh,
Smart
she, as a former employee of mine.
Okay. And so this is a memo that she prepared for you reflecting your meeting with Mayor Dilkens.
Yes, it's a briefing note before a call.
Okay, so I just have a couple of clarification questions about this call because you hadn't referenced it in your witness summary. And I'm not sure if it matters, but you had said that the call was maybe on the February the 11th. I think that was Mayor Dilkens' recollection. This document seems to be dated February 10th.
Oh, it's not uncommon that my staff prepares a briefing note the night before so I can read it overnight in preparation for my meeting. And the briefing note tends to cover a variety of issues in case any other topic is approached when I'm speaking with whoever I'm being prepared for.
And then your staff would insert the notes from the call. Is that what we have here?
I don't know. I think this is the actual briefing note. I don't know if it has the readout of the call. I think this is the actual briefing note.
Okay, so when it says current status and it has notes about what Mayor Dilkens is saying, this is not notes from the call?
No, this is preparing me for what's the latest activities that have been happening there.
Okay, so if you could just scroll down to the second page. So you're aware at this point then that the city, along with the APMA, is seeking an injunction. Yeah, and on the second page, you'll see at the top, it states that the OPP has been sent to Windsor to assist with the situation, and RCMP are sending a public order unit based in Ontario to assist alongside the OPP in Windsor. So you are aware of that as of around February 10th?
Yeah, as I said, this was a note prepared by my team to prepare me for the call, and the idea is to make sure that I'm up to date on the ongoing activities.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. And my last question is, Minister Alghabra, you told my friend Commission Counsel earlier that you tasked your department with what can be done to federal legislation and tools to protect critical infrastructure. Did you task your department to consult with border municipalities and other partners in considering these changes and tools?
Oh, I mean, we're not at that stage yet. Perhaps we will get there, but for now, the idea is to put together a simple proposal on what additional tools we need, and then what we would do is we would then talk to our partners. For sure, it would make sense, municipalities that have such critical infrastructure, to seek their input.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is former Chief Slowly's counsel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Nicholas DeStefano for Chief Slowly. We've ceded our time to the Government of Canada.
Retweet,
Okay,
retweet.
OPP,
Chris Diana for the OPP, and we likewise have no questions and have ceded our time to Government of Canada.
oh my gosh.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
Retweet,
Oh,
retweet.
that's gonna be long. Okay, Windsor Police Service.
Hi there, Heather Patterson for the Windsor Police Service. We have no questions.
Retweet.
And the Government of Alberta, please.
Good afternoon. It's Mandy England for the Government of Alberta. We do have some questions, and I'm wondering if we might be able to take the time for the Windsor Police Service that they weren't able to use this afternoon.
That there wasn't an offer made, but let me, and you owe me 5 minutes from the last time. But let's go and see where we go.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Minister, you will agree with me that in your communications with Minister Sawhney before February the 13th, that you did not raise or discuss the Federal Emergencies Act. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to take you to some comments that were made in your witness statement, and I would ask if that could please be pulled up just so you can see it. It's at WTS, I believe it's 6075 at page 4. And as it's being pulled up, the first comment that I'd like to draw your attention to is, nonetheless, his, being your assessment, was that some provincial governments, for example, Ontario and Alberta, viewed the issue as an issue falling under federal jurisdiction requiring federal intervention. And so if I could paraphrase colloquially the request that the government of Alberta did make for assistance to the federal government, it was, it's our information that you own some heavy lift tow trucks that are sitting in our province, and we would like to borrow them. So would you agree with me that that request was not the same thing as saying, responding to this event doesn't fall under Alberta's jurisdiction, this falls under federal jurisdiction?
First of all, it was actually a comment that was mentioned to me by Minister Sani that they also see this as, because it's a point of entry, they see that the federal government is implicated in this. And that the federal government needed to play a leadership role on it. So this was based on a comment that I had received from the minister. Second, I think I can't, comment on the RFA. That's not necessarily where my comment had come from.
Okay, thank you. And so in terms of, the issue that there was a port of entry, I understand you as saying that there was a role, but not that it was a matter solely of federal jurisdiction. Alberta did not in any way imply that it viewed this as not being anything to do with it, right? You were aware that Alberta was actively responding to it as a matter within its jurisdiction.
When I asked Minister Sani and I have a very good professional relationship where we are in regular contact when she was a Minister of Transportation. When I asked if she would be willing to issue a joint statement, because I felt having a joint statement by two levels of government, calling on the blockaders to go home, would send a strong message to those who are thinking of staying or those who are thinking of joining. She refused to do that because she said that this is a federal issue because what the blockaders are objecting to, it has nothing to do with us. So I'm sharing this with you to explain to you where I received that sense that Alberta was saying that this is the federal government's problem.
Okay, well, if I could ask if the clerk could please pull up ssm.can 402302, which is a readout of your call with Minister Sani. I did not read her comments in the same way that you did, and so I'll pull those up for context. And so here's the readout of your meeting with Minister Sani. And if we could scroll down, please. Right there, the fourth point, we see Minister asks if we could do joint statement. And Minister Sani's response was maybe, however, this would seem as if she's endorsing the vaccine mandate. And that was her issue with issuing a joint statement, not that she thought that the matter was federal jurisdiction to deal with. Is that fair summary of what the comment was?
This is a readout. And my memory is that, and it's not really that off from the readout. My memory is that she said that the protesters and the blockaders are opposed to the federal mandate. And that's why she was reluctant to appear like she's supporting the federal mandate. And she is reluctant to be appearing, to be involved with us on this.
Okay. And then you mentioned that it was your impression in your witness statement, you mentioned it was your impression from this conversation that existing tools in Alberta were not being used or were not sufficient. Were you aware that the RCMP were not able to carry out their enforcement action without having on hand the heavy towing equipment that Alberta, we were just discussing, Alberta was looking for?
I was aware that the blockade continued. So
Were you aware that the enforcement action could not be taken out without the heavy towing equipment that Alberta was looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I was aware that there are different reasons, including towing capacity. So yes, and again, and overall, the outcome for me is that these blockades continued.
And with the knowledge that the enforcement action could not be taken out without the towing equipment, wouldn't you agree with me that there was a connection between existing authorities not yet being enforced as of the time of your conversation with Minister Sawhney on February 9th, and the fact that the RCMP hadn't yet secured the equipment that they needed? Those two ideas were very inextricably linked.
Again, the common response that I was getting as to when I kept asking why are the blockades at Coutts and other places continuing, there were different reasons. Some of them were safety, operational, including availability of tow trucks. And tow truck operators, by the way. It wasn't just tow truck operators.
And the readout that we're looking at right now from Minister Sawhney's call with you on February the 9th indicates that she iterated to you more than once that the RCMP were working on it, but that Alberta could not and would not insert itself to tell them exactly what to do. Do you recall that and see that before you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There are also documents on the record that show that your Deputy Minister, Michael Keenan, knew by the afternoon of February the 12th that Alberta had purchased towing equipment. To be clear in respect of a prior answer that you gave this afternoon, is it your evidence that no one had made you aware that by February 13th, Alberta had acted itself to purchase the equipment that the RCMP needed?
I was aware that Alberta is seeking to purchase tow trucks. I can't recall when I found out that those tow trucks were purchased, but I was aware that Alberta had made a decision to purchase tow trucks. And I was also informed that there was an issue with with operators for those tow trucks.
And you were aware by the 13th of February that they had made that purchase, correct?
I don't recall if I knew on the 13th or not. I can't recall that.
Do you recall whether it was before the Emergencies Act was invoked?
No, I can't recall that. I can't.
Okay. If you had known that, would your assessment of the necessity of the Emergencies Act have changed at all?
Look, the Emergencies Act was needed because we had a national issue. We had problems across the entire country, including a threat of other emerging troubled zones. So I think, and let me repeat, Coutts as well had, during those 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks, was on and off. So there was also still no confidence that the whole issue is going to be resolved this quickly. So the short answer to your question, no, I don't think it would have changed my mind.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions this afternoon.
Thank you.
And thank you for your indulgence, Commissioner.
No problem. Okay, next is the City of Ottawa.
Daniel Chomsky for the City of Ottawa, and we have no questions for the Minister.
Okay, so the big winner, Government of Canada.
Well, I only had 10 minutes to start with, so it's still not that long. Good afternoon, or I guess good evening, Minister. My name's Donna-Rae Nygaard. As you know, I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. I want to take you back in time a little bit to before the blockade, the protests arrived in Ottawa. What was the situation with truck drivers being able to cross the border in both directions at that point in time?
So first of all, let me maybe even set the broader context. Our supply chains have been going through a lot of disruptions because of COVID, mostly COVID measures, with lockdowns, with border restrictions, that had an impact on our economy and on our supply chains. So it was really critical for me personally and for our government to keep monitoring our supply chain and the health of our supply chain. And in fact, one of the rationale that we believed the vaccine mandate would be good for our supply chain is to protect the health and safety of the workers in the supply chains. with absenteeism being high because of COVID, with spread of COVID, with the risk of contracting COVID, the vaccine mandate, one of its rationale is that it ensured some additional resilience within our supply chain, including for our truck drivers. So when we, and there was coordination, you're asking about truck drivers across the borders. There was coordination between us and the US. They also required similar measures for truck drivers to cross the border. Prior to invoking or implementing that measure, I had many consultation with trucking associations, with industry, and it had come to me that about 90% of truck drivers were fully vaccinated, that this measure would not have a measurable impact. However, we'll continue to encourage the remaining who have not been vaccinated to get vaccinated. So all that long preamble to say is that I kept an eye on the volume of our truck activities across the border on a regular basis and published those on my social media to reassure the public that while the vaccine mandate is working, it has not had a measurable impact on the flow of our goods and our truck drivers across the border.
And you mentioned that you were coordinating with the US who had a similar mandate in place. So if Canada had lifted or put back in place the exemption for truck drivers, would an unvaccinated truck driver be able to cross the Canada-US border?
Not a Canadian truck driver. A US driver may be, but not a Canadian truck driver.
And you mentioned supply chains as well. I understand that on January 31st, you participated in a supply chain summit. Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Sure. I just explained to you how vulnerable and turbulent our economy was at that moment as we are coming out of the acute phase of COVID after significant disruptions. Supply chains certainly were impacted, and what our government wanted to do and what I wanted to do is go to action on figuring out what can the federal government do to strengthen our supply chains, to respond to the ongoing challenges that we're facing. And we held a summit. I hosted a summit that invited key stakeholders, industry leaders from different sectors to come together and talk about what they're hearing, what they're seeing, and what their recommendations are for the federal government to ensure that we have stronger, more resilient supply chains. And by the way, it included representatives of the trucking industry.
And you also spoke about the feedback that you were getting from the trucking industry. And I just want to, and industries in general, I just want to pull up a document Mr. Clerk, if you could pull up ssm.can.50958.
I have to say, I'm impressed at how fast you pull the documents.
And is this a document you recognize, Minister?
Yes, this is a press release by the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturing Association.
And
Manufacturers Association.
And was this something you were aware of at the time?
Yes. In fact, I think I met with them on that day. So I met with different industry associations and representatives, included the Vehicle Manufacturers Association, included the Auto Part Association, included the Retail Council, it included the manufacturers and exporters, and to talk to them about the impact that the blockades is having on their industry, to hear from them. And I can, go through some of what I heard, whether it was from the vehicle manufacturers, GM, Ford, Stellantis, Honda, Toyota, all of them had shift disruption And some of them were considering shipping on planes engines because some lines were being shut down and some production is being delayed. I also heard from 3M, a medical company, the Retail Council, and grocers. It was quite evident, again, not only just through data, but I mentioned earlier in their voice how anxious they were about the well-being of their business, about the impact that this is going to have on investment in their business, about decisions that some of them had U.S. headquarters in the investment decisions that their headquarters was going to make. So there was a big concern, and they at the time issued a statement to again articulate that concern.
And can we also pull up ssm.can.50987, please? Do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
And is this something that it's not addressed to you, it's addressed to the Prime Minister and to all of the premiers, but were you provided with a copy of it?
Yes.
And if we can scroll down to the body of it, this was from the Canadian
Trucking Alliance.
Trucking Alliance, that's right.
And the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters.
Yes, that's correct. And the sentiments expressed in this letter, are those reflective of the sorts of things that you were hearing from the various groups that you've just
Yes.
referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And then can we have ssm.can.988, please? And this is, as I understand it, or perhaps you can tell us who Ninu Forrest is? Do you know?
Yes, Ninu is a staff in my office.
Okay, so this appears to be a readout from a call you had on February 11th with the Teamsters. Am I reading that correctly?
Correct.
Okay, and we don't need to go through the document, but can you tell us about that call? You can look at the document to refresh your memory if you need.
Yes, this was with, I think, either the president or the executive director at the time of Teamsters, and expressing their concern about the blockades and how much flack they were getting from those who are supporting the blockaders because they had publicly spoken out against the illegal activities. And you know, they were again asking us to do something to end these issues.
And was this reflective of the kind of information that you were receiving from other stakeholders in the industry?
Yes, the Canadian Trucking Alliance said the same thing because again they issued again a statement, I think, on January 31st, right at the beginning of the illegal occupation, that they've distanced themselves from those activities and that they do not represent truckers and the profession of truckers. But they then told us that they did receive a lot of threats by those, I guess, who are sympathetic to the blockaders.
And if we can pull up ssm.nsc.can50780. This appears to be a summary of the stakeholder engagement by you and your staff on February 10th. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
So the first entry there is an engagement you had with MP and I'm going to. butcher your name.
Kuzmarchuk.
Thank you. Yeah, that you've already spoken about. And then the next one is your call with Secretary Buttigieg, which you've also already spoken about. If we could scroll down. Then there's an entry in regard to an engagement you had with global automakers, and you referred to this in passing, but could you tell us a little bit more about that call? And were these all on February 10th, or is this just a summary of the calls that had occurred until up to that date?
I can't recall, to be honest. If the sheet says it was done on the 10th, then it was done on the 10th. I know they were all done within few days, so within that week. But this, as I alluded earlier, this was a conversation with representatives of Toyota and Honda, and they were explaining to me about the severe impact that these blockaders are having on their business, the shortage of parts, the impact on assembly lines, the impact on workers, and the impact on confidence. And again, don't forget, we're at a time where there's a transformation in the auto sector, the building of new vehicles, electric vehicles, there's competition between different jurisdictions, who's gonna get which plant. Obviously, the Toyota Canada and Honda Canada and others were competing with their fellow other regions around the world for investments. They felt that this put a lot of the plans that they have in place at risk.
And I'm not going to go through each of the entries on here, but if we can just scroll down further, you'll see there's a number of consultations there listed that were conducted apparently by your staff. But is it fair to say that your staff would have briefed you on all of these consultations?
Yes.
And if we can pull up pb.can.50734. And just while that's being pulled up, you had been taken earlier to the February 12th IRG minutes in which you discussed Manitoba, and I believe you said you'd had a consultation with your counterpart in Manitoba. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is a letter from the Premier of Manitoba dated February 11th. Were you aware of this letter?
I don't think I saw it. No, I don't think I've ever seen it before.
Okay. Well, we'll leave it at that then. You also continued to conduct consultations with some of your provincial counterparts after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, as I understand it. Can you tell us about that, please?
Correct. And these were part of the outreach that I'd been doing for a while. And I had a call with my BC counterpart, Minister Fleming, and I had a call with my Nova Scotia counterpart to talk about BC, by the way, at the time, even though when I spoken with them, and I think it was the day the Emergencies Act was invoked.
February 14th?
Correct. But at that time, if I recall correctly, the Surrey port of entry was still blocked. So we had a conversation about the fact that the Emergencies Act was invoked. He told me that his government supported it. And I asked him for the situation in Surrey. He said it's still blocked, but you know that now hopefully we'll find a resolution to it. So that was the extent of the conversation with Nova Scotia. You know, there were also threats of blockades and protests around port, around the legislator. They had, I think, invoked their own state of emergency. So I just reached out as well as part of my effort to reach out to many of the provinces who were impacted to speak with her, to get a sense from her about what she and her government felt about the invocation of the Emergencies Act and about the current situation in the province. And she also indicated, I think, that they were supportive of the Emergencies Act.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, well, you didn't take up all your delegated time. Okay, well, that was, thank you very much for coming and for testifying, and especially at this late hour. So you're free to go and enjoy the little bit of evening that's left.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So thank you. So we're going to adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Bienvenue. Woohoo. Grab your mics there, kidlets. Let's get this dog and pony show going. Ask you guys to retweet the room there. Maybe you can say speakers up or something like that so people know it's actually time that we can talk. Those retweets are key. And just to remind everybody, as per Zink's magnanimous instructions, when we retweet through the comment box, which is also valuable, and do give it a like while you do that, that only goes out to the community. So according to our guru here, you got to use the share button on this actual page. When you see all the speakers here, you got to use the three little dots or the share thing and say share via tweet. Speakers up now after a long day. Okay, there we go. I'm going to tweet that out, and you should too. There's no way for me to verify if you actually did retweet, so in this way I won't hold your feet to the fire. Donkey, welcome. What's up, buddy?
Hey, my name is Donkey, and I'm unvaccinated. Hey, Donkey. Yeah, man, it was definitely a long day. Goes to say, you know, like, while we try to do what we do to get through today, this is definitely something that's, you know, well, on my mind and all, and it was definitely a recurring topic that while listening to this is just constantly solidifying my resolve, because I understand that regardless one way or another that this goes, I'm not changing my position on it, and this simply is going to be you know, showing where the lines are, because I have this like gut feeling that we're being used for both purposes. I have this gut feeling that they did this maybe deliberately or maybe accidentally to figure out where the boundaries are with us, how far we'll go, and then once they see how far we'll go, how they can react to it. Because constantly throughout, especially these federal scumbags, am I constantly hearing this theme of like, well, we didn't have the tools. Oh, now we realize we do have some new tools, new police powers. How can we deal with this? We've never dealt with this. This is constantly coming up, and it's just making me, well, again, strengthen my resolve, because it's also helping me realize that even though, you know, like we have these wonderful spaces, what's really going to be important is the next calling. Because if they don't let off the gas, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to be resting. And if it means that, you know, winter time, we go somewhere and we show, you know, how we feel, we will have to do that. So one of the things that I do is, like, for example, this weekend, when I came home on Sunday, I smelled like wooden smoke. It was so fantastic. A friend actually brought me out to his place, and we had a bonfire. And it was just a matter of, you know, relaxing, you know, sharing the laughs that we find the hypocrisy in the thing and all. And then also realizing that we are different people. I'm not saying we wouldn't have been friends before, but I'm finding people that I can accept their differences because I know where they really lie in their hearts and beliefs. So it's important that we find these people in person, down the street, our neighbors. Even like I was saying during the summer when I was first voyeuring out of my pasture, you know, the farmer left the gate open on my pasture, and that's how I managed to get out. And as a donkey, I know you were talking about a dog and pony show or something like that, but if I can have like a donkey show, and don't worry, it's not going to be like the old, or not necessarily old, but the traditional definition of a donkey show. Just look up what that is. It's kind of entertaining in Mexico, or at least in South America and all. But yeah, no, freaking I like, yeah, just all I gotta say is hold the line, stay shoulder to shoulder, find your tribe, find your people, outside of these spaces, where you can actually commute with them on like the personal, intellectual, and physical level, because we will need to come together. We will need to jump into a car, 4 or 5 people, not by ourselves, and show them that, yeah, they might have figured out how to, use this or that or the other. What is annoying is that they never really ever talk about a strategy of opening a communication, though a few of the lawyers did bring that up, and it's like, that is the way that this will resolve. The answer isn't on one extreme or the other. It's somewhere in the middle, and that will only start when they listen to us. Anyways, sorry, I'm rambling.
No sorries. No sorries.
Oh, okay.
No intentional puns. No sorries. No sound effects except for plane landing. Are you done, Donkey? Because I just wanted to make sure that you feel included. You're almost there. You're almost there. Come on. Say one
more. That's my plane landing noise.
Right on. I like the new one that the Woods boys picked up. They're like, I'm dropping my anchor, which sounds like pinching a loaf or something. But anyways, okay, so just to hit on one of the things you said, yeah, get in your car and head somewhere and protest. One of the strongest actions we have is actually inaction. If people just stayed home from work and we just stopped the economy, doesn't require any money, doesn't require going anywhere, doesn't require anything at all. Now, there's other things that people can get into or whatever, but I think that the reality here is what you're describing them. They're trying to figure out some way to control the population, and they're going to try to evolve the laws to do this, that, and the other thing. But I mean, there's nothing you can do if you just keep on testing positive for COVID when you put that orange juice on your rat test, is there? Oops, I'm positive again. Oh, look at this. Oh, I'm positive again. We can hack this system right back at them, and inaction is actually a very strong action. So I know that sounds counterintuitive, but it is true. It costs relatively nothing, and you can return back to neutral fairly easily. The reality here is that this was only going to get worse. It's true. It was only going to get worse, and people were just going to start slow rolling through all of this stuff, and the whole society goes to a crapper at that point. But the real question is what you're hitting on, and they got out a big fat stick to smash a mosquito, and they smashed up the whole house in the course of trying to get one mosquito, essentially. So it's all you needed to do was talk to that mosquito, and then but I like to use the image of like one person ballroom dancing, and it's supposed to be like the population dancing with the government, and they might take the lead in 1 second, and then the woman might take the lead in another second. But in this case, they just completely forgot about the people, and it was just the government. You can imagine Trudy just dancing alone, holding his hands up in the air with an imaginary partner. That's sort of the way that I frame this one.
If I can just compliment one thing you're saying, actually two things. The sound of my anchor would be words from a certain individual's mouth as he's sinking to the bottom of a metaphorical lake. Anyways, and the other one was I actually do like your idea of inaction, because we will be peaceful in order to truly be successful. We can see that they had tried to exploit some of our dissidents, like, in all honesty, this emergency act was not required. We were peaceful, and we will remain peaceful, and that is the way we will win. I do actually want to say the hybrid solution of, staying home and not participating, yes, and then rallying when the cry goes out for a rally. And the only part I would hesitate on necessarily not participating is not to harm yourself, to take whatever opportunity you need to. Because, some of us do need to get out there and such, but it's like, man, like we do what we are in a society where even though it doesn't make sense to immigrate as many people into this country as they're intending to, it feels like there's this great divide. Because I'll go off on a 30-second airplane landing. So there was a close friend family that was like visiting, and they're like, yeah, we work in this factory, and the one person was like, oh, if you don't like it, to get out, and half the people walked out. And then a month later, they actually let go a lot of workers from this. It's kind of funny, but it's like a cracker factory, and now they replace like all of the workers in the factory with non-crackers.
they make white people there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, that doesn't really bode well to this semi-theory concept of, like putting people into the place of this, work that will do the work. Because there's some people who's come from a background that they'll have 6 or 10 people living in a house. So to them, like a $2,000 a month rent for like a 3-bedroom or maybe even a 2-bedroom is actually pretty cheap when you put 4 people in each room. But anyway, that's just, I might sound a bit bigoted in if I start talking like that.
Well, it's different cultures, right? But that's what the space is what makes Canada great. We've got a giant country. You don't need to pack 4 guys into a room. It's just the construct. There's going to be hacks to every system, right? And in reality, you don't really need to sleep in anything, bigger than a coffin, right? Just look at those pod hotels in Japan. You just pay your $30 and you get a little coffin-shaped thing, and has a little spot for your luggage, a little spot for your shoes, and you're off at the races, right? So.
Is that Canada, though? Is that Canada? Is that the Canada that we want our children to grow up in? This micro society?
Well, I'm not saying that that's the way we want it to go. I'm just saying that in actuality, we waste a shit ton of space. And it's not necessarily about the space, it's about heating the air inside that space, right? So I'm, a big fan of tiny homes and stuff like this. I think I'm not a big fan of it in terms of like turning everything into a tiny home living space, but I have lived in tiny homes before. I've actually lived in a teepee before, believe it or not. But the point, what I'm trying to drive here, is that you don't need as much space as what we. So if those people come from other countries where they're used to having a tiny little room or whatever, and I remember being a ski bum, and walk-in closets were rented out, couches were frequently rented out. This is par for the course as young guys that are ski bums, right? This isn't like a new concept to those guys, right? But anyways, on a side note here, I have been perving around on some of the profiles in here, and I've noticed that some people have not been retweeting the room. So what I've done for those people that may not know how to do it, so I actually put a link to the room up there that I tweeted out. So if you just retweet my tweet up there, it should be #1 in the nest. Then that gives you the easy way to make sure that we're not just retweeting into our own community, which I'm pretty sure we've saturated. So this may not even be a community space at this point. I don't think it is, because I don't see the little blurbs there, but Zink would correct me if I'm wrong, which I usually am. So Habs, any thoughts, recipes, any feminine hygiene product tips that we need to keep in mind?
You're right. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Oh, that was a long day.
If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear Habs, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Okay,
But can you guys hear Habs? Because otherwise I'll drop down and get rebooted.
I can drop down.
Yeah, we can hear. We can hear
I
Habs.
can drop down.
Okay, I'm going to
hear
drop out, guys. Okay, Habs, take her from here.
Oh, I don't like to take responsibility sometimes.
Come on, you can do it.
Well, Adrian, maybe you can tell us how you feel about Omar's testimony today.
So, yeah, it's clear that they're kind of reaching at straws
Is
at this
Adrian
point.
speaking? Because I can't hear him.
Yeah,
Yes, Adrian
I
is
am.
speaking. Can you hear me, Hubs?
I can hear you. So well, I will wait until Wog's back and then I will drop down.
All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, Algabra, I mean, I'm not a fan of Algabra at the best of times, right? So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I just, they are clutching at straws. I mean, there was no reason for them to bring the Emergencies Act in. It's pretty clear. I mean, all of this stuff on Twitter where it's like, I saw today the hashtag was trending, Trudeau was right. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, Trudeau is not right. I mean, he did not need to bring in the Emergencies Act. The freezing of the bank accounts, it's clear that the government was, embarrassed by what was going on, by everyday Canadians standing up for their rights. It was like a vindictive move. I mean, that is my point, right? I mean, it's very clear that the Trudeau government does not want to listen to, what is it, like 56% of the population that, disapprove of him. I mean, it's pretty clear. And, that was something that I thought was just really disgusting, was the fact that Trudeau, he wouldn't even meet with them to try and settle something. I mean, he's always talking peaceful this and like, when he was first got elected in 2015 and even in 2019, he was like, accountability and like open government. Yeah, okay. I mean, come on, right? I mean, there's no open government. It's pretty clear that he doesn't want to listen to people who have, air quotes, unacceptable views. All right. And it just makes me sick, I don't know, Wog, can you hear me? Because I actually want to follow up on what you're saying about, having like a day where everybody just stays at home. So, I mean, I've thought about this myself in the past. So if we look at the Angus Reid Trudeau tracker, which is like the approval rate of Trudeau, I mean, take it for what it is Angus Reid, but it says 56% of Canadians disapprove of Trudeau. These are people that are polled. 40% approve, which has now gone up slightly. It was 38. And the not sure, can't say crowd is weighing in at 4%. I never understand these not sure, can't say people. Like, can't you make a fucking decision? You know what I mean? Like, either you approve the guy or you don't, like, it really is that black and white. But just on this, like, if we all just stayed at home. So, I mean, you're not going to get the entire country to do that. So, like, what percentage of people would need to do that in order for them to wake up and pay attention? Like, what percentage? 20%? 30%? That's my question. Like what amount of people would be needed to stay at home as like a protest to like kind of shake the economy a bit so the government will listen?
Someone's got their mic open.
Livermore does.
Sorry, folks.
Livermore's drinking again, and I noticed he didn't retweet the room. Go up there to the first thing in the nest and retweet that goddamn thing, will you?
Shut
Okay.
your mouth. I retweeted it, number one, buddy.
All right. Well, I'm just, I'll be monitoring. This is a hall monitor operation from now on in. Adrian, your question. Okay, first of all, about polling, I have actually some experience in this field, and I will tell you that there's a lot of answers that are shat out the sideway because they want to get their desired result. You're paid for results with this stuff. The level of quality of human that you get that will actually answer the the poll is very strange. I've actually tweeted at Angus Reid himself and said, "What the fuck is going on here?" But I think your point was like the stay-at-home thing. I'll tell you what the loose lips sink ships part of staying home is that you're not getting that human connection. You have to organize like a rally, like a kids street hockey thing, or a let's go play backyard hockey, or something, or snow fights, or you have to do something to get the people together when that happens, because you can do the walkout, but people just sitting at home being alone, it doesn't work. Why they could have done the same thing in Iran, right, when they were protesting, but there's a certain sort of mob mentality that takes forth when you see someone, running with the red flag and singing in the streets and chanting, down with Khomeini or whatever the hell they were shouting. There's a certain sort of cohesiveness to that. So the reason why a lot of these, like, stay home, walk out sort of things don't work is that they don't have that cohesiveness. Now, there would be an interesting thing if we all just, did a coordinated thing where you showed up at work and at 9:30 a.m. on the dot, everybody took a rapid test and we're like, oh, I just tested positive for COVID-19. I'm going to need 5 days off, and we've already scheduled our vacations and we know we're going to go to the barbecue and everything else. We have these hacks in our society and no one can really say anything, just like I can wear a set of prosthetic boobs that are gigantic, right? And then I can saddle up next to Livermore at the bar and say, hey, buddy, I heard you into the AFP movement. And it's like, oh, yeah, I am. It's like, oh, yeah? What do you think of these babies? Anyways, go ahead, Livermore.
Okay, first of all, I was just joking around a moment ago when I responded to you. Secondly, and I didn't know this was recorded. Secondly, seriously now, you are right. I am sitting and drinking at the bar. And the reason is I listen to the goddamn hearings all day, and it's caused me to go drinking because right now that's the attitude that I have. And thirdly, I think it was the last speaker, Adrian or somebody, I'm not sure, but he said at least 24 times, I was trying to count them, I lost track, So that is a new phrase,
Pardon? What was the last part? I just saw a hilarious photo someone sent me in the DMs, and I'm half bent over laughing. So whoever you are out there, thank you for sending that to me. Can you repeat the last sentence, Livermore? I'm sorry, pardon me.
No, out of boredom and drinking, whoever was the speaker before me uttered the words at least 24 times. I lost track. So I can't wait to go over the recording and find out how many he actually said.
Well, here's the thing.
I think it was 25 actually, Livermore,
well,
and it was me. So,
well, it was Adrian. But here's the thing. I'll make this brief. What are the other ones we hear a lot? Anyways, yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. It's tough. I mean, sometimes these stream of consciousness things, you have to have filler words. For myself, I just fill it up with nonsense swear words, and that's sort of how I roll or irritate people. So I don't know if I pissed Habs off by talking about I missed the whole feminine hygiene products download, but
No, you didn't piss me off.
oh, I'm sure there's.
You dropped. You dropped, and then she couldn't hear anyone after you dropped, so then she had to drop.
Yeah, I couldn't hear Adrian speaking, so I waited until you grab a mic and I dropped.
Okay, got it.
So here's my thoughts after listening to Omar Ogabogo, whatever you say his name. Number one, liberal fall guy. We've said that before, but I think after this, he's definitely going to be the fall guy. And number two, the reason that we're going through all this horseshit is so that the commissioner can make recommendations to the Emergency Act where they can tighten things up, and he's going to make recommendation for more police-style communistic behavior that the Liberals will then pounce on and create. They probably already have a new bill already created that says that if they deem it's an emergency or there's a crisis, that they supersede all provincial jurisdiction and legislation. I'll bet that's where this is going.
So Wog, you didn't answer my question. It was what percentage of people would need to stay home or just not go to work? Because I mean, you're not going to get everybody to do it. So what percentage is necessary to actually make an effective message to the
3%.
government? 3%?
Disagree.
3%.
No, the key is here, guys. It depends which, 3% of critical people, yeah, right? It all depends who you're getting and who's clued into it. It's, I mean, who knows what that metric is? I don't know, but it's, yeah, if it's 3% of like critical people that are at critical juncture points in the decision makers in the process, yeah, you're going to cripple everything. So, yeah, it's hard to say about it. I mean, it's something that they can't legislate away, right? And so if let's say worst comes to worst, like what Mrs. D's talking about, I mean, I just think it is like, at what point can you pretend you have a democracy if, this other stuff? I mean, like we talk about all the time, the elephant in the room with these EA commissions, like they just didn't talk to us, and people are, the lawyers are starting to hit on like, why did this happen, right? Algabra's totally oblivious to the fact that it had to do with the mandates, right? He's like, oh, I had no idea, like, come on. Like, everybody knew. They said plainly it was about the truckers' mandate and the mandates for other Canadians too, but that was the number one thing that ticked them off. So it's just, so to a specific answer to your question, I don't know. I mean, has it ever been tried successfully? I mean, I think that it was basically the Polish Lech Walesa movement, if you wanted to look into the actual idea of a general strike. I mean, that's the other way you phrase this, right? Is a strike generally.
Well, and although it's a great idea in principle, executing it is you'd have to get a whole pile of business owners on if you focused on blue collar trucking, whatever industry you focused on, you're going to have to also get the owners of those companies on board, because they're going to take a financial loss if let's just use trucking because that's what we've been focusing on. And if you had, like, I think of Cynthia, who sometimes comes into our rooms, who's owns her own, I think, trucking company. And if she talked about the financial belt that would grip on her company when this was going on, but she still encouraged her guys to go out to Ottawa, but she lost lots of money. And so there is a financial loss for the owners. And so that's where I kind of think, yeah, it's a great idea in principle, but maybe there would be companies that would agree to do that. But I think there's other ways too. I mean, you can still block borders. You just don't clog them up for a week at a time. You do it for, when it's a high time. Oops, sorry, my truck broke down. Don't know what to do. Oh, gee, I've got 5,000 trucks that are broken down at every single border crossing. Oh, and then they just, miraculously, after two days of sitting there, their trucks start. Oh my goodness, isn't that amazing? Like, I mean, we got to be creative with that just pushes so far, but not far enough that they can use the hammer on a Canadian, a single Canadian ever again, because what they did was completely unacceptable. And I can't wait for the next election, because I'm going to go to every single Liberal rally there is, and I'm going to you're going to hear me in the background. They're going to go, oh, that's Mrs. Doubtfeiser. She's pissed.
You don't need to get the business owners in line. Why would you bother? You just do a rapid test, put some orange juice on it, turns positive, and then you say that you tested positive for COVID and you're all going to need a week off. You have your vacation pre-planned. You start it off with a bang and go and have a block party with barbecues and the kids playing and the dogs running. Go ahead, Livermore.
Well, that's true, but we could also use monkeypox.
Yeah, you can see
Remember?
monkeypox. Livermore's at a high probability of catching monkeypox. How's that going anyway, Livermore? Did those monkeypox clear up?
I'll get over to that in a moment, but remember when I said earlier in the room, people don't have any idea what the limitations are, what the boundaries are. Mrs. Doubtfire, I love you. I'm not picking on you. Just the mere fact that you suggested that, you've committed a criminal offense if they really want to go after you. And it's so bizarre because people have to take the time and think about what it is they're saying and take my advice, please, seriously, and just look into the boundaries. We all have them, and they're easy to follow. So your idea in principle may be great, but the mere fact that you said it the way you said it, you just committed a criminal offense. If they really wanted to come after you, they could. And the monkeypox thing, I'm being tested as we speak.
Well, you know what? I'm all about 3 free meals a day. So, you know, if they come and nab me and put handcuffs on me and take me away, as long as I have my food, I'm good.
Yeah, I call bullshit, and I just want you to know that the element of intent that I want to express is we all got to get smarter. We can do this. It's easy.
The secret is to always phrase it as, wouldn't it be terrible if, right? Wouldn't it be terrible if somebody peeled Justin Trudeau's skins and ate him like a grape, right? Wouldn't that be terrible, right?
Okay, there's some serious food poisoning there. That would be lethal.
So how is what Mrs. Doubtfire said a criminal offense?
Okay, who's asking that? I can't see, sorry.
It's Adrian Livermore.
Adrian, are you in Canada or in America?
Canada.
I can send you a document. It's easy. You just read it. I don't need to explain it because I don't want to pretend I'm a lawyer, but a 12-year-old can read it and understand.
I was being brought up to speaker, so I missed Adrian's question. Could you repeat it, Adrian?
I was just asking Livermore how what Mrs. Doubtfire said could be a criminal offense, but he says he'll send me a document to explain it, so.
I wouldn't mind knowing too, though. So, I mean, if he wouldn't mind, I definitely think some people might be interested. But at the same time, if he just wants to send documents, put me on that list.
Everybody just has to download the Criminal Code of Canada. It is so easy to do. It's in a PDF format. And just start typing the word intent in your word search and see how many times it pops up. And under intent, you can get charged for conspiring or counseling the commission of an offense under the Criminal Code of Canada. And it's the intent part that gets you in trouble. That's what they're using under the Mischief Act. They're using primarily that intention because they can put 2 and 2 together. It's not an offense if you carry a knife, for example. It's an offense if you carry a knife because you have the intent to use it in self-defense. I'm giving you a primitive example just off the cuff, but you have to understand the word intent has a major role to play in the Criminal Code of Canada, and just start learning it.
I can back that up. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Adrian.
Right, but I mean, in the context of this conversation here, and you know the fact that she said that, it's more of in a joking, like, you know, jest type of context. So I don't think there actually is any intent there. I mean,
how are you going to prove it if she says that and you're claiming she's joking, and then people go and do it, and then you can link the two, and then you can just simply say, well, here's the link. They're listening. They communicated with Mrs. Doubtfire or whatever, and the fact is she asked, she gave you the idea to do it with the intention of doing this, and that is committing mischief under one of the 3 or 4 sections of mischief. You can argue with me. I don't care. I'm not a lawyer. I don't need to prove myself or right or wrong. I'm just telling you that that's how this shit works. And you guys just got to get smart about it and understand what the boundaries are.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm not trying to get, I'm just bouncing ideas off right around the room just to, clarify.
The way Livermore said that, I had that. Remember earlier, I was like, this is kind of a bit of a learning process. I think is a kind of a grand scheme of the great guinea pig theory. Is that like they wanted to know where the holes were in the process, right? And it wasn't this week. It was more like last week or the week before. I heard again that echo of like what was missing that they could have done that wasn't to talk with us, but was to, basically stop it or whatever, right? In their dictator type of fashion. And it had to do with, they brought it up, they're like, people were influencing. And if the speech laws come into effect, there might even be like, just like tying in with intent and mischief, almost like, okay, well, if you say, hey, let's stand up for our rights, or Hong Kong, oh, that's actually bad because you're inciting people, and that under the new mischief speech, anti-crowding laws and stuff like that, they can use it against us. So you got a point, Livermore.
By the way, Donkey just added another he can add that to my count of so that'll bring us to 26.
How many of you have actually read the charges in detail as far as what they got on Tamara Leach and Danny Bulford and whoever else, the countless others? How many of you have taken the time to read them and just look them up into the Criminal Code of Canada? Serious question here.
Not in detail, but I did read like the, I guess you could say the one-liner for them and stuff. And obviously, we're like, obviously, like freaking just flabbergasted over how these things are being twisted against us.
Well, they're being twisted in your views because you're not up on what the Criminal Code of Canada says in the different subsections. And therefore, they're able to get these through the Crown Prosecutor's Office in the actual jurisdictions in which they are laid and charged. And so they're not really twisted. The problem is people aren't disciplined enough. And that's all I've been trying to do for half the day today is to tell the rooms there's a way of doing shit, and there's a way that you can cover your ass, and there's a way that you are bulletproof and protected. And you just have to take the 20 minutes and learn it. It's easy to do, you guys.
Livermore, could I ask you a question? Do you think the companies are protected, like bulletproof protected, with regards to, just miraculously inventing a policy or submitting a policy on workers that have been there for 15, 20, sometimes 30 years to get an injection? Like, because here's the way I feel. I've listened to these doctors that were silenced right from the beginning, and a lot of them were saying, as soon as it was time to say it, that if you are injured from taking this vaccine, you need to go after your employer. So are the employers protected? Like, seriously, because I really don't think they are, but what do I know?
Okay, so you're talking two different things. You're talking a civil situation and not a criminal situation, but you're also talking the Charter of Rights and the Bill of Rights. So it's so convoluted, no layman like me is going to be able to answer you properly, but here's what I can tell you. You weren't forced to take it legally. And it's going to cause an argument, but that's the truth. They pressured you to take it, but there was no forcing you to take it. And there lies the rub. The fact is you took it because you were afraid you succumbed to the fear of losing your job. You had to feed your kids. Other people, my wife for example, chose not to take it, and we suffered the consequences dearly. But at the end of the day, they're two different issues, two different animals entirely, a civil process versus a criminal process, or three versus a Bill of Rights and Charter of Rights issue.
So do you think that if, there was, enough people, or if there was people that were injured that did, if, let's just say 15 people in Ontario decided to sue their employers for what's happened to them. They took this injection just because they were threatened that they would have been fired. They actually witnessed, 10 people being fired or let go because they didn't take the injection. You took the injection under duress. You're injured. You now sue your company. If we had an abundance of people, or even just a dozen people in our province that sued their employers civilly, what kind of mess do you think this would be for the government? Like,
That's happening. That's happening already as we speak everywhere. And
Yep, agreed.
Other labor lawyers have opined on this situation, who practice this and who are professionals, and they're saying the minute you capitulate with one item, you've accepted their terms, and then you've just screwed yourself for eternity as far as getting legal remedies down the road. So I'm not a lawyer. I keep telling you guys that, but I'm smart enough to understand a little bit of common sense and English the way it's written.
If an employee is harmed from the vaccine and it was directed by the employer, their only recourse is a workers' compensation board application. They can go through that. But Livermore's right. In labor law, as soon as you agree to the new terms of whatever the employer is directing, you've agreed, and so it's kind of a tough beans scenario. So WCB would be their only recourse.
Unions won't even touch it after that point.
I feel like there's some kind of like acceptance that like the current state of affairs is the same state of affairs that we'll go through if indeed there's other kinds of like weirdness from the government. And I would posit to say that they are seeing jettisoning every day. People are life rafting, life boating over to our side. I don't think that that it'd be tenable at that side. I mean, you would have politicians moving to the other side because they know they're not going to get reelected. I mean, this thing that they're trying to push is doomed to fail because it doesn't include democracy in the end of the day. It doesn't include an election at the end of the day, right? So I would hesitate to sort of take this template and put it into the future. Things are moving very fast right now, but they're also moving very fast in our direction. So yes, we can get all doom pilled about what's going to happen in the future, blah blah blah. I mean, our job is to keep our eye on what legislation, what they've done, and the real reality is that 3 senators were appointed yesterday, and that they tried to attack the Second Amendment again up here in Canada. So I mean, that's the reality of what's going on. So who cares? We got to keep our eye on that thing, and we all know that the commission is this, that, and the other thing, but it gives us something to talk about. It gives us a way to tear down their arguments, and we're analyzing it. We're getting a deeper understanding. We're assembling the parallel intelligentsia that will be the movement that pulls us out of this thing. So it doesn't really matter what they do. Whatever way they move at this point, they're destroying themselves. Whether it's 3D chess, 2D chess, 1D chess, who gives? It doesn't matter, right? So we're gaining. They're not gaining people. No matter what the polling says, they are not gaining people on their side, guys. Just go around and talk to people. People aren't doing it. Look at the pushback in Ottawa yesterday with the whole masking thing and stuff like that. I mean, it's there. You just have to see it, right?
So I just want to jump in on the labor thing there, and at some point, when you get hired in your job, you get hired for specific duties, and there's certain requirements that you have to meet. One of the arguments that has been used, and I don't know if it's been used successfully or not, is that the employers can't arbitrarily change the contract like that. It's got to be renegotiated.
What they're going to say, though, is they're going to say that you weren't coerced, that you did it of your own volition. You see, this has been the whole game the whole way through. This is actually what I believe this whole game is about. Is it's all about breaking down people's will, right? The whole game, the long game that they're playing is going to be all about that. It has nothing to do with the bodily sovereignty and all the rest of it, right? Oh, well, you don't really have the right to it, and you got half the population convinced of that. Well, those half are now, half of that. So we have 25% of the population that are possibly somewhat deludedly retarded. Well, whatever, right? Let them do whatever. I just don't see how it can be tenable, right? I mean, my guess, I'd probably say it might be a bit more than that. Maybe 30% of the population is like along for the ride with this one at this moment. But I would say we have a solid, we got to deal with that thing that Adrian was pointing out, the 10% that will sort of ride along. So let's say, I don't know, what's that put us at? 60, maybe 55%. I would say we're over 50 though at this point, from what I'm seeing around me. But I'm not a good metric, right? Being a weirdo.
But so the government emboldened the corporations to do this, because if you remember in the beginning, that would have been November 2020. This would have been just before the vaccine was released. There was a lot of companies that were concerned about implementing this. They didn't want to be sued. They were afraid that they would have repercussions on themselves. And our government put out legislation, or put out, I don't know, it could have been just frickin' media, but it was put out there that they would be protected under the COVID-19 emergencies measures policy, blah, 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 blah. So a lot of companies put that in place because they were emboldened to, or felt encouraged to, they were pressured to. I personally think that some of them got grant money, finding that would take somebody else other than me. And further, like when you say these things, Wog, and I don't want to be like negative Nancy or anything like that, but when you say these things of, we don't have to worry because they're going to lose votes and they're going to, they're not going to get in again, and they're just digging themselves a grave. I believe these people are under the full understanding that the globalists are going to take over, that New World Order, like there's not going, they truly think this way. So it's a free for all for them. That's where we're at. Like these guys are rogue. They're gone rogue, and they don't care about votes because I think that they've been under the impression that there won't be any more of that. I sometimes think that's how they think. That's just a thought.
Well, I've spoken to some of the people that work in government, and I can tell you that they think that they're doing the right thing. But what we talked about this morning applies here too. The nexus points, if you can control the nexus points, in other words, the intersections of like power and susceptibility to capture, of course they're trying to do that. They're trying to say, okay, well, you know what, you can be part of the club too, or that's basically how I believe there's some kind of intimacy with goats pictures that's going on here behind the scenes. And if that doesn't work, then here's a Swiss bank account with 20. Sure, all that stuff is happening. It's been happening forever with these guys, including the CPC guys. For any staunch Pierre's going to fix this thing. I mean, the CPC has a track record of going back on their stuff and doing their own thing. So, but what I'm trying to point at is what I'm really pointing at is that we have the ability to be independent thinkers and empowering ourselves in a way where we can take control of what goes on. Because at the end of the day, if enough people just say, no, I'm not going to work today, and I'm not going to work until this, and this are fixed in the country. And it'll just be a mysterious illness of people doing rapid antigen tests, putting when I'm joking when I say put orange juice on them, but they will actually turn positive if you put Coca-Cola on them. Look at what the UK kids did when they they wanted 10 days off so they could sit home and play Nintendo Switch. Well, they all poured Coca-Cola on their rat test and they all turned positive and they get their 10 days off. So we can hack this back at these guys. It doesn't require, what would you rather do? Okay, so what's the other option? You want to protest? Well, that's not going to work, right? I mean, or you want to do this? It's going to take a lot of money. It's going to take a lot of stuff. I just think that things are going to hit to a certain point. I think we're on a. Okay, so I'm fatalist, right? And I know that freaks people out because they don't understand the word, but what I believe, it's the same thing as saying you have faith, right? It's the same thing as a religious person saying they have faith in like things will be all right, or this will happen and that. Not a warm blanket faith, but like a faith that things will be okay. I believe that the way that these guys are operating, whether it's 3D or 2D chess, okay, because I did put out that Doom tweet a few weeks ago. Well, I think it is 2D chess, but I think that the reality is that we are going to get to a certain point of collective evolution. Some people are going to stay on the train and the level where they are at, and they will never leave that. And I'm okay with that because they're doing it of their own free choice, like we just spoke about with the thing, right? There was other companies that had people that, they had the meetings, the difficult meetings where the OH&S person was saying like, look, if we do a vaccine mandate, we are opening ourselves up to being litigated. And yeah, the government can say that they have our back as much as they want. I don't see any legislation or anything backing that up at this point. I think we should hold off, right? That's the rational way to deal with that. And then you have the virtue signalers that are going to get in there and do whatever. But I just think when a baby is born, it boils down to this. Does it want to cry or does it want to laugh and smile? So in other words, are people mostly good or are they born evil? They come out with two horns and they want to kill everybody. I mean, it's basically an environment that does that to you. There's more of us than there is of them. Their power is an illusion and decentralization is coming whether we like it or not. So if you empower yourself to get into position of doing that, then I think that we'll all be okay and that we'll be able to evolve collectively. But unfortunately, this is going to take a collective evolution. So we're stuck sort of waiting. But these guys are minorities. Like we see in that stupid thing in Ottawa yesterday. I mean, yeah, you got the mass crazy there. What's her name? And then you got like, whatever. And there were so many people in that room saying this is BS and we're not standing for it. We're not masking our kids because we know it doesn't work. And blah, 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 right? Various other reasons, right? But I mean, this illusion that people want drag queen shows for 5-year-olds and all this stuff, this is a very loud minority on this little box in our hand. It's the same thing, the problem that Adrian was hitting on with the polling. This is all garbage, right? I don't know anybody, like, let's put it this way. I don't know personally anybody in my life that supports that thing with the drag queen thing at all. Right? I see at school when I pick up my kid, I see maybe 5% of the chicks are like virtue signaling. Yesterday there was this chick who was like virtue signaling wearing a mask to be like, oh, Kevin got exposed to RSV, so I'm just doing this as a precaution, and it's like, well, dude, we're outside. Like, I don't know what science you're on, but it was kind of like an anxiety skinny bird, right? You know what those skinny chicks are like, right? They're like little flitty birds. They flit around and they're half nuts because of nutrient deficiency for whatever anorexia that's going on in the background. None of my business, right? None of my business. But I'm just saying, she was trying it out in her nervousness, and I never noticed how nervous she was until yesterday. I was like, okay, maybe she's nervous because she's wearing a mask. Oh, wait a minute, this chick's constantly nervous, and we'll see. I'll monitor and report back to the room. Go ahead, Pro Canadian.
Hi, everyone. So no, I just wanted to say I can't remember who said it, but about how they're all, they think that the New World Order is coming in and, they're full on and they believe. But all we have to do is remind them that once they're dispensable, they too will become useless eaters. There's not going to be very many of the elites. When the elites, if this so-called thing goes through, the elites think that it's just going to be a few, everybody else is a useless eater to them. So just tell them you too can become a useless eater. Anyways, that was just a comment, just a psychological ploy, I guess you could say.
You're absolutely correct. They're just, what do we call them? Useful idiots. Eventually their time will come. Agreed. But like with regards to the walkout, WOG, sorry, I don't know where that came from. Probably my wine.
It's
I'm
it, it's
I'm I'm
actually
with
it's
Livermore.
actually it's actually Waj. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Waj
Waj.
Taj.
Okay, Waj. Waj, I would like to just reiterate what you were saying about the walkout. I have been saying this right from the beginning. That, it's just non-compliance. It's just like not participating. It's just, that's it. Like, you just don't participate in that system, and that system will fall and we can move on quicker. But unfortunately, there's a lot of hypnotized people. It's sad, but at the same time, I do recognize that there's more of us now. There really is. I'm 3 hours away from where I was born and raised, and I went down to the city where I'm born and raised from, Niagara, and I seen it. I went to a concert. I went to a Costco. I seen it. There's more of us unmasked than there is masked. Some with sequence, like you were saying, Wagpog. Some are like virtual signaling, and it's just like, it's a fashion statement for them. It's a virtual signaling. Look at me. I'm fabulous. I'm wearing a mask. I'm important. And I truly believe, like, because you could see it in some of them, in their demeanor, in their functioning of their body, that some of them are activists, some of them are truly frightened, and some of them are just doing this because they thought that's what everybody else was going to do. One gentleman at the concert, as soon as he sat down in his seat, took off his mask. His wife was looking at him like strange, like, why are you, they kind of had a little spat. He puts the mask back on. Intermission, he went to the bathroom in between the forefronter and then the feature. Goes to the bathroom, comes back, and never put his mask back on. My husband was quick to bring that up to the crowd that we were with. So there's so many different mask wearers. Some just do it to get along, and some will put it back on if it was to be mandated. But at the most part, we're winning. However, not enough are ready to do the stay at home. But I think we will get there, but it might be next winter. It's not going to be this one.
So
I think
the
we got to see
problem with
pain.
this, the problem with the stay at home that I have is you need a broad amount of support to actually make it happen, right? And I mean, even people that are on our side, they might have their own issues that, they might be low on money. They just can't swing it, so even though they might want to do it, they still end up going to work. I mean, it's just something that is very hard to organize to get a sufficient amount of people that you actually make an economic impact on the country, that the government wakes up and is like, wow, people are actually really mad. I don't know. I think that, well, I mean, most people are not spending like they were a year ago already because of the interest rates rising and, inflation. But I always work under the principle that we vote with our dollars. So what we buy, what we do, will make the most impact. I mean, I don't know what that looks like though. So sorry to cut the end off what you were saying there off the pillow.
No, I ramble, so I get it. It's no big deal. I am a rambler. But Adrian, I agree with you. But at the end of the day, I think that more people need to feel some pain. I think people need to be rattled. I think that's going to come. Some people haven't been rattled yet, and I think when they get that rattle, they'll maybe look a little deeper into it. but some people haven't even breached the surface of this insanity. They know inside, deep down, that there's something wrong, but they just haven't taken the time to check it out yet or to figure it out. And that'll come, and it'll only come when they feel a little bit of pain. They got to get that poke. Once they get that poke, they'll maybe pay attention a little bit more. But unfortunately, we're awake, most of us in these groups, and we're going to have to wait for them and just be there to flood them with as much information as we can. Don't overwhelm them, but
I hear you on the don't overwhelm them part, because like two things. I think all the ideas that we come up with, right? It's easy to pick them apart. I do think every idea actually has some merit. And to Adrian, right? Like while you were saying, or even somebody else was saying, it would be like difficult, and we need to make money. We need to go to work and stuff. Even in the place I'm at, they'll like give me heat over it when it just totally doesn't make sense. But we can come up with ideas and strategies. I didn't know about the orange juice and Coca-Cola thing, right? So in preparation for an event like that, right? I think someone can benefit us all by creating a repository of ways or ideas to make that work. Or even what I like to do, come up with frequently asked questions or frequently asked concerns and come up with the answers for them. So if you're like, well, this is why I wouldn't, how can I get by that? And then, mature our ideas. It's definitely going to have to be felt to get any sort of notice to by anybody, because again, the convoy did a great thing by really putting the whole motive of the grand scheme of things on their heels. I've heard it time and time again from what they were saying, and they're afraid when they refer to just not being prepared or the sheer number of. So we're going to have to pay attention to the areas that they're going to be talking about trying to exploit us after that, because like a few people said, I have a gut feeling that out of this commission will come a grand way of recommendations on how to squash Canadians rather than talk with Canadians, because that's the one thing that's severely missing in all of their discussions and all of their drilling downs, is how come they're not coming up with just, why didn't we just talk about this, or even like call it out as like there really is a lot of bullshit going on from that side.
So to Donkey's point, and I've said this before, and I think it bears, it's worth repeating. If Trudeau had just put a podium while the truckers were there, if he'd put a podium outside, stood there, got a PA system, went out and said, listen, everyone, I know you probably hate my guts, but I am the Prime Minister of Canada, and I'm out here to listen to your concerns and grievances. I mean, it could have been solved very quickly. And yeah, Donkey, I fully agree. There was just no communication. Trudeau flat out refused to communicate with the truckers in any way whatsoever. So, I mean, I don't know why people are not seeing that, why they're not focusing on the fact, why didn't you just go and speak to them? And I mean, I haven't seen anybody in these public order emergency commissions that are saying, why didn't the government just meet with the truckers, see what they wanted, and speak to them? Why wasn't that an option? I don't know. It seems like it's being glazed over. Anyway, there are hands, so I'm going to step down for a sec.
Captain, you go ahead. I put my hand up after you. You go ahead, Captain Red Pill.
Well, I'm new to this game. I was sleeping until 2022, so I'm newly a woke person, or I guess even that word doesn't mean what I thought it meant. So what the hell do we use? What word do we use when we wake up?
Oh, wait.
You're
Anybody?
awake. You're awake.
I know, because I had this conversation with my friend, and even that word has changed. So I'm paying attention to words more so these days, because I thought woke was something different, and then now it's something different again. So I'm listening to everybody, and I'm like, I listened to that crap. I wasted my life on that crap. I didn't expect anything else more than, them just covering their butt. And at the end of the day, I look at it this way. Didn't change my mind. And the weird thing is, there's miracles in places we're not looking. We were all looking at, what they're saying and how they're going to validate what they did. And I'm like, but on Monday, there was a miracle that happened. Someone commented on a post I had, and I was one of those people that was in Ottawa the first Saturday, and I was happy. I was happy to see all these people. I was new to Ontario. I didn't have friends. I'm locked up, and I'm like, wow, this is great. I don't have to wear a mask. I can hug. This in my mind, it was very, very basic, and I saw nothing wrong until I got home. When I posted the stuff that I had, I was happy, and then I was getting backlash from, what are you doing in Ottawa? So then I realized, okay, I don't know what they're seeing, but then I turned on the news, right? Because I wasn't watching the news while I'm there. I said, oh my God, that's all a bunch of lies. So ever since then, I haven't watched the news at all. But all that to say is, I had to deal with it. I let my video sit on my Facebook page. I said, I don't care. They can come at me. I have no problem. But the funny thing is, so that was in January, February, and now we're November. Doesn't someone come out and say to me on my Facebook page, you know what? When you were in Ottawa, I thought it was wrong. But now I think you were right. I almost fell off my chair. So I'm like, if you just wait patiently, which is what we have to do, unfortunately, and just let people, come to their own conclusions. I don't like being in their faces. I just put stuff. This is just stuff. I have not much to, like, I don't want to be in your face, but you see it, you don't see it, you comment, you don't comment, I don't care. But just to say that it made me think that how many people like that are realizing that after all this time, maybe there was something evil that was taking part, and that they're no longer believing what they're being told. I mean, I just realized the lie sooner than other people, and I was like, I can't go along with this. This is just fucking lies. I was there. I didn't see any of this. It was beautiful. And now you're trying to make it something it's not. And I go, if you can do that and turn people on me, wow, that media and messaging is powerful. I experienced it firsthand. And does that change my path? No. I'm still going to be who I am. But there's a lot of people who really are just baffled. They are afraid to maybe think that, yeah, your government is the enemy. How is that possible? It is, because it happened. So I don't know. We just. I guess this is for me, my personal experiences. My faith is being tested. That's what I feel.
Hogy vagy, Captain, ma este? Mit csinálsz?
I'm doing really well. I'm going to be going to West Virginia because I have 5 days of vacation still left to take. And just to let everybody know, she's somebody I met on Facebook because she's also a photographer. She has an Airbnb. And just to tell you, she posted a very heartfelt video. That poor lady lost her husband. She would have been married 50 years. He died last April at the second jab. I was like,
Miért nem beszélsz magyarul?
többi nem érti, hogy mit mondok, miért fog magyarul beszélni.
Oh, I just wanted to smile for a second. Literally, I just wanted to get a response.
Yeah, so that's my fellow Hungarian who I took to Ottawa, and he was very happy, and that was so much fun, wasn't it?
Hey, there'll be no more satanic talk in this room.
Satanic talk, yeah. Well, just to say that I'm very excited to go to West Virginia, and I'm invited to go stay with Sean in BC. So he's going to be getting his little gift, and
When are you coming
life
out here?
keeps
When are you?
going.
Wait a second, I didn't know anything about this. When are you coming out here?
Okay, so I have to take this vacation because my boss won't let me take it because we have shut down at Christmas. So I'm gonna go to West Virginia, and then next year I get my vacation started back again. And Sean, he's so touched by my the fact that I went out of my way to have something signed for him by Tamara. He says, and you know what? The funny thing is, he tells me his wife is Hungarian. There's a very strange happening going on. I don't know what's going on, but I seem to be connecting with a lot of Hungarians. And here I am sitting in Montreal going, I'm the only one. I come to Ontario and I find so many. It's very, very funny.
Slava Hungary.
Yeah. Us crazy Hungarians. I told Sean, I said, in my spirit, I am a Hungarian gypsy, okay? I come and I tell you your future. All right, now I'm gonna go back.
I honestly thought it was like a troll when you guys first when Donkey was doing it. I was like, wait a minute, is there some kind of troll in the room? We're absentee landlords, so you guys will have to self-rule yourself. Do DM me whenever you're going to be out here, Captain, and then maybe we can hook it up.
Yeah, well,
there.
I don't know how far you are, but he gave me his address because I have his address, right? So he's in Surrey, BC. Are you there? Anywhere near there?
West Virginia, Mountain Mama. No, he
Take me home.
Take me home, country road. Anyway, I don't think Wog's gonna meet you. I think that you should consider that fact. But I think you're a fantastic girl.
Well, I've been divorced for over 10 years, and I've been really seriously a Hungarian gypsy. I think that's what my destiny is. I just want to be mobile. I don't want to be tied down, and I go, if you piss me off, I just pick up and I go away somewhere else. I don't want to have all that. Like you have no idea. If it wasn't for that convoy, I was so close to packing it up and going. I said, I cannot deal with this bullshit.
Remember when you took me to Ottawa and then I was like, hey, I'm just gonna go check on the friends that we met earlier. I'll be back.
Yeah, it's been quite an adventure, I have to say. And that's why I'm saying, if all else fails, even if we head to communism in a blazing glory, I'm going with all of you. So who cares? We can have a party no matter where they plop us. But I think at the end of the day, we have to believe in ourselves and we have to stand our ground. We have to learn our square and stand in it firmly and know who we are. Because when they come after you, that's the only way you can fight them. I know who I am, and you can't spit in my face because I'll spit back.
So I feel like Beth from Yellowstone is your hero as well, and I think that all of us should unite. Correct? Maybe not.
Right.
Hold on. Don't get mad. But Beth from Yellowstone, if you're out anywhere this way in West, yeah, no. Does that not sort of summarize your attitude? Maybe not. You can clarify.
I don't understand because I'm going to West Virginia because that's where my friend is, and she's like-minded like me, and I asked her to take me to her Baptist church because she posted something, and she's also not vaccinated. And the fact that her husband passed away, I think it's a good opportunity to connect with like-minded people, and if they happen to be in West Virginia, even better. I love everybody all around the world as long as they're all about peace, love, and freedom. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing, helping each other because I think a lot of us has felt isolated during this whole lockdown, and that was their mission. And I don't think many of us want to go back there, unfortunately. So for them, they're gonna have to, like, I'll be honest with you, like just seeing the people here, I see them fighting the schools slowly but surely. There seems to be a momentum. People are saying, no, enough is enough. We as Canadians are we're not used to this because we've had it easy. Let's be honest. It's been easy up until now. There's been no real, we haven't had, we had no bombs fall on us.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't really had guns and armies on our soil. So we always think that, hey, we got the Americans, they got the army. You know, we felt secure for a long time. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, I could see this was heading in this way because even myself working for Bombardier and, you know, used to be Canadair, was a Crown corporation. Can you imagine? And then it was globalization. And I'm like, how is this a good thing? We're outsourcing our jobs and they're trying to tell you it's a good thing. So I'm used to this stupid lies that are told to us and they sell it to us in a way that it's good. And now I'm seeing that we've been sold a lot of good lies. And people just have to say, I don't want what you're selling anymore. That's as simple as that. And I'm like, no, I ain't buying it anymore. How many lies have we been told?
Everything.
Exactly.
Every aspect, across the board. We've been lied to about everything. I was there too, Captain Red Pill. I was there the first weekend. I wanted to go back every weekend.
Did I accidentally hug you?
We might have hugged. Honest to God, I hugged so many people. It was ridiculous. No, it was wonderful. It was not ridiculous. It was absolutely wonderful. I did a lot of lives on my Facebook. People hated me and my family already. So I was like,
I feel
yeah,
you.
yeah. I do remember there's one prominent moment, Saturday, just after lunch. I'm in front of the Parliament, and there was a lot of snow there. Remember that? Captain Red Pill, if you didn't go back after the first Saturday, were you not jealous that everything was like, everything was shoveled and clean and people were dancing? Because my feet were so frozen. It was like minus 27, I think. It was so freaking cold, and there was like so much snow. It was the very first weekend. So there was a lot of snow, and I remember saying to my husband at one point, honey, I need to unthaw my feet. We have to go back to the hotel room for a little bit, and then we can come back out, but I'm in trouble here. Like, I was so cold. But I remember this one moment where the backdrop of these two men that was chatting with me and my husband, one was an electrician I knew from my husband's partner. They were friends, and he had brought his friend. Now, I had multiple conversations with the electrician at the cottage over the summer, like the summer before. Like, I knew him. And I remember having this conversation with them that they were going to bring back the mandates or they were going to lock us down again. And he would argue with me. His wife was a nurse, and he was like, you're crazy. And anyway, we had our conversations, just him and I on the porch out there. But there these two men were. And the conversation was going on, and it was an opportune moment for me to mention Operation Paperclip. Like that all this was happening because Operation Paperclip. Yeah. And his friend, who I'd never met before, my husband had, I found out later, but this guy, he says to me, oh, here the Parliament was behind him. I'm standing in the snow. The event is huge. It's like a history in the making. And he says to me, well, you can't believe everything you see on the internet. And that was the moment I looked at my husband like, okay, I'm fucking done. Like, I'm not engaging with conversation anymore with these people. I was so pissed off at this man. Oh, you can't believe everything on the internet. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's in books, buddy. Like, anyway, that was a moment I wanted to share with you. But it was a wonderful weekend. I bawled my eyes out. Like it was like a release because I had already went through my roller coaster ride. I oh yeah. So that was my release. The convoy actually helped me heal what I went through since the beginning, right? But I wanted to make sure I went back to what Adrian said with regards to why couldn't they put this podium up with a microphone? If the man was too scared to come down and converse with people, at least put something there to say, I'm here to converse and to understand what your grievances are. Well, this is something that not everybody wants to talk about, but I'm sure Captain Red Pill, you will remember this. Even on the first weekend, there was doctors. That was whispered in everybody's ear. That was something we all talked about. Oh my God, Dr. Paula Alexander is going to be here. Oh my God, Dr. Hodgkins is going to be here, and yada yada yada. Brian Brindle. They're coming. They're going to speak, and that's all I was infatuated with. I couldn't wait to see them on the stage. I was like, where are they? Where are they? When are they getting here? And they all, and they did have their press releases, and they did say, we want to talk to Tam and the health team that Trudeau has.
Exactly. I remember that. Yes.
Right. So what I wanted to say back to Adrian was this. The reason why Trudeau didn't want to converse is because, whether people realize it or not, the number one, to me, this is how I feel. And I feel this because, and I do believe certain things were behind this convoy. It's recorded room, and I'm not going to get into it. But we wanted to challenge the science, and we still do. Like, I'm sure everybody in this room would agree with that. There needs to be a debate. Science needs to be challenged. But at the end of the day, the power that they want to unleash on us is you got to follow this science, and it can't be challenged. It has to be our science or no science. This is the way it is. And at the end of the day, he knew they wanted to challenge the science. And we had some serious doctors with serious credentials that would like to have a discussion and a debate with regards to the science. They've never been able to produce science to us. They still haven't. It doesn't exist. So all of this is an illusion. Every aspect of it is an illusion. And I just wanted to go back with what Adrian said. And to some degree, why couldn't he put a podium there? Well, that's why. Because he knew at the end of the day, we were challenging the science. And we still are. And we still will be.
But at the end of the day, at this point, I come to the conclusion they know what they're doing. They're just trying to test how dumb we are. Now, hey, you can be as dumb as you want. You can believe what you're being told, but I have my own free will. And I don't want to hear any more of these liars anymore. I shut them out. I don't let them into my headspace, and I'm going to let God take care of or karma, call it what you will. But these people that I see, very smug, talking like I am untouchable. I am an MP. I work for the government. And I said, you know what? We all have a limited time. We all have an expiry date. And if you can go sleep with yourself, good. I myself personally, I hit the pillow and I'm sleeping like a baby. I'm not, I don't feel that I treat others the way I want to be treated. It's that simple. You're nice to people, people are nice to you. You're crappy, they're crappy to you. But what I'm seeing is the culmination. Like, I always just ask myself, this is not good. The direction we're going is just greed. Like, I can tell you what, corporation with their exponential growth. I'm like, hello, exponential growth is unrealistic. So we're all accustomed to getting our return on investment. We're not happy with 2%. We want 20. I has like there was this momentum. So at one point we have to pull back the reins and say, okay, we have to reevaluate what is important in life. And we all have to do that. And if these people who think their jobs are going to be there, like, I mean, granted, I think being an MP, you have a good job, well paying, good pension, but eventually you retire. You go back to the community. What I'm pissed off about is that people that are their neighbors are not giving them the evil eye. Because if any of those MPs were my neighbors, I'd be giving them the evil eye. So I don't know what to say, but what I'm seeing is
The Hungarian
trying.
evil eye with a little bit of that weirdo language whispered lowly, it would freak the hell out of me.
Right. I'd have a voodoo doll and I'd be poking the damn thing because I can tell you that I'm not impressed because the MP for Burlington is Katrina Gould. Every time I see her face, like, I just want to throw up. And she never answers the phone. You know, her assistant will send you an email, blah, blah, blah. But I guess at this point, there's less of them really, and there's more of us. It's just a question of how much are we willing to sacrifice. And I already told my daughter jokingly, I said, when I call you, you're going to bail me out of jail. That's our inside joke. So as long, like I go, eventually I'm just saying, I always go, what's the worst case scenario? They can't put all of us in jail. Like, it's just not possible. There's just not enough room. And then I think about it a second time. The judge would ask me, are you guilty? And I said, guilty as sin. I said, the jail is on the outside. Just let me go in there and sleep and write my memoirs. You know, like, everything is upside down. The good people are being, you know, we pay the taxes and they just, like, I realized that really at the end of the day, it's not even it's Corporation of Canada. It's just another corporation. How do we deal with corporations? That's really, and I understand what Livermore is saying is like, sometimes you have to approach this. You fight the war with the same tactics your enemies are using. But I'm just talking to you as a human being now, and I'm like, oh my God, I have to be a doctor. I have to be a lawyer. Like, wow. You know, we can't be all things all the time. Like, I've learned more now than I ever did before. And I just turned 59. So could you imagine what a young kid? Like, I see my daughter, she's looking at me and she's going, Mom, don't talk politics. Don't talk politics. So she's my little guinea pig. I'm trying to ascertain the drip that I have to give people to like, I'm doing the same tactics as government does on us to the people around me. I'm now the brainwasher. I'm going to kill them with kindness. So they have tactics, and I go, we just have to learn what their tactics is and turn it and use it back on them. That's all we have to do. Is they're trying to make us feel like you are nothing, we are everything. And I'm like, no, you're nothing and I am everything. I am the universe, I am the power.
Yeah. Did
And then
Patrick speak? Sorry, Captain. Did Patrick speak? I feel like I have seen his hand up for a very long time.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm kind of reminded, it was brought up, like, you know, how do you make the government hurt or what may have you? And I'm kind of reminded of the 1919 strike in Winnipeg, where they pretty much crippled the city for 5 weeks. And it was everything was legal and above board, as it was a general labor strike. And, you know, I'm just wondering if some sort of reenactment of that across some of the provinces, you know, maybe hit them where it hurts, and it might cripple enough of the economy that they might finally start listening.
But I think they want to cripple the economy. That's the problem.
That and like the economy has been leveraged as an argument to, I think, potentially come up with strategies to, again, squash any sort of dissidents in the future.
But crippling the economy, like if that's their end goal, like they're just shooting themselves in the foot because that's a lot of their a lot of the income base for the government.
They want us to own nothing, and then we depend on them, and then we're their slaves. That's why they want to do it.
True.
So can I just, I guess we'll go to Chinook, but can I just respond to that whole thing about they want to cripple the economy? So, I mean, when Tiff Macklem of the Bank of Canada raises the interest rates so high, that is about taking liquidity out of the system and crippling the economy, right? So, I mean, they want job losses so that they can try and bring inflation down to their target of roughly 2% year over year. So they are, at this point, they want to cripple the economy. They want people to lose their jobs because people who don't work don't spend. So then there's supply and demand, right? So then there's more goods on the shelf that stay there longer because nobody has the money to actually buy them. And then the merchant is forced to lower the prices. And I mean, that extends to all parts of the economy. So, and then they'll take credit for it. It's like, oh, well, you know, Trudeau and Freeland and the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, we achieved our goal of like, lowering the inflation rate to 2% year over year, despite all of the damage that it's going to do to, people's lives. They lose their livelihood. They can't afford to buy goods. Their standard of living decreases as such. But I mean, they don't care about that. So, I mean, I just wanted to respond to that. I guess Chinook, go ahead. You've had your hand up for a long time.
Hey everyone. Captain Red Pill, I just gotta say I love your friggin' attitude. You're so inspiring and you just make me smile and happy and just inspired. So when I hear you speak, it actually just transports me back in time to the beginning of the convoy there. So I just love that, and it's infectious, and that energy is what will get all of us off our ass. But I also liked getting in trouble by Livermore. He had a lot of really good things to say. So yeah, and Donkey had some good ideas too with the FAQ and this reaching people stuff. And I just wanted to jump in here and say thanks, you guys, that's what these rooms are awesome for this, right? Just sharing our ideas, and we got some more drama coming for sure, because we know there's Convoy 2.0, right? That was organized by that Awake Canada or whatever. So that's going to be around the 15th, February 15th, I think. I was telling people about it earlier. I think I seen it on Facebook. There's a screenshot I shared. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see like how that will go. How are they going to handle it? How can we prepare for it? Because we know, like people have been saying, that they're going to start changing, or they're going to try to change how we can protest, I guess. So yeah, just some ideas as I was listening to the conversation. It's been really good listening to you guys. Thanks. Oh, I'll just add too. I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Regan yesterday or the day before. Someone in the rooms was mentioning that, like a lot of us are sitting here ready to go. We just don't have the ideas, or everyone has a different thing they're good at or they do. So when all you smarty pants people come up with stuff like that, then like maybe we should just have a document people can go to, and maybe in either in the Signal or the other groups, and we can have something that, okay, this needs to be done. Someone needs to make this happen. And it's just sort of people can come at it at any time of day. There's not the weird scheduling thing of, oh, I missed this thing, so I don't know what's going on. Like people can kind of come back to the well, if you get my meeting there, I guess, and see what, either stick ideas in there or take a task and do it. Just throwing that out there.
You mean like the topless pick group that we have going there that you're part of?
Yeah, I'm not privileged to be in that one apparently.
Oh yeah, that's why you call you double D Nook in there.
Oh my God, how did you know?
Oh, oh my God. How does he do that? How does he do that? And everyone's like, sir.
Because it's funny, that's why.
I know, but like,
creepy
Chinook is
crystal
so polite.
ball.
I'm like,
It's
why
not
you calling me a
creepy.
fucking-
Jesus Christ.
Chinook girl.
Which person in the room thought that I was serious with anybody? If you're that gullible, then get
Sorry.
out. We don't need that kind of gullibility in here.
I'm a fly on the wall. Carry on. You're
No, you just wanted me to make double D jokes about you. I know how
No.
girls work.
No, I'm dying. She looks like she's so
You
polite.
wanted,
I'm like,
you want
oh,
you want the
girl.
G's.
Listen,
LA needs the G's.
No. I got none of that. But Chinook is so polite, and I just think that's amazing because she's so lovely.
Every time you guys say
Aw.
double D, I think about like Donkey Donk as like some of the AKAs I've come up with or aliases was double D.
Ooh.
But to add on, Chinook.
How can we make that
Oh.
list happen? I'm kind of dumb about that part. Right?
Chinook.
Oh.
Chinook. Hey.
What?
So what I'm thinking, right, is like take your ideas, and I'm sure you got a few other circles of friends, and this is one of the things that I know since the start they knocked on us is our ability to assemble, right? The convoy scared the shit out of them. We need to develop our circles of friends in different types of ways. So, find your Telegram groups, find your real life groups. I have one neighbor down the street, and we never like really ever cross paths because he's only on Facebook. You know what I mean?
Wait, one sec. What is it that you're gonna meet up with your neighbors to do? I want you to clarify that. I'm gonna say it in a whisper voice, but what are you doing on Telegram and with your neighbors? I would like you to clarify it for me because I've been at this for
They're-
a while. And
they're
I
Joe
want you
Boy.
to spell it out. Thank
Joe
you,
Boy
Doc.
groups.
Comparing foreskin.
No, you just get together with people, LA. You know what I mean? It's just like you let the dogs run, sit around a fire. You have the same discussion we're having now, except for there's no like intermediary binariness. Hey, Donkey, do you have any ideas for what Chinook was laying down there? I think you're sort of the smarty programmy type of data holder guys.
What's amazing, right, is I like over my couple years of waking up, there's a lot of overlapping endeavors. There's even a lot of like IT tech groups and stuff like that, and the ideas that is common amongst them is how do we share information, and that's to create a platform. But then I think additionally, because there's actually more content out there of different groups that help each other, that it's almost like how do we network and connect these groups and stuff like that. It is in the making because I'm not the only one who's thought of it. But I would say
I want an encrypted collab thing. And my God, you're not using Microsoft Teams, are you? I want an encrypted collab thing. You know what I mean? Any ideas on that, Donkey?
an encrypted collab, like
Or
collaboration.
like a blockchain kind of database thing, like for the victim. Is that what you're saying?
No, but it's like like Microsoft Teams, but like encrypted and something we could use to like make like shared documents that other people could edit and shit like that. That was the question to Donkey. But you know what, Chinook, something did come up the other day, and someone was mentioning this idea. If only we could do some kind of virtual protesting, and I was like, "Fuck, your idea is a good idea. You should still keep actioning on that." But anyways,
I got stuck on the blockchain database thing. Like I don't know.
Oh fuck, what, that thing I just talked about?
Well, yeah, it's like we need a database of all these victims that's like incorruptible, right? Like, no one can fuck with it. That's
there is some out there. You can look it up. I think it's still up right now, but there's like a couple. I know there's like Sorry I Got Vaxxed and I Am Free Canada and
Oh my God, can you DM me that stuff? Because I'm not gonna remember it.
Can I just share something? Because I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be quiet. What breaks my heart is there were physicians and like medical people trying to fight for this shit. A year and a half ago, I did rallies where I am. Who fucking cares? Frontline, blah, blah, blah. There are medical people that were trying to lead the way, uh, speak out, give stats. They were trying to do it in a way that wouldn't get them banned and in trouble. Guess what? They're all gone. They're gone from these accounts. They're gone from their own, like the College of Physicians, wherever you are now in Canada. There's Alberta, BC, blah, 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 Ontario. They have been destroyed. My brother, by the way, was an ER doc for 30 years, and he was incubating our friends in the early real COVID, March, February, when this all started. When it really happened, I was one of them. I'm across the country. He's like, you need to go, blah, blah, blah. There was a real thing. He devoted his life to Merge Care. He's not the only one I'm speaking of. There's other people I know in this who were like taking the directives from the above. They're not corruptive. They are outside thinkers like we are. But guess what? They were very busy fucking saving lives and doing what needed to be done because that's what they do. They weren't on Twitter. They weren't talking about this shit. But guess what? They blinked and their careers are gone and they have been fired and they are facing these boards. Some of them are fighting it. You have to pay like thousands of dollars, getting lawyers, blah, blah. I mourned this a year and a half ago. It was the sickest thing. I'm like, if we don't have our medical and people who devoted, and I'm not talking about like 5 years, I'm talking like 30 years, you guys, 20 years, 30, 40. These guys literally like lived their oath. They were doing it. And we all think, oh, they're corrupt. No, these are not the guys that were corrupt. And so I'm going to leave this with you because I'm wondering. So these guys fought, they have been slammed, they're gone. We don't see them. They've lost their careers. They're way more noble, probably than most of us, I think, but that's subjective, I understand. So what do we say here? What do we do? And I'm so tired of this because I know we're like Telegram and blah blah. So what happens when this all shuts down tomorrow? What happens when you can't reach your phone tomorrow? What happens when you don't have
Then you know your local people
exactly.
So that's the point.
That's what I'm saying. I know you know this. So where do people find you? Where are people finding people? And people
Well,
are
there's
alone,
also that
Wog.
thing about meeting at the libraries on Saturdays at 9,
I don't.
right? Like
Okay, I think you should reiterate that. That's a good point. There
that's
are people
always
who are
been a thing,
alone.
right?
I'm gonna shut the fuck up and you're gonna continue, Chinook, because there are people who are alone. There are people who are like praying to Jesus, God, whatever. We've been doing this for a long time. There are amazing smart human beings that are like fucking gone. They're not gone, but they are. They've lost careers. They've been taken down. The powers that be are gonna do it. So where do you guys meet?
You know what, LA? I remember discussing this with you a few months back about your brother. What was the very first person that was like taken away from me? I was like, I think it was
Okay,
like
fucked,
mid-sentence.
so carry on. Go ahead.
Mid-sentence,
Sorry.
mid-sentence. She was deleted off of, I think it was Facebook I was looking at. This is 2020. And like all of a sudden the video of her interview was just gone. That was, I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? I inboxed the person who sent it to me. She comes back with like, I can't share it anymore. And I'm like, well, what the hell is happening? So anyway, obviously censorship was hitting a peak. So there was people coming out right from the get-go. And that was the red flag for me. I remember saying this to you, I'm pretty sure. I commend your brother. There, like a lot of people are angry with all the doctors that didn't come out and come forward. And all I can think in my head is, I'm not saying all of the doctors in the hospitals and the emergency rooms and such were on the right oath, but there were some that were walking amongst zombies, guys. And just their presence meant something. And they're still there to this day. and they're struggling to sleep at night. So I can't just throw an anger at all these doctors. I just can't do it, because I believe in my heart, like we all know that not everybody is crazy and corrupt and delusioned. Some of them are amongst, like, and they get up and go to work every day and they work with these insane people around them. And they're doing that because they're actually in their oath. And I know it's really hard for us to understand, but I wanted to go back to what Chinook said, like, where do we go now? And I'll be honest, I honestly, guys, I know I'm not the only one seeing this. There's tons of people that are coming out that are injured, and they're realizing this now, and they're voicing their opinions on Twitter. They're even Facebook. They're saying that they're being shunned. They're not being recognized. People are telling them they're liars. They're desperate to to be embraced. They want to be embraced. And when you think about where do we go next, honestly, I believe this is where you go. This is where you go. This, I think, is a huge impact. These people need a place where people are going to welcome them, like-minded, or, just with compassion, because the camp that they used to belong to doesn't have compassion for them anymore, because they don't want them to come out with these horrible stories. They want to keep their narrative going. And these people are lost and they're hurting, and there's lots of them. And I don't know. I feel like we should do a space or something and welcome them. I don't know, but there's tons of them. Anyway, I'll shut up now, but I just wanted to make my point. And the same with the trans. I came in a room the other night, and while you gave me shit, like you gave me total shit. And no, there are people that are totally against this transgender shit. And it's a movement that's starting to begin. People are starting to wake up within different camps. Like, there are wake people in the camp. They're stuck in this fucking camp. And they're realizing, this is weird. Okay, I don't belong here. This is strange. And they want out. And all of these camps have to get together, as small as it might be. But we have to just let go of the division, man. At the end of the day, this is the only way we're going to survive, is to unite. Anyway.
Well, amen to that. And at the end of war, guess what they do? They have their battle, and then they breathe it out, and they're done, right? And they find common ground. You just said it. That was amazing. Thank you.
We all just got to get over ourselves at the end of the day. That's it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Those are really good points. And I think that FAQ idea that Donkey was talking about can fit into that, right? Like, when we start preparing the way for all the people that are going to be carted in and the injured, you look at it.
Donkey said it. He did. He even mentioned it. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
They're all around us. A lot of them are silent, and they're silent because there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, and then even like the VSRF thing, like the vaccine research thing with Steve Kirsch, I've been checking that out every week for months now. But it's funny, whenever I tell someone about it, I go to try and Google it, and you can't find it. Like, it doesn't show up on even the first 3 pages of search. So I have to, find it through my emails and stuff, and it's just a gong show. So, but that's one of the places where people go and they talk, like the injured and Clubhouse. And I mean, there's these little kind of groups split up, but I just love still that idea of, people need to tell their stories, and stories are powerful. Like, that's how you can move mountains, really, right? Like, whoever controls the story, we look at that with the media. So I've just been thinking that's so important for so long, that we need to take that power back, and we need to give all these injured people somewhere that can't be corrupted, right? Like a virtual protest or whatever idea can
Enough. Do you
come.
remember when they were starting to do the vaccines and kids were going back to school, or maybe not? I'm not challenging you. I'm actually just asking if you even know that there were medical people speaking out. I guess it was like May of 2021. Maybe you don't, because I know a lot of people were dealing with young kids in school, but what about the older ones? Do you know about that, Chinook?
No, not really. I had a year off with my kid, and then it's just been sort of reintegrating in the last little bit, trying to get her back in. And it's crazy right now what's going on in our school here. There's so many bad bugs. Like, we're just getting over a really, really bad one. I don't know what we had, but it actually felt a lot like COVID, but it was brutal. And she's still kind of coughing and stuff, but
I don't know if I'm
and
getting old, but it's like, yeah, I remember like freaking getting sick so harsh sometimes, and you know you bounce back from it and stuff, and it's like the idea now that they're putting this fear into us that, oh my goodness, we have a bad bug, it must be COVID. And it's like, no, we are human, we catch bad bugs, so that's how we've evolved, that's how we exist. If we didn't have these, then we would not exist. But I think again, that's their master plan. So I did mention
well,
earlier, I looked up, sorry, I just wanted to get a couple sites out. Sorry, I got vaxxed.com. You can basically, if you're harmed by the COVID vaccine, have you or someone you loved have been harmed by the vaccine, please tell your story. That's one place. Because again, I don't want to always reinvent the wheel. Sometimes I think we need to be able to connect all these wonderful resources we have and just keep building them up. And the other one is takeaction.ca, where if you just want to volunteer, like showing up for events or handing out things, it's a places where you can get resources and information.
that's awesome. I don't know if this is the right place. I'll just ask you real quick, but like the blockchain idea is that I'm not really a techie person. So if let's say we were to have a database like that where it started to get nationwide attention and people wanted to add their stuff to it, that it couldn't be taken down, like, is that possible, or is that what these sites that you're mentioning are
It
sort
is
of
a
like that?
tough battle finding a host, because I remember there was discussion. I think it was an Icelandic hosting company. They were saying, we are free speech. We are free speech. You can say what you want. And then they actually rugged some things. And it's just like, you guys are the biggest liars in the whole wide world. There are some out there, and WOG might actually, like, this is the part where I do lack understanding how we can leverage the blockchain and stuff like that. But it's a between then at the tough point, right? Is you need to be able to have a public facing connector, like a domain, and then somehow tunnel that in towards an encrypted or blockchain type of resource information, because platforms are tough to come by. They do keep rugging people, but they do survive. They do persevere. It's just it's a never ending battle.
Captain Red
Thank
Pill
you for
has had
sharing that.
you've had your hand up, but so go ahead. I feel like I just came to see, this is what happens. I come in here, I'm like, hear shit. I want to tell you guys something about the medical and about a specific physician. And if you guys want to find support, I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about as far as that goes. But go ahead, Captain Red Pill. But I want to tell you that after, because it goes back about a year and a half, and I don't see things changing. That's all.
Well, then I step in and I'm going to say, I am going to put a proposition out here in the group, and specifically to Wash Paj and Donkey Dong. I do not want to invest in the stock market. I want to invest in people. I know how to become incorporated because I have been incorporated. I'm a master executive administrator. I just don't want to be in the forefront. So if there's a possibility of a podcast, anything to spread the word of freedom, I'm willing to back it with money. So I want Watchbot to think about it. We could become business partners because I see talent, and what breaks my heart is the only thing that lacks is investment. And I really do not want to invest in nonsense. I don't want to invest in Amazon. I'd rather invest in people. And that's what I see for the new moon. And talking about the new moon, I have to tell you, I had the craziest fucking dreams this morning. I was dreaming so hard, I was late for work. It was so funny. And Donkey Dong, you're gonna laugh. I was in fucking Hungary and I couldn't wake up from that dream. There were Ferris wheels. I was having the time of my life. And then I get to my computer. I said, you're 30 minutes late for a Zoom meeting. I went, oh, fuck. So it's a new moon. There's new hope. And I'm trying to give new energy for everybody who needs to believe. And I have faith that humanity will get on the right path. It's just a matter of time. Just be patient. Love you all. And watch Podge. Get back to me if this is a possibility. And that goes for you, Donkey Dong.
Yeah, we've been working on stuff in the background. We're just not sure what to do. The problem with making blockchain, Chinook, is that if someone puts shitty stuff on there or bullshits and puts like 5 of their own profiles on it, how do you regulate that, right? So blockchaining sounds like a great idea. You can basically just do a secure, like there's other layers of shit you can do. You don't have to do it like blockchain is just a thing that everyone talks about, but that's just my thoughts on that. But I think your virtual protest thing is a win.
Hey, Wudge, for that, I said Wudge. Lucky. Anyways, there was a process that was utilized, and what it was you would have a temporary landing pad that wouldn't necessarily even be in the actual content or in the final destination, and you have what you would call just authenticators and moderators. So good question, good concern. I think that kind of stuff can be addressed, and if you want, we can take it offline.
That would be awesome. Can I be part of that conversation, please? We can talk on Discord or somewhere else. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we got all that. He's on everything, so we can yak about it. I mean, I think that the idea here is like you can go Nth security, public ledger and but I mean, it would require like people using their real names or some kind of identifier, and then uploading something, and then you're in this like nightmare of like privacy, custodianship and blah blah blah, right? It's like I don't know,
Can I
but
ask a question, Wog, about that? Can I?
yeah. There's no
So,
rules.
well, there is, but let's go back like in time when we first found the twit. If you were following people or getting info, right? What was it, 1.5, 2 years ago or before that? So there were people on here that were doing like really important stuff, and they were here using the Twitter to share info that we needed, right? Just say yes or no. Yes, we did. They're
Yeah.
right? Okay. And then they were trying to sort of like, I'm gonna call it like an SOS. So some of them got real good at trying to share with all of us, like, I'm in this position, da 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 da. These are the stats. And they learned how to use their words and to like post things to not get slammed right away, right? Some of them did it really well for a good year. Then they were gone. So, what are your thoughts about that? Because these people put their careers and their science and knowledge, blah, 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 on the line. And here we are, we're like, yeah, right? So they're gone. Like, they're not even doing this anymore. So there's still power to what you're doing, what we're doing right now. I just want to know what your thoughts are, because not everyone slides into like a Telegram or what you guys are talking about. That's very techy. So what's the benefit of what we're doing right now? Or is there? Or is it gone?
Yeah, no, there's tons of benefit. I mean, look, if we don't discuss this stuff and talk about the commission or talk about whatever, then, they win, so it's like, that's what we're doing. And you don't need to be super techie, but for me, when Malone or McCullough gets kicked off, whatever, I just go to Substack. So I just read their long form shit after that went off. So, I just go to that thing and pump in my email, and then it shoots me out every time they write an essay. It comes to me. So there's ways around it. There's always going to be ways around it. Some of them went to Getter and all this other stuff. I just sort of refuse. I try to permeate on Twitter because I just don't want like 15 different things. But Telegram's not that hard to get onto, and you can search groups there. That's the interesting thing. And then
So maybe
whatever.
you should reiterate that because it was really hot at the beginning, and then
Well, I don't have Telegram, but what I do have is friends.
I'm
So
saying
I
that.
have real world friends that I know, and they said, "Hey, are you going to the campfire tonight?" I'm like, "What campfire?" I'm like, "Oh, the Telegram group campfire." "You're not on Telegram?" I'm like, "No, I'm not on Telegram." I'm like, "When is it?" And it's like, "Okay, every time you guys have a fire, just shoot me, make an email list or text me on Signal, whatever." And then, so it's just about, I don't know. I don't think a lot of this stuff really requires all that stuff. It just requires that we put ourselves out there and say, "Hey, this is what I'm about." So fun little story that happened to me recently is that I went to get a medical care from a medical dude, and I walk in, and the receptionist's like, "Yeah, blah blah blah. Who are you?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's me." And then she's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, there's a mask there." And I'm like, "Okay, thanks." And then I just go and sit down without the mask. And then the other guy across the room, I could see this old redneck sitting across the room from me. He's like, "Hey, fuck, that guy's getting away without wearing a mask. I'm kind of feeling a little bit stupid here." And then the guy comes out, and he's like, "Well, yeah, okay, yeah, but you got to put on a mask." I'm like, "Well, I'm not really into wearing a mask, And he goes, "Well, well, aren't you?" He goes, "Well, can I ask why?" And I'm like, "Well, because masks don't work." And like he's like, "Okay." And then he's like, "Well, can I ask you like why you just won't do it like right now?" Like he's sort of like nervous, and we're in the front room, and the receptionist is watching me, and the old fat redneck in the corner is watching me. And I go, "Well, I'm just not going to be part of the whole theater, to be honest with you." And he goes, "Theater, all right, all right. Well, I'll grab a mask and I'll take it with us for the theater." And then he just held the mask in his hand, and we walked together to the room. But it was kind of a funny little interaction because I could see like the other guy was like, "Oh fuck, he got away without wearing a mask." And I was like, "Oh fuck, maybe I should get away without wearing a mask." But like the eye contact with that guy was like, it was worth something. I don't know. But I think it's those little movements, because the healthcare guys are still playing the game, right? The hospitals are still playing the game. The walk-in clinics are still playing the game. Like all of these medical
Some of them
providers
are.
are still
Some of them
playing.
are. So there's
Yeah,
a
well,
few
a lot
gems.
less up in Alberta, but
You're
down.
right. No. There's more that are playing that game. You're correct. There's some fucking gems that will close the door, and they will say exactly what you're saying, Wog. And you know what? Guess what? They're done, right? That's what scares me. These guys are not gonna survive this. They'll close the
Well,
door.
they're even more done than that. These guys are fucking. So I didn't. This is a separate story, but one of the guys, he could tell I was an anti-vaxxer, but this place is super stringent. So of course I get off on wearing my balaclava in public because I'm like, well, this is fucking great. I can actually wear a balaclava and look like a fucking bank robber everywhere I go. Especially the bank is always hilarious when you walk in with a balaclava. But anyways, so I'm wearing this balaclava thing, but I got it like my nose is sticking out of it because I whatever. And so the guy goes, "Well, you got to pull your mask up." And then once he detects I'm an anti-vaxxer. But he was so nervous, he was so fucked up, and then he just opened up to me about how the whole medical system is fucked. Like you could tell that he feels like the wool has been pulled over his eyes. He wants to leave the medical system. He wants to move to a different country. Like he's just fucking done with this thing. And I see, compassion for these guys, but on the same hand, it's like I take my job pretty seriously about different things, and I have to make judgment calls, and I have to do research on things, and the fact that they didn't do research and they didn't do this, I'm sure that this guy feels like a terrible piece of dog shit because I'm pretty sure that he's dealing with the side effects of pushing this shit, right? So it's those guys, a lot of them are really struggling, and I think that system is on the verge of collapse, not because of fucking overburdening. I think they're on the verge of collapse because they know that they got mentally just the tipped.
I think it just hit them like a wrecking ball. You would go, you'd graduate, and you would never understand the extent of which the medical scaffolding is fragile. Like you only realize it when you're at the top of this tower. There's a small earthquake, and the top shakes really, really hard and starts to crumble. And then and only then you realize that the base was fragile too.
So can I just say, knowing I'm not doing it, but knowing it like as a lifelong, for real, it's in my soul, from the bottom of medical, like go to medical school and then be somebody who like pulls bullets out of people, great. Then let's go to the top of people who are, what do they call them? Like internists and specialists. I have my own story about that, but that's not what I'm talking about. People at the top, and they're called hospital heads. If these guys, as they are, if these guys could not navigate what's going on right now, we all need to shut the fuck up, is all I'm
Well,
going to tell you.
I think of it this way. People who get to med school don't get there by challenging authority and by applying broad critical thinking. You get there with extreme compliance, and you have to be really good at it, because because an A minus somewhere will sink your career. So the people that have the other kind of smarts, the smarts that allow you to navigate the pandemic and the vaccine, those are the people that become entrepreneurs, not medical specialists.
Wait, do they? Or were they like sideswiped, like all of us? I'm just going to put that for you. You want to answer that one?
Your thoughts?
So, what you just said, the ones that were in it for many years, were they, and they're gone, or they left, or fired, whatever? What are they doing right now? You think they're entrepreneurs?
No, no, no. So the very few that pushed back and got condemned by their professional associations, I don't know what they do now. I hope, I mean, one thing they could do is wait on the sidelines, because their day will come. I know one like this. The ones, most doctors I know are completely drank the Kool-Aid. So I know they're hopeless, because they have too much experience to they've been it for so long that everything is calcified. Their vision of their world has calcified, and now me coming from the outside won't be able to change it. The guys, I was thinking, as you were chatting, I was thinking, how did I even get to this space? And I remember it was not me looking to be part of the group. There was a process of looking for an answer that it started in maybe something like year 2000, where I was following someone who followed someone who followed someone, and then, okay, I'm following this guy that seems smart, but no, now he's wrong fatally, and he was called out by this other guy, and just from A to B to C, it's the process of looking for the right answer will lead you to the right place. What led me here, actually, when you posted this question about remdesivir, which almost gave me a heart attack, knowing that the province of Alberta and Quebec is catering remdesivir to people. The guy I pinged there is the one actually that led me to Twitter in the first place. An entrepreneur with fuck you money who's really good at analyzing things and taking looking at multiple ways to correlate known robust facts to come up with a relatively safe answer. You don't always get things right, but when you're wrong, you're not fatally wrong, right? That attitude is what gets filtered out in the medical profession. I'll give you one last example. There's this guy, he's a professor in Montreal. His name is Henry Mintzberg. is a professor in the MBA program, and he sort of revolted. There's going to be a connection. He revolted against MBA programs in general because he said, okay, we're taking these guys, these young guys, and they come to great business schools, and we give them cases, and to be good at solving a business problem, context is really important. So we give them these narrow cases. What would we do with a student that rises and said, sir, this question is missing some critical elements. I refuse to answer. That's a C student. The students that succeed in our business schools are the ones that are going to take a very strong stance. They'll have, we take ignorance. We take people that are ignorant. We take people with ignorance. I don't feel that I'm saying this right, but and then we make them confident. Our schools are producing people that are both ignorant and confident. So we're producing arrogant pricks and they have an MBA diploma. So the med school isn't quite the same, but it's going to graduate compliant people with unaware of their own blind spots.
Monsieur Kamal, I'm not going to say it right.
That was perfect, actually.
Oh, Monsieur Kamal. So I want you to look up Dr. John Benoit. I can spell it for you if you want. So this guy was here fighting for all of us, all of our kids, a long time ago on the Twitland. I don't know how he did it, because some docs are just like fucking doing doc work, showing the stats, showing what the fuck, what the hell. Please don't inject the shit. Let's be outside of the box. He is probably your kind of guy. And you know what? It doesn't matter. It's not like I'm not name dropping here. What I want you to hear is that someone who also did a number of decades to save lives and then started to say, what the fuck? And was willing to put it on the line, as you're saying. And guess what? These guys were fucking canned. This doctor was speaking for university students when they started to go, well, you can't come back to school unless you have a vaccine. Can you imagine if you're like going to school, or you want to go to school, or you're already in it, and you're like, you can't go back to school or have a life if you don't take this fucking needle in your arm, or you can't get a part-time job. It doesn't matter, right? Young people. We're going to go to young people. He was the one. He was part of speaking with JFK's brother there. Sorry, I don't know his name. I know he's the one that speaks about vaccines and blah, blah. He does it. He did it. Guess what? He was fucking canned and had to pay 40 G's to sit in front of a board of like however many, 10 of the college, right? And guess what? This is what doctors are doing. The outside of the box that you're talking about, they can't do it. It's set up. And I'm not a conspiracy foil person. I'm speaking from I'm old school. So I'm old school. You go to school. If you're smart enough to go to school, you're correct. Who cares if you get a med degree, right? That's part one. It's like SEAL team first, 4 weeks? Okay, great. But what can you do with that for the rest of your life? You know what? They fucked these guys and women, sorry. They fucked them. So you're speaking to it. I'm going to shut the fuck up. But I want you to look up this guy because he is destroyed for being a voice in the Twitter land. He did. He was trying to fight. Yeah, I'll send it to you. And this is fucking sad. This is sad. Like thousands of dollars of medical careers and education, right? Outside of the box, guys. Because, by the way, medicine sucks 100%. And there are some good guys. And you know what? Even the good guys, they're gone. So now what do we do? And you can probably say or give your opinion.
I'm never going to announce his name as correctly as you did, LA. But I do want to say that I completely understand where you're coming from. I'm going to try. Gillamule?
Guillaume.
I can't do it. Say it again.
Guillaume.
Guillaume.
Yes.
Okay. Guillaume?
C'est Monsieur Guillaume.
Guillaume?
C'est Monsieur Guillaume.
I completely agree with you. And I totally get what you're trying to say. That these people, doesn't even matter if it's medical or it doesn't matter what industry, if you're going to be a key player in their mission, they want people that are soulless. So what you're saying is it doesn't necessarily matter about the grades. At least that's how I'm taking it. Well, that's how I see it. I'm already seeing that. So maybe I'm predisposed to that perception. But what they want is people that they've got the guts to be assertive, authoritative, and they want to give those people those positions. If you look at the hub, or the young global leaders, and you look at the hub, a lot of these people are they're not necessarily superior in their field or their area, but they're empowered, and they're given this false sense of superiority. And I think that's the same way when you look at Fauci, and when you think of Fauci, we all know who he is at this point, and anybody that's been beneath Fauci, he is giving them prominence, and he's giving the prominence to people that he knows that will kowtow to him and kowtow to what he wants. And unfortunately, that's happening across the board, right? People are getting positions. People are writing out resumes and they're lying on them, and they're getting the positions, and they're bullshit, but they've got that bully attitude, they've got that authoritative attitude, and that's been welcomed, and that's been the last 2 decades, and there's a reason for it, and it's because they needed this day that we're all living in to happen, and it is. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
So, Chinook.
Hey, I just wanted to add a thing on there for Alex. It just made me think of, these people that have been ejected from the system, right? And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that a parallel system is sort of birthing itself and coming together. But one thing that the last 2 years has shown us is who we can trust now, right? Because it's those people that actually were brave and kind of stood against the tide and whatever, right? So I think that's like a positive take on that, because it was a little bit of a culling, right? Like, we know who we can trust now. I have a relative living in interior BC that's a doctor, and she's setting up her own separate thing. I've been trying to talk to her about how she's going about doing that, but yeah, I don't really know how that all works, and I don't know if having a parallel system is necessarily a good thing, because it just makes me think of like 1984 or something. But I just think, don't get stuck in that pessimism of all these guys are getting screwed, because something else is also being formed at the same time, right? And it's from the strength of the ones that stood up and said, no, fuck this. And there's like the McCulloughs and all the, there was short-term consequences, but people are still listening and tuning into what he says on his other platforms. And so anyways, yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of hope there, hopium.
So, Chinook, when I say this is exactly what you're saying. These people have come before us, they've done the work, and it breaks my heart if nobody knows. That's it. The Fauci, I've been dealing with him for a fucking decade. And you know what, you guys? There are people who've been fighting this shit, and it's sad.
But you
Sorry.
know what? Their stories are gonna get told, and it sucks
I'm
because
saying
time
that's
moves
the
too
only
slow,
reason
right?
I'm telling you, Schnock. The
Yeah.
only reason I'm telling you is this is not changing. And I'm not here to like go, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's not, that's not why. But these guys have fucking done it. And they've sacrificed themselves. People have like, they're gone. People gave up in life. So let's not do that anymore. That's what I hope. That's my dream. That's all I'm gonna say.
Exactly. Yes. And the only way, it's just like Sean's dad, right? Like by continuing to tell that story, more people are finding out, and more people are like that. That's a beacon, right? Like people's stories are so important, and I don't know what the right word is, like inspiring, and inspiring isn't
Well,
the
tell
right
your
word, but you know what I
story.
mean. Like it moves
Tell your
people.
story, right? Tell your story.
Yeah, and that's what I've been trying to figure
Exactly.
out for so long now. Like, how do we find a place where all these stories can just go and be in our face everywhere, where you don't have to tunnel into some weird, obscure Telegram fucking page to find out about, like there's so many of these groups, and I just want it to be an in your face, out there thing on Parliament Hill lawn where everyone can fucking see how many hundreds of thousands of people have been either killed or injured or whatever. That's been my passionate little thing. But you know what I mean? Like stories are powerful. Like Sean is, and that story is what sort of turned my brain away from the washing that I was getting. I mean, I used to be hardcore other side, and I read about that, and I was like, what the hell?
Tell
So
your fucking
stories.
story. Let's go to the history books, right? Let's learn from history, right? God, you guys, this is powerful. Whatever you guys are doing here, thank you, Chinook. It's true. Tell it, share it, and then, man, if we don't learn, it's really painful to watch. But I guess it's been going on for a long time, which is fucking hard to grasp.
I got to run here right away, but I just want to throw in my last thought here. It's something that transcends barriers, right? You don't have to be smart. You don't have to have a trade. You just tell your story. Anyone can do it. And that's why everyone loves doing it. Every time we have these little things on Twitter, remember the last one where it was like, I'm so-and-so and, Marty up north stuff. Like, look how viral that went. It's because people, even under normal circumstances, love telling their stories. But in this case, people need to tell their fucking stories because it's just this, anyways, I'll just leave it at that. But
So I'm not a Twitter girl. I'm not. Maybe I was for 10 minutes, but my thing is tell your story in life. If you don't hear people, if you don't pay attention, what the fuck? And I'm just gonna go bing. I'm gonna close it up. It's not my story. It's actually your story. And when I hear your story, then I'm like, okay, I can keep going. And that's what you guys are doing. But it makes me sad that people are going to disappear. So I'll shut up.
and that's the pain that needs to happen for some people to read that and go, oh my God, right? That's what happened to me. And I'm like proof of that works. Like it will turn people's minds out of their own little selfish thing when they see that a kid died, right? Or whatever, like however the seeds get thrown out, people get, it sprouts in whatever way. Like we are in the middle of this. I really believe that, right? Like we're in the middle of this birthing thing, and it fucking sucks and it's painful, but it will change. It will get better. I really believe that.
Yeah, I think we're not in the middle. I think we're near the end. You look in the past, especially with Teflon Tony. There was a plane taken down, folks. Like they took a plane down that had an abundance of scientists on that plane that were opposing Teflon Tony. That plane went down on its way to a conference about AIDS, and they had a lot to say. And yeah, the plane crashed, so they were silenced. So you want to talk about censorship? Like LA said, people have sacrificed their lives in this science crazy debacle. which is at the core of it all. I don't know. Some
So
people don't know that happened, but it did.
I just want to jump in here on what Guillaume and LA were talking about with the doctors, and I guess more so what Guillaume was saying about, a lot of the doctors are they're like Steve Jobs wouldn't be a doctor, right? So I mean, you know, he's like questions things, like he would go, more towards like being his own boss, right? Whereas with the doctors, it's like it's formulaic, right? It's like if you stay in school and you get really good grades, you will be a doctor. You will be making 700,000 to like $1 million a year. I mean, depending on specialization and stuff like that. And I mean, by default, I think to be a top surgeon, like to be a top doctor, you do have to be a little bit arrogant. I mean, to cut people open and like fix them up, you sort of need to be a little bit arrogant. You have to know that you're good. And they do. That's how they are. At the same time, I think also with COVID and the vaccine, and now we're seeing like side effects and stuff, and a lot of these doctors were tricked. It's like their arrogance doesn't allow them to admit that they were wrong. And this is excluding the doctors that like McCullough and like Dr. Malone, who have been standing up from the very beginning. That other South African doctor too. There's a bunch of them that have been standing up to it. So I mean, those doctors probably could have been entrepreneurs, or maybe are entrepreneurs. I mean, I guess Dr. Malone really is an entrepreneur. He's the one that is on the patents for the mRNA technology when it first came out, which he invented in the 90s. So, I mean, these guys are thinking outside of the box, but the medical establishment is not. And I think also, and nobody's really touched on this aspect, yes, it's the doctor's arrogance, but at the same time, it's also about saving face, right? So they don't want to admit that they were duped, so they just keep going along with it. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with saving face. I don't know whether you agree with that, Guillaume, or not.
Yeah, well, you actually touched on something important. If you're arrogant, you need to be very, very measured, because as soon as you look down on someone, you can. Psychologically, it becomes really, really hard to apologize to that person and say, you know what, you were right. And I don't really have a problem with some level of arrogance, but I will never call someone an idiot unless I'm 100% sure that my position is correct, because I know I may not be able to walk it back after, which means descent into the hell of your own life. So that's I was talking about one of the doctors once, and I have a family trait. I have a lot of people in my family who are on the spectrum. Okay, so people who will dive into a problem completely and to the exclusion of anything else. And one of them caught Lyme's disease, and he went into research on antibiotics, and he just went down the Lyme disease rabbit hole. And then I talked to a neurologist later on, and I was telling him about Lyme disease, and he said, "You know that it's a hoax, right?" What? No, I didn't. I mean, what do I know? So I have, on one hand, someone who's freaking out about it. On the other hand, the expert who tells me that it's a hoax. Now, I'm still, I don't know anything about it. It's just the contrast between the idea of Lyme disease being super serious and it being a complete hoax was shocking. But this is a neurologist. So it's going to be really hard for him to walk it back for that reason. I mean, I'm sure he's convinced of what he was saying, but he was also telling me, you know, that vaccines are not, vaccines is settled science when we're talking about the new one, right? Same guy, different opinion, but on the second one, I know that he's on the limb. So now I have to question everything that he ever told me as being the product of training, experience, and overconfidence. And I don't really know what to do with it. I mean, what to do with it is basically I'm on my own like everyone else. You just don't have the safety net you thought you had. And that's true on the medical front. It's true on the economic front, on the education front. You know, this is, who was saying we're just at the beginning or at the middle or near the end? I think this is the beginning. This is the point in time where we realize that a lot of things, a lot of our axiomatic positions in the West are now falsified. And we have to rebuild our, how would I say this? I have to build my own conception of my world and social contract from scratch with the help of, you know, some people around me, with the help of, you know, people with you all, and some classic literature and whatever tools are available, and holy scriptures, right? Those are my basic tools. And now I have to understand where I am. And there's some dark days. You know, one of the values of community is that when you get, the last few days of watching the commission I found them mentally difficult. Community gives you a small safety net. Then you get some energy and you bounce back, and you can, you know, you can walk a few more steps.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting, Guillaume. You know, I was thinking while you were talking there about, you know, you have to reestablish your worldview at this point. And I mean, I was thinking especially with the medical community at this point in time. I mean, so how was I going to put this? How do they reestablish trust of the public after all of this? There is going to be a very large portion of the population that just does not trust modern medical science after moving forward from this. And we have to admit that there are benefits to modern medical science. So it's, how does that community reestablish that trust? What does that look like moving forward? I don't know.
So a good point,
Yeah.
Adrian. I'm not I'm a naturopath. That's just bullshit. Medicine is fucking awesome, but it's bullshit, right? And then I don't know, are we gonna get over this? I don't know. Because if we shit on medical, I'm a little bit scared. Same with like frontline stuff. So thank you for saying that. I don't know. I think you're just putting it out there like me. I'm like, I can tell you stuff, you guys. I don't think I want to anymore. Because I've been at this for so long. I think it's all a big pile of shit. But maybe this is life. I don't know. So thanks, Adrian. For real. And I'm not like, oh, well, I know. I do, but I don't, but I do. Yeah, the Fauci and the FDA stuff. DM me. All right. Thank you very much.
Right. Thanks,
Yeah.
LA, for that.
Thanks, Adrian. Sorry.
So we're gonna go to Captain Red Pill and then Off the Pillow. So go ahead, Captain Red Pill.
Monsieur Guillaume, since I am originally from Montreal, if you are ever feeling down, I have another dear friend of mine in Quebec that I met at work at Bombardier, and I always worry about him because he's alone. Imagine he's not vaccinated and his whole family is. And he lives in St. Hubert. I would love to connect the two of you together because I think he needs some other Quebecer who's feeling the same way he is. Because what you were saying resonated for me. My heart is in Quebec. My home is in Quebec. My children are in Quebec. And I'm in Ontario living like a split personality. But as far as where we're going, I believe that when money is on the table, the healthcare is questionable. I did not realize till now, I don't know how many years ago, our tax dollars were funding our hospitals. It terrifies me to know that 80% of funding is coming from big pharma. So I have become super skeptical of the medical system. My priority now is not to end up in the hospital, because if I do, I think I will really have a hard time. I say that because I was in Quebec and I took care of two elderly parents, one who had Alzheimer's, and then my mom had lung cancer. So I was at all the appointments in the end. I was at the Jewish General, and yes, I have a very close personal experience with that. And I have to say that my mom was very lucky that she had me. And the healthcare system is very much all about money, people. So if you love someone and they are sick, do not let them go to the hospital alone. And I say that because I also ended up getting notification 6 months after my mom died that my ex-husband had cancer as well. So I was back at the hospital, and in his case, it was the Montreal General. So I know the hospitals, I know how they work. And if ever you feel that a loved one is being not getting the service that they deserve, I will share with you what I did. I went up to the head nurse on duty and I said, I do not want to hear any more excuses. I do not want to hear the doctor didn't sign this form. If this person, my ex, is not on morphine within 15 minutes, and I was reasonable, I said 15 minutes. I said, I will be back at this hospital and I will make a complaint to the patient advocacy group. That's all I had to say. And it's not a word of a lie. My ex-husband was on a morphine drip within 15 minutes and he was given a room. My heart broke to see that he was on a cot without a morphine drip, and this is not humane. I can't even express what I felt, but I realized at that moment, even though he was my ex-husband, I had to step in. And I do not ever wish anybody to be in the hospital without a loved one. Please do not leave your loved ones in the hospital alone. That's all I can tell you. And Guillaume, like I said, I have a friend, Michel Paré. He's alone in Quebec, in St. Hubert, fighting and feeling lonely with a family that is totally against him, and he's not vaccinated. So I feel very sad for him because I don't know, we have this I couldn't believe what he has experienced. And I don't know, in comparison, I was in Quebec Christmas of last year. I'm going back again. I just remember the feeling of sitting in a cafe, being excited to be back, seeing my friends, and then somebody had the cell phone on and they were anxious. I said, "What are you anxious about?" "Oh, today Mr. Legault is going to announce if we're in curfew or not." And when I was in curfew, I can't even express how pissed off I was. But I came back to Ontario. I drove. Here's the funny part. I drove back to Ontario and I got Omicron. Took 2 days off sick, and then I ended up going to the convoy and becoming a PPC volunteer because I was that pissed off.
You're probably the one who gave it to me at the convoy. I was doing the same. My DMs are open for your friend, but the best thing you can do for someone who's isolated in Quebec is to get him to join this space.
You know what? I told him, and this is what he tells me. He doesn't have a smartphone. He has a flip phone, and he says he can listen on his PC.
Yeah,
But yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I go, he can listen, and I've done all I can to get him into the spaces. But I guess I can call him and say, "Have you been going to the spaces?" But I'm just saying, because you're in Quebec, I would appreciate it if you could check up on him.
Yeah, do the intro, and just following, silly as it may sound, following WOG around and from space to space is going to be good for him.
Yes.
So he's going to land here, even if it's just listen only, it's still going to be useful.
Exactly, but I think I even got him because he actually came to visit me because I did him a favor. He couldn't find a part for his Volvo, so he said, "Look, he's an engineer. He has a master's in engineering, so he said I can't find one in Quebec." So I actually did it as a favor. I went to the Hamilton scrapyard. I got him what he wanted, so he drove here and he picked it up. So when he was next to me and we were together, I got him to speak on one of the spaces. But he says, "Helen, I don't have a smartphone." So he does understand how it works, but I'm saying I would probably think he should be, instead of behind the screen, finding people to communicate with in Quebec, if you know what I mean. And you're French. So his French is better than his English. I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So just DM me and I can give you his contact, because he is on Twitter. He has like I guess a pseudo Twitter account, and I do worry about him because I go, really honestly, what he tells me, like, he's the only one unvaccinated in his family. His father got the vaccine and he's in a wheelchair. Do I need to go on anymore? No. And I look at him and I go, I haven't lived that experience because my parents are dead. I haven't had this interaction with this craziness that I see other people who have family. Like, I've been a single mom for so long. I've been divorced for over 10 years. I haven't lived that kind of, family hostility, if you will. So I just do worry about him because he's the only one, and he's a very nice guy, and he's an engineer, and they tend to be like very isolated, and he feels that all he can do is be a digital warrior. But I think sometimes you need to get the stuff that is day to day and express it to somebody else in his mother tongue. So I'd appreciate that.
Go ahead, off the pillow.
I just wanted to respond to Guillaume with regards to having a sit down with a doctor who you knew, a neurologist maybe, I might be incorrect, who said your friend's problem with regards to Lyme's disease, that it was all an illusion, it was all a hoax or a fraud. That's just one of many. My journey with the health system started, I was about 28 and I developed a tumor, or a pseudo tumor is what they called it, behind my left eye. I ultimately got diagnosed with orbital inflammatory disease, which I guess is just like the foundation of, hundreds of different conditions you could have with your eye. But like, spiritually speaking, I'm more of a, our journeys have a connection to everything. And I just feel like that experience taught me how corrupt the medical system is. First off, I was misdiagnosed, had to fight to try and get anywhere. That was with an eye doctor. Then I went to my family doctor and I said, I need to see an ophthalmologist. Apparently, I need to see somebody special. And that ophthalmologist was like, I don't take anybody from out of town. I was in a small town, not used to a small town at that time. So it was just ridiculous. I ultimately got a biopsy done while I was awake. Yep, they cut my eyelid open, so I have one eyelid that doesn't look like the other. Ended up having to cauterize it, and this was all for an American doctor who was working underneath this doctor in Toronto who wanted to learn. And oh yeah, I was just a specimen. And I feel like I had to go through that crazy journey because in my future, my daughter was going to be diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 5. And then that was another journey. And when Captain Red Pill talks about when your family member or someone you love is in the hospital, you must, and I concur with her 100%, you must advocate for your loved one who is in the hospital. And I've known this for many years. But when it came to COVID, so here's my 5-year-old daughter. Anytime she needed to go to the hospital or needed any type of care, I advocated, and I was crazy bitch because I was misdiagnosed. I was carved into while I was awake in a high tower in downtown Toronto at 8:30 at night. I was totally abused within the system. I was too young to understand it, but I had to go through that journey or my daughter would have been dead, and I firmly believe that to this day if I hadn't known what I knew. But what I'm getting at is what Captain Red Pill just said is so true. However, I want to share when they did the lockdown. So my daughter's 26 today and has a couple other diseases attached now. It's been a long time, and she has gastroparesis as one of them. And I'm in a small town, so if you understand the health system, you understand we're all in Canada, we're all living under a tiered system. And depends on your geography as to the level of care you get. And that's a fact. And the level of care we get in my little town is not the level of care we would get from the town I was born and raised in. So there's that. I've always, every time she's had to been hospitalized and spend overnight, I sleep beside her bed. And that's just the way it goes. I'm almost ready to well up. I would give her insulin because they would never hook her up to an IV to balance the sucralose, the sugar, and the glucose and the insulin at the same time. They just never had the knowledge in this little town. Apparently, they've come around over the last couple of years. However, when COVID came, I was stopped. Like there was no way in. I had to call an ambulance for her to make sure she was to get in. I wasn't allowed in. They would not let me in. And I was a mess and I couldn't sleep, and I would phone the nurses station and torment the shit out of them. But they wouldn't let me in. So that was huge for me. Advocating for your family to be bedside is paramount. And they're still, to this day, stopping people from sleeping over with their family members. And now they're still following Teflon Tony's recommendations. So even in our country, remdesivir is being administered into people. Their protocols are killing people. We're actually living in a genocide. Like, this is huge. Anyway, I went into a dark spot I didn't really want to go into, but back to, I'm not saying it right, but Gilly, I can't say your name right. I
It's okay.
followed you.
We're hearing you. We hear you. Thank you.
It's more than it. It's not just Lyme's disease. There's so much fraud,
Oh,
and it goes
it's
back to
all
9/10.
connected. Thank you
Goes
for,
back to
by the way,
9/10, the Flexner report, the
thanks for
Carnegie
saying that.
funded, and there's many health professionals I think that are starting to wake up to this. And yes, there is a place for medical professionals, and we need them. We're going to need, but in the future, I think there is a parallel system that's going to be created, and I think a lot of the doctors are going to start to come around. I was at my health store today, went and got my blood analysis done, and the health store, the guy that owns a health store, they're making so much money, guys. Today, health stores with supplements and minerals and herbal, everything, holistic, whatever. They're making so much money. Anyway, in this store today, this woman was buying all kinds of things. Like, she had all kinds of things on the counter, and she was struggling to breathe through this mask. And he said, listen, I need you to go to the back of the store, take your mask off so you can breathe. And he looked at me, he goes, it's time to take the kid gloves off. And he's right. This is a fraud, just like Lyme's disease. Thanks for the mic.
All right. Anybody else have anything to say? Floor is open.
I'll drop for a bit to listen. So I was talking to you all.
Great. Thanks, Guillaume. Awesome to hear from you. And yeah, great to have your perspective on everything. Anybody else?
Thanks, Adrian. Because I know you're newer to the game and you don't like to like, see the assholes. You're doing a great job. Thanks, Adrian. And Zinc,
Oh,
I see
thanks,
a lot,
LA.
right? He's got like a zinc pick of his rubber tree. All right, go ahead, Adrian, just do it yourself. Thank you. You're like really amazing. I'm not even lying. Who's Zinc? Like, is Zinc dead? Don't even
And
respond.
maybe, I don't know, maybe he's resting
I
or
think he
something.
is. He's like he read a book. Now he's tired. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, Aaron. Because you're the voice of the younger people. I'm not even lying. You are. You know that, right? I think you are. You have an open heart. I think you need to pull your people in.
I mean, I think people think that I'm actually younger than I actually am. I'm 41 years old, so
Okay, shit, sorry. But hold on. But you are open-hearted, a little bit center to left, maybe a bit.
wait,
Dabbling in, yeah.
Center to left?
Yeah, you're center to you're okay, you're left, but you're dabbling in the center to right, right? People
I
like
don't
these.
know about that. I don't know if
I don't
that's I don't know if that's accurate at this point.
Okay, all I know is that you're really lovely. A few months ago, maybe 3, you're in a space. I'm like, look at this guy, right? And you're so open-hearted, and I wish that more people were like you. So thank you. And I hate labels. We're in the center, we're in the left, we're in the right, we're in the fuck that shit. So anyway, and then Zink's like, and he's got a picture of like a cock. It's not really a cock, you guys. It's a tree. And he's sleeping. And you guys are all like, mm-hmm. Thank you, Adrian. Be quiet now.
Yeah, I mean the tree image. I'm just waiting for him to find a new image that is as provocative as that one, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Anybody else have something to say? I don't know where we go from here.
So yeah, tomorrow is Chrystia Freeland. I may offer more commentary on that one while she's speaking.
Okay, you're dead. You need to you need to stop. Come on, man. This is my mental health. Stop it. Okay, go back to your space.
I wonder what kind of wonderful dress or outfit she's gonna wear.
Oh, I'm sure something that exposes all the tubs of cottage cheese.
Gopwo, this is your space. Can you hop back to the top, to your left, and manage? You're welcome. Thank you. Goodbye. You guys think you're so smart. You are, though. Thank you.
She'll wear sneakers, but we won't be able to see it. I just wonder if she's going to twitch. Like, do you guys think she's going to twitch like she typically twitches? Like
So
she's
who's twitching? Wait, one sec. Who?
Christina Freeland, man. She is a Twitch queen. She's got some kind of
Are
twittery,
you losing
twitchy
it?
thing.
When you watch it, are you losing it like I am? Just say yes or no. Mhm.
I watched very, very, very minute this week, but last week I watched the body language and all that. But I had things to do today, so I really didn't. I was in and out. Yeah. And it's going to be difficult to watch her. Oh my God, she twitches. She's on some kind of amphetamine. I don't know. Hey, Andrea.
Oh, that's funny. Hi guys.
No,
I just thought I'd come up.
I'm planning to be very cruel tomorrow during her thing.
That's what I wanted to say, Zink. I'm like,
I
of course
hope.
he's gonna give a ton of commentary because he's gonna pick on her all day.
Embrace your dark side tomorrow, Walt.
It's the deep breathing. You guys ever find like her nostrils are really wide or something? Like she's got some kind of frickin' breathing issue. Can't stand it. Oh God, I don't think I'll be able to join y'all tomorrow. Honestly,
That's the finance minister here is like a kindergarten teacher on crack. That I can't even get over that. And then you're saying that. Hi, Andrea. I'm gonna be quiet because Andrea's like she's gonna bring some peace, right? No.
Well, I need to know, am I the only idiot that doesn't know the BC has a new premier? Like, why
Hills,
don't
yeah. Thank you. Go ahead. Do it.
why
Do
don't
it.
I know that? Is that a true story, right? I'm not an idiot.
Do it.
Like,
Do it.
I mean, I knew that whatever Horgan had stepped down. I didn't know if they rolled in a new one yet.
oh, they sure have. And the first law up, this is what I just read, and I went, how come Wogs never said anything about this? And then I'm like, so his law he's going to bring in is to take property away from people that have excess wealth. So I guess unproven wealth. So he's bringing in a new law for that. Okay, but don't we already have laws in Canada? So anyways, I was like, what the hell is going
Keep going. No, keep going. This is really important. Keep going.
Well, it's just another overreach, hazing. Like, that's all.
Oh.
It's another overreach, but I didn't know that he stepped down. You think that would have been news, but I guess I don't watch mainstream, so maybe it was and I missed it. But anyhow, that's just what
I saw
learned.
this step down. I saw it roll across my Twitter, what, 3, 4, 5 days ago? I can't remember when. It was a bit ago.
Can you please return to your original avatar? Thank you very much.
No, night times are for Gopgo.
Okay. The Wazster, whatever his
Zinc
name.
is day daddy, Gopgo is night
It's
daddy.
a duo. It's like multiple personalities. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. And Andrea,
It's a
the
Deacon
BC
twist,
stuff.
LA.
BC stuff. This is where the twit like lit on fire. I'm gonna say almost 2. Yeah, 2 years, right? Where it was glaring. It was glaring, and it was in the media, and everyone went ah, and then it kind of trickles over to over to the east, and you're witness to it. So I feel like you should like really school everybody. Maybe you don't want to though. Maybe it's just like I just want to like, "Zzz," but for real, wake the fuck up. And here's Andrea.
No, but we'll deep dive into him. Anybody, are there any girls in the room? Did we find out about what's his name? Zinc, Paul, the commissioner? The commission was actually interesting today. It was
Zinc,
mostly
the host,
torture.
or do you mean like another Zinc?
He knows who I'm talking to.
Mm-hmm.
And did you see the tweet from Elon Musk? If you could see what I could see, it just gets worse and worse. That was a great tweet. Did anybody see that one?
Andrea, do you like him? Just say yay or nay.
Do I like him? I don't really. That's not a word I tend to, because I like all humans,
Do
right?
you? Okay, good point. Do you? That's excellent.
Well, I think that the
You
suspicious
trust
thing
him.
here is that you assume he's even human. I think
Wait,
that's where the
is that Zinc?
discussion.
Hi, Zinc. Wait, yeah, say hi.
No, Zinc's sleeping.
It's Gopgow now.
Good point, Andrea. Like is not the good word. I'm exactly. You can probably find the word, but like, listen? Do you trust him in the
I
grand
do.
scheme of
Okay,
whatever's
well,
going on? Because when I stop, you're gonna fucking go. So go.
I really don't get into it because everybody wants to fight about it. But um, like Zinc said, is he human? But I wouldn't go where Zinc's gonna go. But I would go to, like, you have to understand, you guys, the world that I live in is very different when it comes to my assessment of like a being. Okay, so he's definitely a higher
A
dimensional
lizard
being.
person.
What did you say? Say it again.
No.
Funny.
He said lizard person.
Well, I don't know about that, Sync, but look, you guys, where I see it with him, okay, there are a few people on this planet that I pay attention to, and really part of the reason I do that is because the way they speak. And when I watch Elon in all those interviews he's ever done, I've seen the same consistency. He's very methodical about what he says, and he stands duly opposed without sort of, well, he hasn't in the past, but he's starting to now. He stands in some of it, but out of some of it, right? Like he sees a purpose in AI for a quadriplegic or someone who can't hear, or they're creating eyeballs that will see for you. Like, they're doing these kinds of technological things, but he also sees all the danger in it all. So trust is a word I wouldn't use either. I do believe that Elon is a very intelligent being who's duly connected, and he will follow his lead that way. Does that make sense? And I think, and I'll say this about some, not all of them, but look, we all lived in this world too, and we didn't think it, like some of us maybe were, deep into it and really understood the complexity of the corruption. But for a majority of humanity, they still sort of don't get that, like, there's evil on the planet. Let's just say it like that. So, does that answer your question, LA? I don't mistrust him. I think he's on the right side, and I do look. There's got to be some of us on this planet that get it, that are willing to. We get it, you know what I mean? And I believe that Elon is one of those who gets it. How's that? I talked a lot around that because everybody wants to kind of fight about it, but it's really in his articulation and it's in his energy. And I'll put my money there. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna be a bust, right? Yeah, but you can see I have some sort of, because you always wonder.
I am
So
100% with you. Put it out there. Go ahead. Put it out there. And bling.
so Andrew, were you referencing the photo that Musk posted and it said "Stay woke" on all those T-shirts and that?
No, he actually wrote a tweet. I'll find it. Hold on. I'll give me a second to my timeline.
My husband told me about this one, where they found him in a Twitter closet or something at the headquarters of Twitter. All these T-shirts that said "Stay woke," and then my husband starts busting a gut after supper, and he's showing me the pictures of the T-shirt, and he's something else that Elon tweeted. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm just into Jason Bershears, and he's mind-blowing. That's all I can say.
Yeah, he is mind-blowing. Okay, here's what the tweet says. It says, the more I learn, this is Elon, the more I learn, the worse it gets. The world should know the truth of what has been happening at Twitter. Transparency will earn the trust of the people. And then some guy captioned it with, the more I learn, the worse it gets. Elon Musk just summed up the last 3 years perfectly. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I know that it's controversial for people and that he's got a past and a history, but I don't see him standing there. I don't see that in his energy. I don't see it in when he speaks in those long interviews that he does. The answers to the questions are there when I see them, and that's all I'm gonna say, right? And I think a lot of them, or him for sure, will say you're in that world, right? They're all in that world where they've been misled, right? You see all kinds of members in the European Parliament, pardon me, coming forward now and going, what the F is happening? So
Right.
the curtain's coming back, you know what I mean? But that's all I'll say about it. And because I don't talk about it, LA, but in here I will. Everyone's tired and talked all day and fought it all out all day. So unless someone wants to come out, but I do see in his energy that he's on the right side of this and he duly understands what's going on. And there's a level of expansion of humanity that he's supporting, right? He's anti depopulation. He talks very clearly about AI and what it can do and how dangerous it could be. He makes many, he's a really smart dude. And we all know that, but he's got like a sense of humor, kind of like Zinc, right? Where like he's giving you the F you for their face and they don't know it in some of the stuff he does and says, right? I mean, did you guys see the tweet he put out to Donald Trump? Anybody see that one? Like,
I haven't seen it. No. I I can imagine though, like, yeah. I'll have to like catch up on these tweets. I've been like dealing with this
timeline,
like
unless he took it down, but he put up a tweet and it was, this sexy chick in lingerie bent over the bed with Twitter. I mean, don't get offended, girls. You got to have a sense of humor. Bent over the bed with a Twitter sign right kind of, on her butt. And it was kind of Donald Trump, but sort of this reference to Jesus and saying, "Come play," really, right? Donald kind of calling him, and I mean, you know, that's I mean, you can read into it whatever you want, or you can just have a sense of humor about how twisted it is in this world that's so twisted by this billionaire that most of them would never do something like this. We need, we're all real people. We're all equal people, right? I mean, at our root, you guys, we're all the same being, equally transcribed differently throughout the land. And so he just has money, but I thought it was pretty funny, actually.
I just worry about the divide, right? These guys have their positions, and are they there just to encourage the divide? We got to keep this divide going. Divide and conquer. Anyway, I've had a great time talking with all of you, but I'm in bed and I should be whispering even more. I'm going to drop down, I'm going to time out, and I'm going to go and watch Jason Bergier's, I think, 5th episode of the Anu Files.
So why don't you give us a brief before you go?
Well, you know me, I'm into the aliens. Look at my avatar. I just love that shit. So when I decided to venture into Jason Bergier's website, he's got a lot there. So he's got files on the Anunnaki. So the Anu Files is what he calls them. So I started there, had a crazy nightmare and everything, because it's dark as shit. But he says it gets better, you know. Like, anyway, what a freaky guy. Oh, God, he's wild. Anyway, I'm going to him now. Check out his website. Oh, that guy can't pronounce it. Oh, God, Archaics. That's it, archaics.com, YouTube. Anyway, wild dude. Anyway, good night, everybody. Love y'all. Peace out.
Good night, Off the Pillow. Great having you here. I see Marty up north has joined the chat. Marty, I've never spoken to you before, but if you would like to say something, please go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just joining. I'm taking a break. I'm actually writing a letter to Alberta's health minister right now, trying to balance a tone. That's what's going on in my life right now. Not sure if there's a topic that's on the agenda, what you guys are talking about. I just joined in, just like I said, just taking a breather. If somebody's got questions for me, feel free to ask a question.
I'll ask a question. Hi, Marty. How are you?
Good, good.
So what do you think about what she said last night? And what do you think about Preston Manning's citizens inquiry into
By
the
she,
COVID response?
you mean Danielle's basket of goodies yesterday?
Yeah, thank you for being a good mind reader. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You know what? I don't like. I'm not. I'd be a hypocrite if I said I like it, because I criticize anybody that takes money from us and gives it back to us. I mean, that's what politicians do. That's what taxes do, and they redistribute. So I'm kind of, in a sense, a little bit disappointed that she did that. That's a liberal NDP strategy that flies in the face of what I think Danielle is truly standing for. But I also understand that politics is a game, and you have to win in order to implement your plan or whatever it is. So there's an ugly side to politics, and she's falling for that, or maybe not falling for it, but she has to play politics to stay in power. So short answer, I don't like it, but I think I understand why. Preston Manning, that's a different beast. Personally, I coached Preston's grandson in hockey for several years, and often had the opportunity to sit before the game or after and chat with Mr. Manning. Brilliant man, has done some great things. I like what he's doing, but I just think that Preston is past his prime, and it might not gain a lot of traction. But I'll watch and I'll wish him luck doing it. I think the government. I think we do need sort of these kinds of inquiries. I think we're seeing that the public inquiry that's going on right now is a joke. Actually, I'll bring that back to Danielle. Just so you know, I do speak with Danielle. I have spoken with Danielle on a few occasions, and she had asked me a few months ago, if she got elected, what I thought of her running an inquiry in Alberta into the way the pandemic had been handled. And I questioned why she'd want to do that, because politically it's kind of like a damaging move, because you're going to uncover some bad stuff. But she wants to get to the bottom. She genuinely is a libertarian, and she wants to get to the bottom of what's happening. But anyway, so she's still pondering the idea of running an inquiry here. On her behalf, months ago, I did a poll. I quizzed people on Twitter and on other platforms to see what the appetite for the inquiry would be, and it's similar to what we're seeing with the emergency inquiry. People have no faith in inquiries unless they're absolutely done privately. So to bring it back to the question about Mr. Manning, maybe doing a sort of a private inquiry would have more credibility than a purely government sponsored one.
Well, and he did say that was the intent for it, is that the political agenda, like the digestion system of the population, is they're not going to listen, right? So the outcome would be moot, right?
Right.
And then I just want to, sorry, you guys with the hands, I'll be quick. So with Danielle, though, I mean, I agree with you, right? I think that that's the biggest waste of money, is to take money and then return money. But in this case, I think her hands are shackled, right? Like if she takes that tax down for the gas, that's excellent, right? That's one thing right there. And the kickbacks, I think, are just it's the overall inflation, which, while she restructures the income tax index, she's giving a bit of a break. That's what I'm wondering.
Well, and good point. And actually, sorry to the people with their hands up, but yeah, I guess Danielle did two good things. One is she did give money to people who kind of need it more than others, so that's okay. And yes, to the other one, Alberta is facing a nice surplus from oil and gas revenue. So I guess reducing a tax is a way of giving back to Albertans what's there. So it's not necessarily taking and giving it back, but it's giving us what is ours. So yeah, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I can spin what she did in a positive way more than a negative way. Let's pass it on to others.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Thanks for that.
So we're gonna go Livemore, Donkey, and then Freedom Girl. So go ahead, Livemore.
Hey, thanks, Adrian. Hello, everybody again. Marty, my name is Terry Yagi. I've been trying to get in touch with you, albeit I haven't been trying very hard. I wanted to ask you two questions. And the first one is if you've heard of the Alberta Prosperity Project. And the second one is, just so as to not set you up, if you have heard of them, have you looked at them seriously and considered getting involved with us? I'd love to know your responses to those two questions, if you don't mind.
Sure. Well, so, I can only fight so many. We're all in the same boat. We can only fight so many battles on so many fronts. And I've thought about this, especially with elections in Alberta in the last little while. So I laid out my own personal priorities, and my number one priority right now is to get rid of Trudeau. I'm putting almost all my effort into getting rid of Trudeau, but because I see Trudeau as an immediate threat. But beyond that, my second priority, and it was manifested, let's say, through my tagline on Twitter. I always had a picture that said Alberta Independent. So I am a separatist. At heart, I believe that I'm 55 years old. I've traveled the country. I've lived across the country, worked across the country, and I think Confederation is a failed experiment. And at best, Confederation can perhaps survive a little bit if we had amazing politicians that can unify this country. But then I bring myself back to my experience of traveling the country and seeing the different zones. And I think we have too many regional differences as Canadians. And so I'm no longer I'm pretty much a separatist. But so the order of battles for me is Trudeau, and then after that, once we get rid of Trudeau, hopefully we get a strong conservative in federally. Then I go back to being a separatist locally. And yes, I've heard of that. I've heard of all these things, but I haven't looked into it, and I haven't offered my talents to any movement in Alberta, but it's getting to that point. In the next year or so, I'll refocus on Alberta independence.
Marty, so
Okay, Marty.
I saw you a long
Just
time ago, right? Okay, good. And you said something, you did something, everyone was like, what? So I am a fellow Francois, Quebecois, Canadian, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're doing the same thing. I think that you're here though to share how to get to where you are, because you're in a good place, and not everybody is in a good place, and not everybody has like a group around them like you do, and
You mean a good, sorry, but you mean a good place like emotional support, family
everything
support.
exactly. You're like, it's powerful. It's like, this is sad for other people because you fucking nailed it. And also, other people have done it, but they're not here. So I feel like you need to keep like hitting that and help others who are trying to get to where you are. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get that. Thank you for that comment, and trust me, I do that. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm sentient that way. I realize that that I've been lucky in life, that I've been, but then you make your own luck. I gotta say, you make your own luck. But yeah, I've surrounded myself by people, and I've put myself in a place, not just emotionally, but even physically. I live in a place which is allows me to decompress, relax, and enjoy life. I look out my window and I see the mountains. Not everybody has that luxury, but thanks for that comment. And I'm not, yes, I'm aware of where I'm at, and I'm trying to help people get to the same place. Absolutely.
So I
All
want to say
right,
that like at 11.
okay, LA,
I
just
just
a
want to
sec.
say
We're
he's
gonna
trying
go.
to tell you guys
Okay, real
something.
fast.
So
Real
thank
fast,
you,
LA.
Marty.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
yes, so we're gonna go to Donkey and then Freedom Girl. So go ahead, Donkey.
You can get rid of the third person on the top because I'm gonna leave. Thank you. Thanks, Marty. Beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hey Marty, how's it going? Yeah, I've seen you around, and I've seen that wonderful hashtag that you started up, which I contributed to. I got a couple questions, but my first one, maybe just to break the ice. How long are you gonna grow your beard, man? You think you'll grow it to be like a few inches long? You think you might be able to get it as long as mine?
No, my wife's on me all the time to shave my beard, so I keep trimming it. In fact, I might surprise her at Christmas and shave it. I mean, pragmatically speaking, I like it at a certain length, but it does, too long and it gets annoying. I don't know how some of these guys could do it with a really long beard.
No, I hear you. And the only reason why I let mine go for so long is because when the lockdown first started, it was about 2 months during the winter. I went to see my barber, and I hadn't shaved for a few weeks. And he was like, "You thinking about growing a beard?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Well, tell you what, grow your beard for at least 4 months so the slow hairs catch up with the fast ones. And then we'll do a sculpting, right? We'll get a good foundation going." Well, to his surprise, after I was allowed to go out and then even allowed to go into places, right, with my wonderful, marking or whatever, you're unvaccinated. Anyway, I went to see him like almost 2 years later, and he was just like, "I don't even know what to do. I'll touch up your hairlines, but you're gonna have to tell me what you want, like to trim down the ends." But yeah, beards are awesome. It's my freedom beard. It's pretty much why I'm keeping it long. I told myself the only other time I'll cut my beard or anything is, you know how they say, the honking will stop when freedom prevails. Well, I will shave my beard when freedom prevails, or I find a dynamic duo who will basically fight this fight with me, and then I might put down my beard.
I'll join you on that one. If Trudeau gets defeated, I'll shave my beard.
All right, so back to the seriousness though. So when I did hear about that, when I did hear Danielle Smith speak about that account, right? It was I listened to it a few times because I was like, ooh, that sounds a bit weak, right? And then I shallow dug, and then what it was supposed to be was instead of money going directly into the healthcare, and what I believe we have way too much at the top. Where I've worked in public health, I will attest to the fact the first layer you could peel back and probably have no impact would be to remove the public health units or to remove the LHINs, the local health integrations, because they do nothing but add red tape, process, and huge wastes of money and meetings, etc. But I mean, the money back into the accounting, right? We're back to the point was that it was. I thought it was supposed to be a direct budget that the person can then own or manage. That, and then it also does open up to employee contributions, kind of much like how we match dollar for dollar. So I'm in the middle now. I still think it could be a good idea, but I think it's weak, like you're saying, because it sounds like a liberal move. It sounds like something that they can use, exploit, slander her with. But I think maybe the intentions are good. Can you tell me if I'm right, wrong, or if I do need to amend any of my thoughts on that?
Well, personally, I wouldn't say you're right or wrong. What she's proposing is, it's called a health spending account. So two things. So one is it's a model that does exist in other countries. An example of a country that does this is New Zealand. And New Zealand is considered one of the countries with a really good healthcare system, cheap drugs, and that model works. And then ironically, she's promoting that here in Alberta, and the most opposed at this moment are the unions. But ironically, federal or provincial employees in Alberta, union members, anybody who works for the government has a health spending account as part of their benefits. And so it's like the unions don't want it for everyday Albertans, but they're okay when they have it. So, but at the end of the day, that's the Alberta unions fighting the government, and like you pointed out, most of the problem here is not the lack of funding; it's just the resistance and the unions and whatnot. And I think at its core, the idea that Danielle's proposing is good, but I don't think we'll see fundamental changes in healthcare in any provinces or federally, not in my lifetime. The process is corrupt and entrenched and impossible to move. So it's just words at this point.
Thanks, Marty, for your answers, and keep the beard game going.
Thanks.
So we're gonna go to Freedom Girl. Go ahead, Freedom Girl.
Hi, thanks for the mic. Hi, Marty. This is just a question for you. First off, I think what you're doing is amazing. I follow you. I think, what you're doing, like I said, is amazing. I appreciate everything. Just off your comment, I look at it for what Danielle is doing with this, giving a little bit of income. I think it's a good thing, especially for the elderly, the disability, the people with low income. It's more to me, how I look at it is she's giving them a shovel, right? It's like she's helping them dig themselves out to get a little air for the fact that Trudeau has, piled on the dirt so high that they're barely breathing, right? They're at a tipping point. The elderly, their pensions are no one's giving a raise, and I don't even know how long. Same with disability, people that welfare. I mean, my God, right? The income is so low. I don't even know how people are surviving. So, I really appreciate that she's doing that. I get it that it's a bigger spending. I did hear her make a comment that, their budget was good and it was healthy for them to be able to do that. So at that point, that's when I was like, okay, that's a good point. So, but I do see where you're coming from. I just look at it from a different aspect. And I just think what she's doing is good. It's good because somebody has to be there to help them, kind of dig out of that that hole that he's put, the low income people in, and especially the elderly. That's, it's hard, right? Groceries, everything is just skyrocket. So, but I do see where you're coming from. I think it's like a more of a tipping thing. And I do think what she's doing is phenomenal. Man, I wish other provinces would jump on and snap out of their, out of their monster faces, really, and kind of see what she's doing and, bring some of that over to us. I'm in Ontario, so, Doug Ford, yeah. So we're really doing good over here. Not. So it's scary times over here, scary. So I just wanted to jump in on the mic and just, and say hi to Marty. But yeah, that's just how I felt by the situation.
I appreciate the comment, and actually, I'm like, wow, was I negative towards? Maybe I sounded a little too negative towards Danielle. Trust me, I'm a Danielle supporter. I love.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I knew that. No, I'm not saying it that way. I was just saying because I the little comment like you had made, like, yeah, about the finances, right? How it was, she's spending, right? So I was just thinking to myself, I thought her spending on what she was spending on, I thought was good for the economy and for the people. That's what I was. Yeah, no, nothing negative for what you said.
Okay,
I was just going off of the amounts of the money, right? So.
Yeah, she's in a tough spot. She has to be quite honest. I mean, the Conservative Party of in Alberta was like in a downfall. We're brutal that way, we didn't reward Kenny. Like Kenny, we thought Kenny did a shitty job, and we didn't reward him. We punted him, and now she's in there, and she has to navigate very carefully the politics, and that's frustrating for me. I'm not a politician, and that's one of the reasons I'll never be a politician, is that I can't do the politics. I just can't, and I see somebody like Danielle. I've seen let's say Maxime Bernier do politics where, Maxime talks a great game, and I've talked to him, but I know that in order to put his plan into effect, he has to first get elected, and in order to get elected, he has to do things that he's kind of opposed to. And Danielle's doing the same thing. She's a libertarian. She wants to cut budget, cut spending, reorganize, do things. But before she can do that, she has to do ugly politics and get in power. So I could never be a politician. Never could.
So I think Bernier, I think one of his strengths right now is that he is not being the typical politician. So I don't think he would actually capitulate and do things that he doesn't want to do. And of course, I think, we're going to get to a point where the economics of the situation in Canada is just going to get to the point where somebody is going to have to come in, and there is going to be serious austerity because, this Trudeau spending train, we probably are going to have another 2 years of it. So, I mean, it has to stop at some point, right? So.
No, I hear you, but, and capitulate is perhaps a big word, but, pragmatically speaking, to get elected, Bernier has to win Ontario and Quebec. Like you don't become the Prime Minister of Canada without winning Ontario and Quebec. That's just the statistical, fact.
Right.
And so he might not capitulate, but he will have to do something that's appealing enough to Ontario and Quebec just to get elected, and so, and I don't even know what that issue is. Neither you and I know that at this moment, but at the
Right.
during the next election, Quebecers could say something like, I don't know, you have to promise that you'll give us whatever, and in effect, he might have to give in to a ridiculous demand by a province like Quebec just to get elected. That's what I meant, pragmatically speaking. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So,
But I mean, Pierre faces the same problem, right? I mean, he doesn't get to be prime minister without flipping some LPC and NDP voters. I know I sound like a broken record because I always say that, but that really is the truth of the matter. I mean, I don't know what the strategy is, because if we look back at O'Toole, he tried to pull more to the left and he ended up losing voters. It's such a difficult problem. I don't know how any of these guys solve it.
it's an impossible problem to solve, which is why I've become sort of a separatist, because you're right. Poilievre, Trudeau, all of them want to win, and in order to win, they have to make concessions to the east. It just so happens that most of them are comfortable making concessions to the east. Bernier is trying to convince Albertans in particular that he will have our backs, and I go, yeah, I'm sure you would have our backs, but you have to make huge concessions to the east, whereas the others are not even trying to get our vote. I mean, most politicians in this country have basically ignored Eastern or Western Canada because you don't need us. You literally, Trudeau and Poilievre could avoid Alberta for the next 5 years and still win an election. So Poilievre is only coming here because he needs these votes. He needs our votes. The other politicians have decided they don't even need our votes. Sorry, not Poilievre, Bernier. Bernier has decided somehow he needs our votes.
Right. Yeah, it's a tough situation. Go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, so this is my question, but I got to walk by the noise. Someone yelled at me for this last night. So hang on. You're gonna la 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 elevator music. Okay. So this is my wonder. I would ask you this, Marty, because when we talk about what you guys just talked about in terms of conceding to some of the political conforum, if you will, I'm watching Pierre wondering why I'm not hearing more voice or more words, and my speculation has come down to this, is that that's exactly what he's doing. Is he's there's a lot of things he isn't saying, and I guess what I'm asking you is, what do you see there? And is he trying to meet the market and assure that he collects the vote and not rock the vaccination vote? Right? Because remember, there's a lot of people out there voting Liberal and NDP that may not see a lot of what a lot of us see. So is that what his strategy is? He seems to be focusing on tangible fiscal issues, not really speaking to the vax. And I feel like that is because he's just trying to sort of lay dormant there and not rock any boats. And I'm with you on the separatist team. We can talk about that after you answer my first question, but I'm spinning that around, right? So I'm really interested to hear what you'd have to say.
Yeah, you know what? So I think in this modern day and age, the politicians hire teams and they're looking at this literally like a razor thin margin. They're looking at this as I need to win 51% of the seats in our system. And they're so focused on this that they now go writing by writing and to decide which ones they want, which ones they don't want. So at the high level, they need Ontario and Quebec and some of the Maritimes, and that's it. And so that's the overall game they're playing. But then in the sub game, they're not even strategizing. They're staying quiet at this point because the election is still like a year away. So right now, Poilievre's strategy, I'm pretty certain that his strategy is to say nothing and do not give them ammunition. Like for instance, this the hashtags that came out of his YouTube videos, which is a complete bullshit thing. They just brushed it off. They didn't bite. They didn't go for the bait. They ignored it. So I mean, and he's not the only party doing that. Nobody's doing anything right now. Everybody's sitting by waiting to see if Trudeau can hang himself, and somehow or other Trudeau keeps walking away. So I'm not surprised that Poilievre's not saying anything, because he doesn't need to right now. He has no advantage doing it, and he doesn't know what the issue is. And I don't think vaccines and mandates and other things are going to be the issue. By the time we go to the election, we're going to be in such a shit show in this country in terms of inflation and housing crisis, and back to an immigration crisis and everything else. I think we're back to the cycle of the Liberals wreck it, and then we have to the next election will be all about fiscal constraint and bringing things back under control. That's what I think.
Yeah, he did say, I don't know if you saw the interview he did, it was short, it was with some blonde girl, long hair, I don't know what her name was. And she asked him straight out, are you gonna bail out homeowners? He knows it's coming, right? So, and he just sort of said, he gave a sort of vague answer of nothing really, to be honest. But yeah, that confirms, because I can't make sense of it. That's my only sense I can make of it, is he's being very cautious because he wants to collect that Liberal vote, and he doesn't want to rock any boats. That's what I think he's doing.
Totally. And in fact, look at what the title of this space today was the Emergency Orders Act. I mean, every politician is being totally quiet and watching this unfold, because it's Trudeau and Mendicino and all of them that are on the seats, nobody else. So let them, let they're just watching this. Let's talk more about that. I mean, in fact, this week was a bit boring. Other than Miller getting kicked out yesterday, what's the next drama? My big question was, do you guys think Trudeau's going to talk in person? Is it going to be broadcast? Is it going to be by Zoom? What's going to go on by the end of this week?
I have a feeling he's going to do it by Zoom. That's what I think.
I think he shows up.
Do you? Okay, let's see.
I think he's too much of an attention whore to pass up the opportunity.
Well,
yeah, I agree with that.
Does anybody else agree? Did anybody else catch Lemieux or Lamet or whatever his name is, the Attorney General? See how much attention I pay to these idiots? I thought he did a beautiful job today talking about all the rights that everybody in Ottawa lost for 3 weeks, and he made such a great case for them. I thought, if I was a lawyer for Peckford or anybody else fighting those claims, he just served me up a dish of wonderful, and he did a beautiful job. And you watch, that's going to come back and hit him in the face like a 2x4.
Junebug, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, no, I 100%, as a lawyer in Ontario, a Crown attorney who's been prosecuting criminals for over 20 years, I found Lametti's evidence, shall we call it today, very entertaining, and I agree with Andrea 100%. Yeah, just for me as a lawyer to listen to him and what he said, it was sort of, there were so many biases, which is 100% what you need to, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of disabuse yourself from, right? When you're a lawyer, especially when you're the fucking Attorney General of Canada. I thought his evidence was absolutely horrific, and he was a pompous prick. And I thought it was embarrassing, just as a Crown attorney.
Did you watch it, Marty?
No, I only watched highlights today. I had a busy day today, but no, I only watched highlights. Sorry.
Well, in Junebug, what I thought was, he is everything that should never happen from any official. Bias from your own intent. I thought he served it up. He basically, if anyone, and what I found interesting in the end was when the commissioner came at him and said, he basically, Junebug, correct me if I'm wrong, said to him, well, we don't really, how are we supposed to rule on this commission when we don't have all of the information that determined how you all made your decision? Sort of, they're all obfuscating it. No one's wants to chat about it. Do touch on that, please.
Well, I honestly, I found it very interesting, right, through the numerous cross examinations, and I've been really impressed by a lot of the lawyers. I'm not going to go into what's his name, Brendan Miller, what's going on with him, but I've been really impressed, and I know some of the lawyers who are doing some of the cross examinations, but I found it extremely interesting when the lawyer for the city of Windsor got up for her cross-examination, which really, as a lawyer, wasn't even a cross-examination. It was an examination in chief, and she just let him fucking go because he was giving the answers that she wanted. Whereas in the other cross-examinations, his lawyers would object and say, well, that's venturing into him giving a legal opinion, and, you know, that's protected by confidentiality and all this bullshit. But as soon as the city of Windsor, like if you can go to YouTube, which you can, right, and just watch the lawyer from the city of Windsor and watch his answers, it was dumbfounding to me. I was just, holy fuck. Like, as the Attorney General of Canada, you shouldn't be testifying about how vulnerable, he used the word vulnerable, how vulnerable he felt walking through Ottawa, and that's his home. And he felt so vulnerable, and some of his staff had masks ripped off their faces. Sorry, I don't believe that for a second. I never will. Okay.
Well, once again, this was my commentary this morning when they were reading all the fucking sob stories, right? No videos. All these, right? And these are people walking around with cameras, right? I mean,
Yep.
everybody is, right? And yet not a single video of any of these, like I can't remember, there was one, like, like literally it was so ridiculous. Like somebody was standing at a bus and somebody tried to rip a mask off her face twice, right? I mean, it was like straight up like, what is it? Jesse, whatever that guy's name was down in the States,
Smollett.
right? Like, yeah, this is MAGA country, right? This is freedom. I mean, just the stupidest stories in the world. And yet no recordings.
Well, no, and I guess for me, it was just astounding to hear this bullshit coming out of the mouth of Canada's Attorney General. Like, I take my profession seriously. I take my job seriously, right? Like, I always say, like, I work for the citizens of Ontario, and I have for over 20 years. That's what I do. That's what I'm paid to do. Your tax dollars at work, right? And so it's embarrassing for me to listen to this bullshit, because this is not the way, at least criminal justice normally works. And I know that this commission, like the judge, he's not a judge anymore. He's the commissioner, all this bullshit. He's telling people, don't stand when I come in the room. I'm not a judge anymore. It's just, for some of us, it's just a natural inclination. When a judge walks in, you stand up. Like, that's what you do, right? You're like Pavlov's dog. But, oh no, this Lametti today, wow. Like I say, I'm still processing it all, but it was definitely, as a lawyer with integrity, I found it fucking embarrassing, right? Yeah.
Well, and Jody, just before you come in, Jody, I want to say this, Junebug, that lawyer from Windsor, I actually thought that when she started questioning, I think it was it her who questioned him about the text messages he was getting, that vulnerability? That's what you're talking about, right? I actually thought she was going to take it to his comment he made about asking Mendicino about, was it Mendicino, about a tank, and then how he blew off that text as, oh, I'm just kidding. So I actually thought she was going to round all of that into, well, you got all these text messages. Could these people also not be kidding? But I guess she wasn't going where I would have been going. Yeah, it was embarrassing. The whole thing was disgusting. And one of the best lawyers was the guy from the JCCF, I thought, who brought him into constitutional, and my favorite comment was, my job is to, ensure the Constitution. Sure it is. I haven't seen any of that yet. Oh, and let me just say this, sorry, Jody. And you weren't in Ottawa. And how come they can bring all of those comments in without any substantiating evidence, but yet they won't bring the guy forward for the flag and all of that stuff, or bring all that retracted information out. It's the whole thing is just I want to hit my head against a wall. Sorry, Jody, honey. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, go ahead, Jody.
Hi, Adrian. No problem, Andrea.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm well. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, great. Hi, Marty. Nice to see you here. Junebug, I was channeling you today. I don't know if your ears are burning. Lametti was my favorite witness of the day. I was just absolutely like, I think my mouth was just hanging open a good part of his appearance. First of all, he was extremely arrogant and haughty. That was the word that came into my head. He was haughty. It was almost the sense of entitlement coming off of him was astounding. That being said, I found it absolutely hilarious because when he started out with his testimony, they were concentrating on trying to get him to give a legal opinion or whatnot on the Emergency Measures Act. And of course, he's going to pull the, I can't do that. And he's going to pull cabinet privilege, and he's going to pull client privilege, client attorney privilege. I knew that was going to happen. What really bothered me was when they kind of flipped it. And he became a witness as an Ottawa resident. And it was just so absolutely incredulous to me. By the end, and the end was what really bothered me the most, was they were actually screenshotting texts between him and not text messages he had been receiving from people regarding threats. And some of these, the ones that they cherry picked obviously were pretty vicious messages about hanging him and torturing him, and some really violent imagery. And they were using that, definitely. He seemed to have a lot of opinions about that. So I just found it absolutely so incredibly hypocritical that, he can speak about, how he was victimized and this and that, but he can't offer anything from his position as Attorney General and Justice Minister. It was like a kangaroo court. And it was infuriating for an average Canadian. I'm nobody at all. I'm a little tiny peon in Manitoba where we don't matter at all, really, in the big scheme of things. And I have a little tiny business, and I pay my taxes, and I never, cause any trouble. But I was so furious with this because it was just, he just gave off the impression like I'm untouchable. And you should bow down to us, and you should feel sorry for us. And I found I was very angry today. So I don't know, June, if you were feeling your ears burning today, but I was channeling you. I was thinking of you.
And Jody, you're not a nobody. You're definitely a somebody, and I hope your dad's doing okay. But no, like to be honest, I sat there and I listened to him today, and I thought to myself, if I'm the Attorney General of Canada, how I personally felt does not enter into the equation, right, of the Emergencies Act. Like, even if someone like when he said he felt vulnerable, that's what he said. He felt vulnerable walking down the streets of Ottawa. I was like, is this fucking actually happening right now? And maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe it's because I take my role as a lawyer seriously. But I honestly was left dumbfounded. And then Anita came up, and I honestly had no idea how stupid she was until she started testifying, because I don't know anything about Anita Anand, or what I think that's her name. Wow. It was, and I don't know if anyone else caught it, but when Lametti was being cross-examined on something and he brought up a Trudeau soundbite about being transparent or being something or being something, but it's that fucking intonation that Trudeau uses when he talks.
1,000% caught all of it. I know exactly
Yeah.
what you're talking.
And when Lametti was using those same words, he used the exact same intonation as Trudeau does. And I was just like, oh my God, like this government, it's run by a bunch of fucking it's like horny, immature high school boys running around, bunch of insecure girls who don't know what the fuck is happening. And that's who's running our country and running us into the goddamn ground. Like, yeah, I'm honestly, wow. I wish I'd applied for more jobs as the years have gone on, but I don't want the responsibility. But it's like, wow. Yeah, I don't want to take up anyone else who wants to talk. And Marty, I just want to say, if you're still listening, I love following your solo adventures into the sojourn of the wilderness.
Well, thanks for. Like I said at the very beginning of the day, it's what keeps me sane is going out into that wilderness. It really does.
So go ahead, Freedom Girl.
Thank you. Yeah, this question, hi Junebug, this for you. What I was thinking today when I was watching that, same thing, right? I'm just sitting there like jaw dropped. What am I watching, right? But to me, what I thought, during his testimony today, he made a comment. Well, I walked it down the streets of Ottawa and felt like the comments you'd said he'd felt, I forget how you worded it, and that some of his, was it his secretaries or somebody that was with him? They were walking and they were being attacked, their masks were being ripped off. My thought right away was, out of all the people, why wouldn't he or his group be the ones filming? I thought, are you for real right now? If you felt that unsafe, you did not turn your phone on. You did not record anything of what you stated today. So no video, right? Nothing. You just walked through the crowd scared, but you had no video. You just mentioned about the gas can being thrown down the street. And I thought, okay, something's up with that deal because we all have phones. Here he's texting left, right, and center, but he's not going to video or take pictures of something that he was so afraid of, right? That made no sense. So, and then secondly, my second thought was really, so he gets up there and he's explaining how, the fear in the citizens in Ottawa, they were scared. They couldn't come out of their homes. They couldn't go to doctors. They couldn't do this. They couldn't do that. And then in his next sentence, he said, I got in a car and I took off and went to Montreal. I said, you've got to be joking. You're so worried. You're up here and you're stating that we need Emergencies Act because you're so worried about the citizens that you care about, but you took off. And I thought, oh my God. So did anybody else catch on to are thinking the same? I'm thinking, are you kidding me right now? So you just take off. You don't stand. You don't stay here to do, try to communicate, try to, get the group down, nothing, right? And another comment that I really threw me off was, did anybody catch the Trump comment, the text? That one was a killer. Oh my God. Thanks for the mic.
Yeah, I think it's pretty, it was pretty sad today to listen. Like I say, I was very shocked at how personal the Attorney General of Canada made all of this. And I think it came out, Is it Crosscam? Fuck, I don't remember which lawyer it was, but that he had actually bought a house and was moving. Did anyone else catch that? And that's why he was in Montreal. Like he made it out like he needed to flee Ottawa, right? But one of the lawyers after that, and I don't remember which one, had mentioned that he had moved and was in the process of moving to Montreal, which I thought was hilarious.
All right. So go ahead, Rush.
Just to throw more irony in. Did you not hear him say that the only interaction he has with police services is for his own personal safety detail? Yet he was afraid to walk down the street, or as you said, actually film it. Speaking of hypocrisy, everything I hear, I'm trying to run this through my head to be politically correct. Everything that they're explaining that this Freedom Convoy did, you rewind it back about 6 months to BLM and the Native protests, and you want to talk about the violence, the destruction of property, not up here in Canada, but down in the States, the deaths that occurred because of this, the violence against people. Like it just blows my mind that agencies were told to stand down, do not interact, do not make any arrests when it came to this kind of stuff. Because it was, again, racial protest. But when it comes to the actual freedoms of Canadians, now all of a sudden carrying gas cans down a street becomes this huge, big issue. It's mind-boggling as to the hypocrisy and then what's been allowed in the name of protesting, right? Or occupations, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely agree there. Unfortunately, I missed the Lametti stuff. I had to do stuff earlier today. I caught a bit of the last like 40 minutes of the Omar Alghabra. Yeah, I mean.
What did Omar say? I missed Omar.
Oh man. I mean, contradiction after contradiction. I mean, he's up there basically running for his life on a lot of the questions. A lot of the different, like I think the Windsor attorneys ceded their time to the Canadian government. The Canadian government didn't actually, use a lot of the time. I don't know what's going on. Alghabra is just, it's just a disaster. You're absolutely right, Junebug. I mean, this government is just beyond the pale. I mean, it's just too much. Yeah. So go ahead, Andrea. Yeah.
Well, Mendocino was a disaster. I thought he was a bigger embarrassment, but we all know he's just a dumbass. But I thought Lametti did a lot of things for us today. First of all, he proved personal bias. That's what I saw, because I didn't see anything other than him insinuating from the first weekend of the protest that they needed to use the Emergency Act. They brought it up right away. He treats it like it's wiping your nose with a Kleenex. And I guess I'm mostly frustrated by just the sheer short-sighted ignorance that you could actually, in public, not think at all of every single person that suffered through these 2 years of mandates, jobs lost, houses lost, and even the continual, we made a deal with the NDP that we would take it down right away. No, you're lying. The only reason you pulled it was because of the Senate vote and the bank rush. That's it. So no, you wouldn't have. But I just thought he really spoke from a place of personal bias and almost power mongering, and made me go, oh, just let me write that correction for Canada down. The Attorney General probably shouldn't be the Minister of Justice. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But hey, correct me if I'm wrong. But I thought, so one more thing, Adrian, I really thought that for I think he served up a nice dish of um, constitutional infringement. That's what I think he did. He did that brilliantly.
So, Andrea, just to clarify, you kind of cut out there for a second. Did you say that the reason that they pulled the Emergencies Act so quickly was because the Senate was going to vote on it to bring it into law?
Well, what I was saying was they said they would use it for no longer than they needed it.
Right.
Well, they cleared the protest on the weekend. What was that Saturday? The 17th or the 14th?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know the exact date, but yeah,
okay,
I know the blockades ended on the weekend. Yeah.
right. And then it was another week and change for it to go through the Senate because you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
everything was cleared, everything was done. That it's a full-on lie that their intent was to pull it down. I don't know. I thought he really showed the true colors of how much bullshit and lying contrives actually going on in the background. I don't know what Junebug thought, but I laughed through the whole thing. Idiot. Arrogance. Arrogance will always eat itself. I don't think today he realized how much he ate himself.
So
Yeah, no, I agree. Look, when all of this was going down and the Liberals wanted to invoke the Emergencies Act, as soon as they made it a vote of non-confidence, what was the NDP going to do? The NDP couldn't have another election. They just had an election a few months beforehand. They had no fucking money and they have no support. So they're going to follow the Liberals to get this dental bill, whatever the fuck it is. They're sending families, money that isn't going to go to fucking teeth. But anyways, but yeah, and they knew, but we all knew. I mean, I knew, and I'm sure most people listening to this right now knew that the Senate was not going to rubber stamp this. The Senate was going, no, you have not met the fucking parameters of the Emergencies Act, and we're not going to rubber stamp this, which is why he retracted or whatever the hell the word is, knowing that the Senate was not going to support this. And that's exactly what we saw in those text messages. We all knew this, right? But as soon as he made it a vote of non-confidence in Parliament, the NDP was fucked. You either vote for or against it. And the NDP did not have the money for another election, period. I mean, for me, I'm almost 50, right? I've lived in Canada my entire life. And I got to say that vote of non-confidence is probably one of the most pivotal moments I will ever see in my life as a Canadian. And I don't know who else feels the same, but that's my thought.
Don't you think? See, for me, I think that moment right there, that should never be allowed to push anything through to pull it on confidence. I actually called that a week before the House of Commons that he would do it like that. And I just think that was a bitch move, and that should never have been allowed to push an act like that through based on that kind of coercion. It just, I guess this is the shocker to me. It's like, how much can people actually look at and they can't dissect the hypocrisy out of it? It's just utterly shocking to me.
So we're gonna go to Jody, but let me just add one other thing here. So I was actually in a space with Gnostic and WOG, and I asked the question, and actually more the reason why they pulled the act so quickly, the Emergencies Act, was that it was starting to create a liquidity crisis with the banking system. So I remember seeing at the time when they froze the accounts, people were posting on social media, like one guy in Alberta had like two like big fat like stacks of money in his hand, and he's like, oh, he's killed his relationship with TD, and there was a whole bunch of other stuff. People were posting that they had pulled all their money out of the banks. But then Gnostic was actually talking about it, and he was saying that a lot of these funds and like pretty big businesses, I don't know how he knows this, but he seems to know what he's talking about. They were starting to move their money out of Canada just because of this. And so this was actually putting a pressure on the government because it was going to create a liquidity crisis with the banking system. So, I mean,
That's true.
yeah,
That is
so I don't
true.
know. I
But
think that was another key component. It's probably both, to be honest, but I think the fact that this liquidity crisis in the banking system, I mean, how can you trust a bank? And I mean, the banks really are complicit in this too. They really should have at least put up a show. I mean, they should have done something like said, it is in the Emergencies Act. We have to do what the government says, but we're consulting with our attorneys to see if there's something that we can actually do to protect our customers. But nothing. There was absolutely nothing from the banks in any way, shape, or form to put up any kind of, even just a show, even if they couldn't do anything legally, just to put up, a show to show the people, listen, we're actually talking to see if we can do something so that your accounts won't be frozen. So I mean, they just capitulated immediately. So I mean, it's just totally disgraceful. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Jody.
Well, and one just quickly, Jody, I want to say this. So
All right,
for
quickly, Andrea. Yeah.
for an afterthought, has CSIS or anybody been in? Are they in these hearings? CSIS or not CSIS, SWIFT? Or is there any of the monetary discretionaries? Have they been called Junebug into this thing? Anybody know that in this room?
No, they haven't.
Right. So why isn't that evidence in there that 3 days before he put this act down, they all came forward and said there was no foreign influence and the money was coming from Canadians? That's what I want to know, because that to me is a shit hidden mass right there.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Go ahead, Jody. Sorry.
yeah, thanks, Adrian. So it's funny you guys brought that up because I think we're going to see a lot of that tomorrow. So I'm going to pop out soon, but I've been watching the inquiry since day one, and so tomorrow is a big day. It's the day I've been waiting for. So we've got Chrystia Freeland starting out, and then we've got the person that I really wanted to hear from the most out of absolutely everybody, and that's Katie Telford. Now, Katie Telford is Justin Trudeau's chief of staff, and in my opinion, she is the true Prime Minister of Canada. She pulls the strings. A lot of this decision making was, in my opinion, based around her and her group of advisors. I think I don't trust this woman remotely. Then we also have Brian Chow and John Broadhead, and then Justin Trudeau. So those are the final list of appearances for the commission. But I really, really, really think that people should pay particular attention to Katie Telford. Chrystia Freeland's just going to walk the government line. She's going to probably pull something similar to Mendocino, Babe in the Woods. I just don't find this woman very intelligent, to be honest. I find Mendocino to be more intelligent than Chrystia Freeland, but she sold her soul. We know that. So I'm not expecting anything from her. If any questions regarding SWIFT and the money, the liquidity issue, which I do remember there was like a huge thing on Twitter for a while there with people saying, pull your money out, get your money out of the banks, don't support them. I expected nothing from the banks, nothing whatsoever. Look at your bank statements every month and look at the fees they charge us. That tells you right there how much they really give a damn about us. But just keep your eye on the ball with Katie Telford tomorrow, because she is, in my opinion, the largest person responsible for the mess that Canada is in. She was Trudeau's campaign manager. She's a fantastic election campaign manager. That's really her forte. As far as working in the public service, like she's just been a mess since day one. So yeah, something to think about. Thank you for the mic.
Jody, can I ask you, is Telford, okay, because I know Telford and Butts, right, were part of the fucking team that helped Trudeau put the pressure on Wilson Raybould, right? I thought Telford was fired with Butts.
No.
What happened with that?
So basically, Gerald Butts fell on his sword, is how I personally saw it, with the SNC Lavalin scandal and the whole Jody Wilson Raybould scandal. They just decided, in my opinion, that Butts was the lesser of two evils. Somebody had to take the hit, and Butsy was going to take it. On paperwork, right? I mean, apparently he resigned, he left his position, he hasn't gone anywhere. He's fully ensconced in the government circle. Nothing's changed. Gerald Butts was one of the groomsmen at Justin Trudeau's wedding, along with what's his name over there in the Maritimes, Mr. CTV. Oh gosh, Seamus and Miller and all that. Right. So yes, Seamus. Yeah, no, that's great. I've actually never heard that before. How appropriate. He's a joke. But regarding Gerald Butts, like he took the fall. Katie Telford has not moved an inch since the Trudeau Liberals took power. She keeps a very low profile. But she is with Justin Trudeau wherever he goes, especially any high level foreign trips and whatnot. She's the dangerous one. She and her party of people and advisors, and this is all, Katie Telford was the protege of Bob Rae way back when she was a page in the House of Commons when she was a young girl. So this is a very smart, she's very smart, but she's also, it's catching up with her. So just something to look out for. She's been there since day one. And in my opinion, she's absolutely diabolical.
So Jody,
that's so interesting. Sorry.
oh no, go ahead, Junebug. I was just gonna say to Jody, this Katie Telford, do you think she is the architect behind most of Trudeau's policies and like what he's implementing, and especially with the convoy? You're saying she is the woman behind the man?
Absolutely. And she's firmly ensconced in the whole Laurentian elite diaspora right over there in the east. This goes back to, some of these ties go back to Confederation. There is this club, and they control the money in Canada, and it's all based in Quebec and in the Maritimes, New Brunswick and whatnot. And I mean, I'm always wary of the quiet one, of the one who is, they're always there. You never hear from them. Katie Telford blocks people on Twitter. Like she blocks more people than she listens to. She lives in an echo chamber. She is just, she's the architect, definitely. And Gerald Butts is right there, but Katie Telford is the brain.
Wow. See, I thought she got the boot with Butts. I honestly didn't realize any of this, Jody.
Yeah, no, she's there. Actually, you'll notice, you guys saw that video recently where Trudeau was in China, and he just kind of looked his nose down and admonished Trudeau, and Trudeau basically put his tail between his legs and walked away to the bathroom. And as the camera followed him to the bathroom, he walked right past Katie Telford, who was probably about 15 feet behind him and the Chinese president. And she was looking at the camera, and she had that doe in the headlights look like, oh God, they're filming me. Don't film me. She's the woman behind the curtain. If this was the Wizard of Oz, she's the one behind the curtain. She's the wizard.
And she's on the witness list?
She is. She is, and all of that redacted material that Miller was thrown out of the inquiry for. Apparently, all of that redacted material was text messages and personal and correspondence and whatnot between Katie Telford and cabinet ministers and other high government officials. And she's very good at that. Anything to do with her is always redacted. So, yeah, just pay very close attention to her. She's a shifty one.
When is she supposed to be up?
She's right after Krista Freeland tomorrow. So I'm thinking they're going to get bored of Freeland because, all we're going to get out of Freeland is, Mr. Speaker. And, that's all we're going to get. That's all we're going to get out of her. There's the lot that sold their soul. I mean, Lametti, Mendocino, Freeland, these people know exactly what they're doing and what they're doing is wrong. But I guess the end payoff for them is more important than their integrity, and so that I find most disturbing.
So I'm just curious, Junebug. So whatever comes of this commission, can there be any like legal filings after the fact from this?
I don't believe so. I mean, we're also in completely uncharted waters, right? Because it's never been used before. And I mean, I grew up, I was born in the late 60s. I grew up, when Pierre Laporte was found dead in a fucking trunk in Quebec, right? And the War Measures Act and all that shit. Which is why, too, I guess for me, it's just been so ironic, not just being a lawyer, but just being a Canadian citizen, sort of being like, they're going to invoke the Emergencies Act for this. I remember as a kid learning about Pierre Laporte and, people dead in trunks and they don't like honking. So here we go. I don't, there's no recourse. There's no recourse in any of this.
So I mean, so what is suppose the commission, I mean, I don't know which way this is going to go, but suppose the commission, they find that the government had no basis to invoke the Emergencies Act. So from that, there can be it can't be used in a court of law after the fact?
No, I don't believe so. And I believe that really the commissioner's role in all of this is to give recommendations, right, for the future use of the Emergencies Act.
Okay.
Right?
So if that is the point of holding this inquiry, is that to bring about new legislation or to make modifications to the act itself for future use, or is it just recommendations to the government, which are essentially a loose guideline? So when you use the Emergencies Act the next time, they have guidelines that they can choose to look at or just ignore. What is the main outcome of this, if anything, or if it's just to put up a show to say, oh, we are doing our due diligence so that next time when the Emergencies Act comes in, we have a guideline? Or I
think the answer to your question is a mixture of both. So I can definitely envision the commissioner making recommendations. So for instance, we didn't hear anything about a gap, quote unquote, in the legislation until this week, really, right? Fucking Blair got up, everyone's gotten up talking about, well, there's a gap because everyone's talking about Section 2 and Section 16 and Section whatever of all these different acts, right? And all these politicians are talking about a gap. So I can definitely see at the end of the hearing, Justice Rouleau, recommending that, it may assist in the future in Parliament I mean, I definitely foresee new legislation coming forward as a result of this. Absolutely. Right. Because like I say, like all the government players now are talking about a gap. It's like, oh, well, this legislation was brought in the 80s and we're now in, the 2000s, and that's why it doesn't work, and blah, 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 bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. I mean, they just needed shit to try to fit and it didn't fit. But so then they just,
So potentially we're going to have a more restrictive Emergencies Act afterward,
yes,
after all this? Oh,
yes,
man. Great.
right.
Well, then you
But
did.
it would still need to go through the Senate and all that stuff. But I'm just saying though, from all of this, I foresee certain recommendations. I mean, maybe it's the lawyer in me, I don't know, but I'm like, okay, well, I foresee, he's going to say, this needs to be, spelled out plainly, and this needs to be like, I mean, it's funny. There's that one lawyer, where is she from? And all she asked questions about are the fucking bank accounts until today. I'm like, oh, there she is. She's going to ask about bank accounts. And she didn't. She asked, is it Alberta? It's the lawyer for Alberta. She's the one all she ever asked anyone about is the freezing of the bank accounts. Does anyone know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, the bank account stuff, right? They did investigate that, or they did question that quite a bit near the beginning. The aspect to that was, whether or not foreign influences come into it, and they've settled it because they haven't brought it up that whether or not foreign influence or not. Where they went to the direction with the bank accounts after that, though, is the question, which I think will go in what you're talking about with recommendations into the future. They brought up, oh, well, we froze accounts, but did you know the guy's partner or the girl's partner, you know what I mean? Like the other person's partner had difficulty buying groceries. Do you not see that being a problem? I'm like, what are you doing? Are you telling or suggesting for the commissioner to say, yeah, we need to be able to freeze bank accounts, but not affect people's living? Like constantly, all these different things that they're going through really feels like, rather than talking to us, like we were talking about earlier, why don't they come up with all these strategies on how to open up dialogue or how to synchronize dialogue? Because they did try to say in the beginning they wouldn't have a dialogue because they didn't know who to talk with, and they didn't see the trust in it or see the effort in it or even the reliability in it. It's like you can definitely and have to leverage talking, because we won't stop. I won't stop. However we can do this into the future is where I'm going to be going. But like other people are saying, there's definitely going to be restrictions, and more or less, I think, in the sense of response, because they kept saying, well, we didn't know what was happening. We didn't know how to respond. We didn't know this, that, or the other. And like somebody's mentioned to me, he's actually left-leaning, but we have great discussions because we realize the devil doesn't care about what side you are on. Either way, like, you're going to get screwed, and we have to find the core values that, regardless of which side we're on, we're going to hold on to and all. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that money stuff.
Great points, Donkey. Absolutely. The dialogue, the discourse just was not there from the government side. I fully agree. So we're going to go Jody and then Andrea. So go ahead, Jody.
Thanks, Adrian. Okay, that's actually a really good question. So we're talking about what is going to come of this and what are the implications. I don't think like there is any legal recourse to this. So let's go to the actual commission mandate. So the Public Order Emergency Commission has a definitive mandate. It's really quite a small mandate. It's just 2 paragraphs. So it says the commission will examine and assess the basis for the government's decision to declare a public order emergency, the circumstances that led to the declaration, and the appropriateness and effectiveness of the measures selected by the government to deal with the then existing situation. The commission will also conduct a policy review of the legislative and regulatory framework involved, including whether any amendments to the Emergencies Act may be necessary. From there, that is the mandate, and from there they are supposed to produce a final report. I believe it's before the anniversary of the convoy, of the Ottawa protests. So what I'm seeing is that once that final report comes out, then we're going to start seeing some drive for policy change, and we're going to see that within the House of Commons, and we're going to see that within question period and debate, and committees are going to be called and whatnot. Whether anything will happen, whether this will just die away, like with the SNC-Lavalin scandal, Anne McClennan was tasked with doing a report on whether the Attorney General and the Justice Minister roles should be separated. She came out with her report, which basically said that status quo, it should stay as it is. And we've heard barely anything about that. And that was a huge issue way back when that was all going on with Jody Wilson-Raybould. I worry that will again happen with this. It'll just get lost in the noise of regular politics. The Liberals will try and put something else in the media to deflect from that, and they'll hope this will go away. And this is where we need to, as Canadians, be diligent in making sure that doesn't just get lost in the wind, and hold our elected officials to account to really take that report apart. I'm hoping that'll be fair. I find Rouleau to be very fair at times, but I'm skeptical. So that's just my 2 cents. But thanks for the mic and thanks for the space.
Yeah, Jody, you see all these committees and all this stuff coming about policy coming down the road. I see my tax dollars being burned up in a giant bonfire and them raising the tax on me even further afterwards. So, go ahead, Andrea.
But Adrian, that's already happened.
Yeah, no kidding, right? No kidding, exactly. You're 100% right. It's happening right now. What can we do, right? So, go ahead, Andrea.
Wog and Sync, I think Jody should commentate tomorrow because she does Christian Freeland's voice so great. I love it. It makes me laugh.
I've been practicing.
You do it great. It's so great.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. What was I going to say? I was going to ask you guys something. Oh, yeah, okay, so DM in the background. Okay, hold on. I'm going to read you what the DM is. The commission is a free pasture for quite a few possible legal actions where the commission will form the advisory that does not prevent private legal actions. Since the government is not on trial here, they can dismiss the commission conclusions. But once there is a conclusion about overstepping, private lawsuits will explode. So that's what I put my hand up for, Junebug was. And then I got this DM in the background. If that ruling, and we all know it likely won't, was to come out that act didn't meet the threshold, that's when you're going to see the private lawsuits, come out. Because will that not then constitute a constitutional breach? Like, what would be the backlash there?
No. I don't see how that's. I don't legislatively and legally see how that's possible.
What about the bank freezing? Like, if it came up that they shouldn't invoke the act, what about all the people that had their bank accounts frozen and all that?
Oh no, 100. Like, for me as a lawyer, I mean, put aside the bank accounts for a minute. I remember learning about the government tracking like 30 million fucking cell phones, and I was like, the government's tracking fucking cell phones for COVID? What? Because as a Crown attorney, if I have a case where the police got a wiretap or anything, I have to fucking prove shit. I have to call evidence. You can't just monitor people's phones. Like, But no, the recommendations are going to be just that. They're going to be recommendations. I know it doesn't make a lot of fucking sense, but
So essentially, it's a farce.
I mean, I'm not going to say that it's a farce because I'm going to wait because, to be honest, like the commissioner, he sort of confused me because he asks sometimes some really good questions, which, you know, I sit there and I go, okay, I see where he's going with this. I understand what he's thinking, asking these questions, right? Then other times I'm confused, but at the end of the day, he's going to make recommendations about future use of the Emergencies Act. And I guarantee that in part of that will be, you know, the interpretation of Section fucking 2 of the CSIS Act and all that shit, right? Because, but no, I don't foresee, this isn't a big channel that's opening up for lawsuits, no.
So the only thing I was going to add with him is that we know he's a complete political operative, but I think at the same time, he is trying to be somewhat judicious on this because he realizes it's his legacy here, right? I mean, he's been in Ottawa a long time, but of course, nobody really knows who he was or what he's done, right? But he's setting precedents here, right? And there's going to be rules that come out of this. And I think he realizes that his legacy is being set here. So he's trying to somewhat pretend to not be a disgusting, you know, political beast.
Can I just say one thing about that? Because I have no idea how many people are listening, but I want people to know this, okay? Being a criminal lawyer in Canada for over 20 years, okay? And I worked 6 years as a defense lawyer, and since then have worked as a Crown attorney. And I'm going to tell you all one thing. I have never once in my career as a criminal lawyer even questioned what political leaning a judge had. Not once. Not once. We had the judges who were heavy hitters, right? We had the judges who were light touches, but never, ever had it been viewed as they're a liberal or they're a conservative. And I'm not being naive when I say this because I know so many of my colleagues say the same thing, but like, look, you would have to go on LinkedIn, you would have to go, not LinkedIn, sorry, Canly and things to read the decisions that this judge had made before he became the commissioner. But I just want people to know, as a criminal lawyer, fuck the commission, that never have I thought ever that a judge was politically motivated in any decision that they made.
So isn't that how it's supposed to be, Junebug? The judiciary is supposed to be impartial to that type of stuff?
Absolutely. And like I say, like it's funny to me now because since all of this has been happening, I've thought to myself, wow, it'd be really interesting to sort of look up the judges who were the light touches, right? But the light touches, like, look, you know, I live just outside of Toronto. I have spent many decades prosecuting and defending people in Toronto. You know, and you see a lot of fucking mental illness, bullshit, street stuff, you know, sex trade workers. And some judges take it really crazy personally, and other judges don't. But I've never thought, oh, they're a conservative or they're a liberal. And yeah, that is the way that it should work. And it just, with the commission, it's saddened me that so many people have sort of grasped on to justice rule. I guess not justice, because when a judge retires, they get sworn out, which means that they've retired as a judge. But he's still, like, you know, he was an appeal court judge. He's not stupid, right? But I hope people give him a fair shake, because I don't think he's some plucked in, you know, he's not stupid. I've listened to the question that he's been asking. He's not stupid. That's all.
So I don't know if you were in here. We've been discussing it throughout the day. He has familial connections to the Trudeaus. He was like closely associated with Senior Trudeau, right? He was like his on his staff or something like that. He has very strong political connections to that family, it seems, personal
Oh,
and political.
oh man. I mean, it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Look, all I'll say is we all need to meet back here after he comes out with his recommendations, because like I say, I only know my experience, right? And I've never, ever throughout my career as a criminal lawyer thought anything politically about any judge that I've ever appeared in front of. So, and I know a lot of people, because there's so much, what's the word I'm looking for? Attention on him.
Corruption.
Well, like I say, I'm not going to sit here and say that. I'm going to sit and I'm going to wait to see what he says, because to be honest, there are some questions that he's asked of some witnesses that I'm very impressed with. I'm like, yeah, he's seeing through the bullshit. And I think he's going to come out with some really good recommendations. Unfortunately,
I mean, we can hope. I mean, that's what I'm hoping, is that since he's had to see all this material, unlike a lot of them, he's actually probably had to see a lot more of the other side, that is to say our side, than a lot of his colleagues have. And he's probably started to see a different world than he was. So, I mean, I have no doubt he was hired for entirely political purposes. But yeah, it's very possible that he's been opened up to the realities of actually what actually happened there in Ottawa, right? And not just the narrative that has gone around him and his associates.
So go ahead, Livermore.
Hey, thank you. Oh, I've been listening to everything. It's so entertaining and I enjoy it. And Junebug, I have to give you one piece of rebuttal on that one. Now that I know you're a lawyer, I'm going to submit to you the entire Canadian landscape has been turned upside down on its head, and there is so much division that you cannot even escape having to deal in your mind with, are they one of those, or them looking at us? Are they one of those? And so I'm firmly of the opinion that in every transaction I do from this moment on, that's all I'm looking for. I want to know who I'm dealing with. And that's exactly how I view the world, right or wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there, Livermore. We definitely are very, very divided. And I think that's why, well, actually, no. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I have no actual idea, but I assume that most lawyers believe in the theory of jurisprudence, and then that's why they are not, because it's supposed to be not political. It's supposed to be an impartial place where everybody of any political background is able to have a fair trial, right? I mean, I don't think I'm off base there.
no. And can I just say, like I stand here today and I will say, over 20 years as a criminal lawyer in Ontario, never once, and to this day, I don't question any judge that I appear in front of. I've appeared in front of assholes. I've been ordered out of courtrooms for doing fucking nothing, way less than Brennan Miller did, right? But like, never has politics come into anything that I've ever done as a criminal lawyer, ever.
But
And
in
that's
the last few months, right? So I think the example was, it was the I forget the exact term, the commissioner or whatever, whoever it was who did Tamara Leach's first bail hearing, right? And as people dug around there, they found out that this was a very strong liberal donor, right? And of course there's no way that it was ever, acceptable the way they handled her in her first her first what do you call it, bail hearing there, right?
You will not hear an argument from me about any of that. I prefer not to comment on what
No,
the Ottawa
absolutely, yeah.
Crown Attorney's office has done. Actually, fuck that. Not that I don't want to comment, but I look, as a Crown, if her file came across my desk, right, or Randy Hillier's file, and I'm not a PPC, PC, liberal, anything voter, but I remember seeing that video that led to Hillier's arrest for fucking assault during the convoy is an absolute joke. As a Crown, I'd be like, that's what we call de minimis. And in the criminal world, that means de minimis means it's so low level, it doesn't amount to an offense. And I was shocked yesterday, who was testifying yesterday, and they brought up Hillier and his assault on the parliamentary police, whatever, his alleged assault, as part of the reason, because that was going to start an insurrection. And I'm like, you people have got to be fucking kidding me.
Was it Mendocino yesterday? Is that who? Or?
Is that who it was? I just remember they showed these Twitter screenshots, and they pointed out Hillier on Parliament Hill when he moved a fucking like metal gate. It's honestly ridiculous. And then they pivoted to Trump on January 6th. And I'm like, this is fucking lunacy. So I'm just saying that the Ottawa, that Crown, whatever his name is, and I know his name, but I need to be careful, right? I think what they're doing in Ottawa, wow, that's all I can say. Wow. I as a Crown outside of Ottawa, I would have dealt with that completely different, as most Crowns would, because it's the most low-level bullshit you will ever see. Mischief? People say you can get sent to jail for 10 years for a mischief. I've never had a mischief charge that resolved beyond a conditional fucking discharge, which is no criminal record in a year of probation. That's all I gotta say about that.
Right. Very interesting, Junebug. So I'm just gonna put this out to the room. There are 2 requests for speakers. I'm unable to approve them somehow. So I don't know, Gopgow, if you want to approve them, go ahead.
And
so
I'm
we're
gonna go to sleep. Sorry to think.
I'll see if they're actually on my screen, on my other screen.
June, wonderful to listen to you, and have a good night. And frickin' tomorrow should be good. I just want to get some energy for that, and I gotta wake up for work. But have a good night, everyone. Love you all.
All right, night, Livermore. Great to have you speak.
Whoa. That was Donkey, man. Donkey.
No, but now Livermore has to go to bed. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Donkey. Sorry, it's my screen was down. Sorry, I made a mistake there. My apologies. So yeah, sorry. Take care, Donkey. Great to hear from you. So we're gonna go to Andrea and who else? Let me just scroll down here. Andrea and Letterbuck Canuck after Andrea. So go ahead, Andrea.
Well, and then when I'm listening to Junebug speak, then I'm 2 things are happening for me. When she talks about the commissioner, because I agree with her, and I said this yesterday in the room, but that he's no dum-dum and he's asking the right questions. And I think Lametti did us a huge favor today. Not that I'm saying the commission would rule, in any issue in the favor of it not being meeting the threshold, but I really think Lametti did a huge favor today, and he left the commissioner with the comments that commissioner made about how am I supposed to rule on this when I don't have any evidence? I feel was directly related to his testimony today and just how arrogant he was and how biased quite frankly he was and how it all sort of pointed to him and just some of would you say it was unprofessional the way he handled it, if you will? I don't know how to say that properly. He was sort of flippant with everything. Is that a better description, right? Like, anyways, but then Junebug, where it takes me to is where's rule of law in Canada? Because when I hear you talk, I'm thinking, what's going to happen? And how strong is rule of law at this point? I mean, they put moot on those three constitutional cases around the travel mandates. They're going to appeal them. And now that the G20 has agreed to travel mandates, that seems to give them leverage to bring those cases back up again. But I guess I'm less concerned with the commission and more concerned about what the hell's happened to rule of law.
So I don't know if you want to respond to that, Junebug. If you do, go ahead.
Oh, there we are. I don't want to take other people's talking time. I will just say with Andrea, she brought up a lot of good points, and one of the things she talked about was G20, even though it wasn't in this perspective. But I was actually stunned, being living near Toronto. I was amazed that no one fucking asked Bill Blair, who was the police chief at that time when G20, the protests were going on in Toronto, and they were kettling people. There was that ended up in a almost $17 million lawsuit settlement with the police because he handled it so horribly, and it amazed me that no one asked him about that. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I remember that whole incident. It was insane. Yeah, I'm in Ontario too, so the GTA. So yeah. So we're gonna go Letterbuck, Canuck, and then Livermore. So go ahead, Letterbuck.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, what a day! Just another one to set up for tomorrow. I got it, got in on this tonight here after taking a break, and you're talking about like what's the result going to be in June. Thank you for your insight, and I agree with you on many points. But I guess it's a question in my mind, like, and I've spent some time around a couple very good friend lawyers and helped them do some contract work and litigations. And I know how it works, and we're talking in the court of law. You're 100% right. My buddies, they don't worry about the politics of a judge. They just kind of pick what kind of judge is he, how does he rule on this, and they play that to those kind of angles. But in this case, I don't think we can look at it in the same instance. He isn't really a judge. He's a moderator, in my mind. And in these, like we're saying, when he comes out at the end of this, yeah, he may look good in front of the cameras, asking the right questions to make him look like he's impartial. But at the end of the day, his recommendations, I will not be, like, I'm kind of leaning towards, are going to be in line what the Liberal agenda is, whatever that is. And I'm not going to say what it is. We can all throw that in. But I just think, and then that'll green light the Trudeau government to go down and dissect those things and make them their own, and just how they want them to do, coming along with Bill C-11, like, I think is really going to tie into if they adjust the Emergency Act in any way. I think that's going to be one of those things that we're going to see get spewed out of this. But, and when we have to look at who Rouleau is, you can't deny the fact that he was tied really heavily in with Martin as well. The big fundraiser kind of situation. So I don't think, I know we want to think our justices are all supposed to be impartial regardless of their political leanings, but I think you have to lean into some reality that these people on the, not criminal, because it's a different kind of politics, but on the constitutional side, whether it's a province going against the federal government or people or Indigenous people going against the federal government. What I've witnessed is that the justice system leans in favor of the government. It never leans in favor of the one challenging. So to me, that would be political bias. And it's pretty blatant. And maybe I'm just a cynic, but I have not seen any federal judge in my last 20 years in constitutional manners, and please correct me if I miss something, in favor of the people. And not even, and you think of all the times they've gone to court for First Nations, they still are no better off than they were when they started going to court. So that is because, in my mind, of the political leanings of the justices, the Supreme Court, and how they got there. And they are all appointed. Yeah, a couple maybe from Harper, but the rest are all from Trudeau or before him, right? But I guess that's my point, is that when they get to that stage of the game, when we're talking constitutional matters, and and people like Rouleau are given the power to make a decision, not only do you have to live with that decision, but they have to still make it in favor of who they're with. Because if they don't, they'll be ostracized. And you talk about legacy, Rouleau does not want to become the dirty stain of the Liberal Party by making them look bad. So I don't see him coming out at all negative to the point where he's going to make the government look bad. But anyway, that's my thoughts. And I really am kind of worried. Like, maybe one last thing. For the woman that got trampled on the horse, doesn't she have a case? Can't she sue? Those kind of instances, isn't there, like you were talking about assaults and stuff like that? After this is all done, can those people charge? Like, can they not have a suit?
So great points, Letterbuck Canuck. Just a housekeeping thing here. So Gopgow, can you reapprove Junebug's request to speak? I'm unable to do it for some reason. I'm trying to do it, but I can't do it. It's not here. So if you can request Junebug, if you can, move Junebug up to speaker, that would be great. And so now we're going to go to Livmore.